All eyes on deck here, all hands on deck as we wait the 2 p.m. FOMC decision coming through. This will be the first FOMC decision and meeting under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. So that's absolutely going to be on watch. Stick with us for live coverage of that announcement. As of right now, NASDAQ poised to open more or less flat here, actually slightly higher, I guess, than where we closed coming through yesterday. On Tuesday, S&P 500 looking like more of a flat open. Again, we're going to have to wait and see. But oil also in focus here, guys. USO right now, it's certainly poised to open slightly lower, if not flat, but bouncing a little bit off the lows. President Trump saying at the G7 that the Iran MOU is not final, and if he doesn't like it, they will be, quote, going back to dropping bombs. So unfortunately, tensions in the Middle East will absolutely be persisting. Speaking of President Trump at the G7, he's going to be delivering a press conference from the G7 at 9:30 a.m. today, so be aware of that. Keep an eye as well on a whole bunch of different stocks and catalysts. Again, in the tech and space sectors, you've got SPCE following a very strong performance yesterday, at least when it comes to these options engagement, and over $4 billion in traded volume on ETFs related to the name. Good ASTS as well. Successful launch last night. Good look for this stock, and certainly one that I'm sure a lot of traders are going to be looking at. And Intel as well with the risk production of these 18 AP nodes. Tons to discuss as we await that 2 p.m. Fed decision. Good morning, Sharif.
Good morning, Adira. Yes, Intel on their way with good yields this time around on 18A, putting them one step closer to actually possibly tying a deal with Apple for the 14A node. Lots to talk about there. Uber also with a tie-up here with Waymo should be in focus. Oracle as well, denying reports that Microsoft looked at their servers and passed based on security issues. So Oracle down 1% here to start the morning. CarMax reported Carvana, their competitor, getting into the new car business. That should be an interesting take there. And then you have STM Microelectronics looking to raise money despite the fact being up. Yum Brands in focus. Rivian with layoffs we reported yesterday. And Cummins getting into the AI generator business, which has been very, very good for Caterpillar so far, Adira.
Yeah, let's talk right about that decision here, Sharif. I mean, we're hearing reports that Kevin Warsh actually might not be participating in the dot plot, which could be fairly significant, and people are saying could lead other Fed members to also not participate. Do you think we're going to see the start of this new regime at the Fed immediately having effects, or do you think it'll take a little bit longer to know?
It's a great question, Adira. We'll have to wait and see. Well, I think 2 o'clock today we'll have our answer, so shortly.
Yeah, keep an eye on the summary of economic projections, guys, with the dot plot in mind. Also, of course, keep an eye at 2:30 p.m. when we'll get the first ever conference led by new Fed Chair Warsh. How are you guys doing today? Joe in for Sean and Neil. Good morning, both of you.
Thanks, Adira. Good morning, everybody. We're doing good. We're feeling good. But I'll tell you, nobody should be surprised that Warsh is saying he ain't going to give, he might not give his dot. And that's because he's always been critical of the Fed leaning too heavily on signaling what they're going to do and then losing flexibility. If you say this is your projections, you're more likely to stick to it. So it could be a bit of a change. You got to look at this 2 ways. I was saying this earlier. Like, this is the kind of thing where if this is a new change with the Fed where he convinces people that the dot plot's a bad idea and they want to keep more flexibility, less signaling to what is going to happen next and keeping it more flexible, that's good for trading because it'll increase volatility. But if you're not signaling, there's more uncertainty, and the market is not in love with uncertainty.
No.
So 2:30. Look, we're not going to get a rate change today. It'll be no change. But 2:30, when he's there, you know there are going to be questions about this. And I think, of course, we want to hear what he has to say about inflation. You want to hear what he has to say about the market. You want to hear what he has to say about jobs. You want to hear what he has to say about GDP. But is he going to double down or be adamant about changing the way that they project what's going forward and how they communicate? Because I think that could give a little bit of a shock to the market, and we might see some downward push. So that's what I'll be listening for at 2:30. And of course,
I'm looking forward to seeing Warsh's MO here. Is he going to be like Jerome Powell and data dependent, or is he going to be more strategic, right? And if that's going to be the case, does that mean he's going to be dancing to the tune of Mr. Donald Donald Trump's drum?
That's the other
right?
question.
I think that's a big question, and a lot of us are looking forward to it because if once Donald gets to truthing and tweeting and saying, hey, rates need to be lowered, how much pressure is that going to be put on Warsh? So I'm looking forward to it. I believe we know that this is going to be a pause. They're not going to change anything just yet, but the future meetings to come, I'm really looking forward to see what we have this new Fed chair.
Yeah, it should be exciting. And of course, we have a lot is discussed at the desk. It was like Chip Mageddon yesterday. Like the chips got absolutely waxed because NVIDIA, well, I mean, presumably the story in the morning was that NVIDIA was looking to raise $20 billion, possibly up to $25 billion in debt markets. And that shocked pretty much everything. You had the stocks, I mean, realistically, it gets smoked, but you're getting, a decent bounce back. Like this was down 50 bones yesterday, like from top to bottom. Right. So the fact that you're back up 5% is a little something. I think the Intel news is helping. Maybe not even that much. When you put into perspective, like how far these things came down, like Intel's gapped up 3%, and it's not even above like the 11 o'clock high. Like, even if you were to get like a massive bounce, like it would take something spectacular. Like you're $8 off the high there. You look at Marvell, ARM, AMD, all of these. Well, like you're up 2.5%.
Broadcom,
you're up 2.5% overnight on Marvell, but you're not even back to 290. So you have to remember how bad it was for the chips. SpaceX is going to be on the mind. There was plenty of good opportunities yesterday. I think for a lot of people, it still remains to be like the top stock. Even if you only make one trade on it, it's giving you so many opportunities. And it's looking a little bit heavy this morning, but that's along with the market's been like slowly sliding down. So it's up 1%. You got to put things into perspective though. This double topped big time. It was like 230 in the overnight, not yesterday, but the day before. And 225 there, so a bit of a double top forming here on SPCE. We're going to cover it all for sure. We're going to get into all the symbols here I think we might even have Luis coming on through to talk some small cappers because there's still those happening as well. Like I know we've been, ever since PET, there's been 3-4 at least like over 100% type runners. That's persisted, even though we've been talking a lot more about SpaceX and the space.
1,000%. Like we had a handful of those. I remember it was a couple of days after the PDT rule was lifted, things were just going absolutely insane. And Sharif and a lot of people in the chat are like, it's normal for us to see multiple names halted right out of the open, right out of the gate, but not around that 2 o'clock hour or in the middle of the day where we had at one point 8 tickers halted, which was absolutely insane. Yeah, so they've been a lot of fun. Sharif's consistently trading those. We've been hopping on them as well too and having a lot of fun with the momentum style play that they provide. But I want to point this out. Broadcom down 22.5% here, Neil. So if we're talking about looking to get some names on potential discounts, maybe it's time to start dabbling in a little bit of Broadcom. We bought some Google I believe this was, last Thursday at $350. I'm still waiting for somewhat of a pullback here in AMD. We're starting to get that now. But, I mean, we're only down 8% off of the highs, which isn't very much. And then you get a little bit of a bounce in the pre-market this morning. As for SpaceX, Neil, I know you guys are all involved with it. I have my orders all placed, and it's starting at $170, and we're going to be, and we have them GTCs in $10 increments. So I'm going to be I think we're going to get those fills roughly around when all of those locked up shares become released. It may take some time, but also I have to be cautious of the momentum styled play here, right? Because if people are really exuberant about this name, this can just go parabolic and climb up to $200 and maybe even $300. I know I'm being a little optimistic, but we know what this market is like right now, Neil, is when the street likes something, it just goes on these big time parabolic runs. And we're talking about the AMD, the Marvells, and obviously these memory storage names, the MUs, the SanDisks, and the ETF. DRAM, these things have just been going absolutely insane. So I'm prepared to do one or the other, wait for my orders or dabble in a little bit and play some more momentum. So, yeah. And
there's plenty of that. And don't forget, like yesterday was the launch of options for SpaceX. And all of the leverage, I even see in the chat right here, we got elated traders saying SSPC, that's your 2x short. You've got multiple 2x long derivatives that you can play. This one had pretty good volume. So when you hear us talk about locates or shorting SPCX, which we can, it's very cheap here at Real Trading. I think it was, again today, 0.02 cents per share or something ridiculously cheap. But if you don't have locates, you can already just take like an SSPC long to reflect the short. And they're all highly liquid so far. Like the spread's looking pretty reasonable. Here, it's most of the time it's like a 1 cent spread. This one's done 2.5 in volume. Obviously, SpaceX continues to do record volumes. It's been like notionally, it's just been insane how much volume it does on a daily basis. There's been nothing like it, which is expected. We also have never had an IPO that's come out this large. It managed to pass Amazon as. I mean, it's literally just knocking off the list, like names every single day. I mean, what do we do if this thing passes Alphabet? I think we.
Wow.
Lose our minds if it ever did that.
Well, what are we sitting
I'd
at
lose
right
my
now?
mind if that. No, it's not. No, that's not. That's not happening.
But listen, hold on.
It's not that close.
It's not.
It's not that close.
But think about it. If it goes to $300, you're adding another $1.3 trillion onto the market cap, which would put it around. I mean, 3.9. Yeah, it's not. It's still not going to beat it at $300.
It's got a ways to go.
Yeah, it's got a way. But hey, man, anything can happen. We're going to be talking a little SpaceX options momentarily, actually.
Ooh.
So
Don't spoil it on me.
Yeah, I know. It's nothing crazy.
Shoot.
Listen, it's still very new, right? So we're still limited on some data, which it makes things a little bit more difficult. But I think that narrative is going to change here relatively soon.
Here's a question. Usually I'll be like, I'll talk about a small cap or we throw it back to Sharif and Adara. But Adara, how have you been enjoying SpaceX? I know it's got to qualify. It's not a huge spread, but it's got to be in your wheelhouse.
It is in my wheelhouse. I have traded it both days since I've been back, so Monday and Tuesday. Monday, we did well with it. Tuesday, kind of played around with it a bit. I'm net green on it for whatever that's worth. I have to say I like the spread, and I also like because it's spready, but a little bit less expensive. You can take some more shares with it. So, for example, I was in that 180 breakout on Monday, and that was nice because I could actually size in decently. So I have to say I like trading SpaceX. Neil, thank you for that little segue there. We're going to talk about two names here that I think certainly are on watch. One of them is INTC. We're going to be revisiting Intel, of course, on the rundown. I already mentioned this, but they are talking about their 18AP node in risk production. So another win, it looks like, for Lip-Bhutan.
So 18A and 18AP are kind of adjacent technologies, and the specifics here really do favor Intel's engineering design because they've made it so that you don't have to actually retool the entire sort of data center if you want to get onto the 18AP technology. So that's good there from them. So the hyperscalers don't have to have, that huge CapEx. There's 100% design rule compatible with the old node. But listen to this. So the heavy marketing of 18AP is sort of a litmus test to see how well Intel's Foundry can actually gain traction with these hyperscalers. So much so that 14A now is said to be reliant on how well 18A and 18AP do. In fact, the company says if they don't get several anchor clients, we're talking about the Amazons, the Microsofts, the NVIDIAs, management is actually prepared to cancel altogether the 14A node. That's akin, again, to Taiwan Semi's 2-nanometer production. Well, what kind of corollary effects will that have? It's going to have a lot because Apple is said to be interested in that 14A node specifically for their A-series processors, right? Not quite yet the M-series. So if they don't get that right, you can't have that anchor client there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And this actually apparently is supposed to be very good in balancing power and energy usage. So typically, you have to go one way or another. If you want power, you're going to have to forego efficiency, and the opposite is true as well. Apparently, the engineers here have kind of chosen a happy middle. So it looks like they can actually get good power here, Adara, without having to take on too much power.
Yeah, good look for Intel. Not so good of a look here today for ORCL. Now, it's worth noting they've already denied aspects of this report. It's unclear which ones, but they said certain details are not true. But either way here, Business Insider reporting, this came out right before the bell yesterday, Microsoft saying no to this Oracle Cloud deal.
So it's a little bit more nuanced. Let's get to it. So this FedRAMP, what is this FedRAMP sort of requirement? If you're going to house classified and secret government data, you have to have this FedRAMP sort of certification. Oracle has it, but it doesn't have it on all its servers. It has it on certain servers. So the Microsoft interest here was for the servers that didn't have this FedRAMP security. And so that's why Oracle pushed back on that kind of, that narrative that they didn't have, secure servers. They do. It's just that they don't have capacity on them to give Microsoft what they need. And so Microsoft looks like they're going to go elsewhere. We'll have to wait and see how they end up clearing this, Adara.
Yeah, and Oracle, as you guys can see, did drop as we got this news near the close and then actually after the close as well yesterday. Are you guys watching any of these AI-related plays, for lack of a better term, Oracle and Intel today?
Both. In the afternoon show, we'll start with Intel, why not? In the afternoon show, I had said that I was almost, you don't know when news is going to happen overnight, and I'm glad, as an Intel shareholder, this is good news. I think it's fantastic. Let's see if they can get the yields of 90%, that would be fantastic, and that's going to be the key, because for them it's always been about the yield and catching up in that regard. So that'll be a big thing to watch. But I was going to be almost obviously short after yesterday. Like the topping tail at 130, the triple top, the W pattern, like all of that technically looked like this was just a continuation short. But I got to at least, now I'm going to start respecting the dip buy, putting the note down around 117, maybe even into the 117.18, and this 122 and a half, where you had opening range tops. So if it can break out from there, fine. I'll participate in this gap fill if it can do it. But my first look will still be, if it pops and fades, continuation, wait for the dip buy on Intel. I think this is a real positive step for them. Everything about justifying their valuation has been getting big customers. Yeah. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you. The breakfast is here already. Shakshuka.
Nice. We'll take it, man. We'll take it.
We like the shakshuka. That's delicious stuff. Thanks. Appreciate it, Randy.
Coffee in us too here.
You got it. Well, you don't have a coffee yet?
I did, man. That's why I need another one. Okay. Do you hit the coffee 2x or do you just hit the coffee?
See, I hit once, because if I hit the 2, it's just gonna get cold.
Yeah,
that's why
fair.
That's why I got the Yeti. This is not a Yeti ad. It's just incredibly effective at keeping it warm. And it's like a bolo. This isn't even meant for coffee, but I do anyways.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was never a caffeine junkie. I think I can say now that I'm definitely one of them. But you know what? I'll give it credit, because I'm someone who gets mentally tired sometimes, and this helps. It just shuts off those receptors, and then sure enough, I'm just jacked up off of caffeine.
The most influential... Caffeine literally changed the world.
It did. Actually, it literally changed my life.
But no, but like not just caffeine, but also just when the tea as well.
Yeah.
Like most people probably read this by now, but back in the day, you go on the farm, if you wanted to drink stuff and not die because it was all polluted, you ferment it, you'd have like light beer is what farmers would drink. So you're subtly buzzed all day long. Well, what do you think happens when you change from being subtly buzzed all day long to boiling water and drinking tea and coffee with caffeine? Productivity goes through the absolute roof for humanity. Just saying. And now we're all addicted to it, because that's how we roll.
Now I can understand. Understand coffee culture now, because I'm like, what are all these people doing here? Everybody likes having their coffee in the morning, but now I am one of those individuals. All right, guys, but no, let's hop into a little intel. I was looking at a couple of the small cap names. I know Adam James Abroad is going to be looking at some of these plays here today. But as for Intel, I want to add to Sharif's point. He's saying just the efficiency within the 18P here compared to the 18A, it's running 9% faster and uses 18% less power. So that's already a positive for Intel. And I mean, if we're talking about this stock, this is another name where we're just trying to follow the money, and it's going right into Intel's pocket, it seems like at this point. So from April of 26, you get 178% return. And one thing that I want to note about this consolidative phase that we're experiencing right now is that you have that breakout to that breakdown to $99, but you haven't gone south of that. So we're holding, and this consolidation, the longer it is, right, the more likely that you have a break above what we're currently looking at an all-time high of $132. And if you're an options writer or a condor strategy player, strategist, I should say, then you're loving this. This is your world, right? Like, until you break either high or the low, this is the strategy that you want to play. And that's one thing I haven't constructed a condor in, to be honest with you, in quite some time, but this is starting to get a little bit attractive. I've been deploying more or less my capital into some other names as well for long-term holds, and just really using my swing trading account to hold on to some names for a little bit longer. But I like this Intel play. I love these bull flags, and I love these sideways consolidations because they can present some pretty good opportunities.
No doubt about it. Looks like there's a small capper from yesterday making a bit of a jaunt. It's not huge. It's only 7%, but it is that OBAI. Yeah. Well, sometimes we got to listen to ourselves a little bit better. This was the one in the afternoon that I was taking off of the $1 level every single time. We took it off a buck here and it halted up, and that was great. And it got to the high. Then we took it again, and then it really only went from like 95 to 95 cents a buck, and then buck to 110. No follow through. It is breaking. It just broke through the 10. It's trying to break through the 20. Obviously the daily chart is going to show you a habitual line stepper, but this had, again, day 2 play probably needs to break through the 130 level for continuation. There's still a chance you could get a dip into 1. That might be a little bit done by now. And I did hear in the chat some questions about, some discussion about Tesla continuing to roll over. This might lose the $400 level. Yeah, Tesla looked relatively weak yesterday, and if it loses 400, there's a gap fill down into the high 80s, let's say, which could be a little bit of trouble for them. So not looking very good for Tesla. And I meant, while we were talking about Intel, and we got a little sidetracked with coffee, which is fine, to talk about Oracle. I get it, they're going to refute the story, and fair enough, but just purely technically here with Oracle, you lose $200. You find resistance on a bounce underneath $200. It's riding the 50 SMA on the daily, but not in the kindest way. Like, it's kind of doing so not bullishly, if that's even a way to say it. So I want to give this one a shot at the short. And I also see something consolidating underneath, like the triple bottom at the end of the day yesterday. Like, you had 188 where triple bottomed. It closed effectively just above the 188. So that even gives you a pop zone to fade. With Oracle, I'm favoring that one to the south side today. If it gets through 189, hey, you know what? Then maybe Oracle has this one right, and it's not that big of a deal. But it's been a beleaguered stock for too long here, and we have more to be able to get into. And Chart Hustle, I keep wanting to say Charlie Hustle. It's Chart Hustle in the chat. You're right. OBAI awarded a government contract in the U.S. It was this again. That one's a day 2 play. There's some small cappers that are moving more than it, but given the volume that it had yesterday, it is worth watching if you're a small cap trader. I actually. It was my second best stock yesterday, trading in the afternoon, so I probably should have been paying attention to it this morning, but you can only look so far. There are so many different names, and one of the ways that you can find interesting names to trade is to maybe look at some options activity.
All right, guys, welcome. We're going to be taking a look at some of SpaceX options activity from yesterday's session. Now, guys, don't forget, yesterday was the first day that we had the ability to trade the derivative, so there's going to be some information lagging, and that's what I'm referring to is open interest, all right? So we have to wait until after the open today to see what we may lay in that specific metric. But nonetheless, there's multiple strategies that we can deploy, and there's also some other key features that we can keep our eye out on as well, too. So let's jump right in. Now, as for this $220 strike price, guys, that's going to be expiring tomorrow. We're going to be looking at the contract here momentarily, but one thing that I want us to focus on is our 28 delta and our at-the-money IV. Our at-the-money IV, at the open, as soon as 9:30 hit, I hop onto the options chain, and our at-the-money IV was sitting around 230%. Now, if you're an options writer, you're loving this because you fall down to 169%. So that's a substantial decay, 60 points, right, just like that. Now, as for our gamma exposure, guys, you can see it's relatively light, sitting around $1. Don't forget, this is a far out of the money contract right now, $220. But also, Adara was mentioning this as well. There is somewhat of a spread on the equity side of things, but what we're going to focus on is the actual derivative, a $20 spread. But also, one thing that I noticed is that through my options volume scanner, we're immediately, as you see, immediately at the top of the list within the top 4 names with 1.6 million contracts open and closed on yesterday's session throughout all strike prices, all right? Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at this specific contract. Once again, this is going to be the $220 strike price that's going to be expiring tomorrow. Now, if you were one of those individuals who were to buy the contract right out of the gates, I have my order open, I want that opening print on SpaceX, well, congratulations. If you sold at the right time, 94% from the open to the highest point of the trading session. Now, we were trading around $19.85, but then that's when things started to cool down. Now, the underlying asset may not have fell too deep itself, but what happens is that we have so much implied volatility priced into the contract itself, the contract will lose value. And that's exactly why we go from $19.85 or $1,985 all the way down to $420 is where this specific contract closed at, okay? Moving forward, now, if we're going to talk a little bit more strategy, guys, let's see what we have going on here. Now, for those who know, what we have is a bull call spread. Now, this is going to be expiring August 21st. You can see that we have 2 different strike prices, and they're both worth a different amount of value. So what I want us to focus on here, guys, is that sometimes when you have the cooling down in implied volatility, flat out buying your contract isn't the best way to go. But what can we do if we're going to be looking at a underlying asset that may or be a steady grind higher? Well, there's a way we can collect premium, and at times the bull call spread can be a little bit more profitable than just buying a contract itself. Hear me out. So what we have here is SpaceX at a $205 strike price, and then we are selling a contract at a $240 strike price. Now, one is worth $36 or $3,600, and the other is worth $2,400. So that is going to cost you a net debit of $1,200. Now, when you have an underlying asset that is more or less going to be a stair step higher, the way that you can be more profitable opposed to just buying a flat out contract is because day by day, if you're just buying a naked call, you have that contract lose value to theta. And then you have the implied volatility metrics that you need to take into consideration as well too. But what we have in a bull call spread is that day by day, if it's a steady move higher, but the volatility is cooling down, but you're grabbing a couple points here, a couple points there, day after day, as I mentioned, you collect theta on your short contract. And congratulations, you get to collect $2,400 worth of theta throughout the expiration and the lifespan of this specific contract. So over time, guys, and with slower moving underlyings, the bull call spread can be slightly more profitable than just buying a flat out naked call. Send it back to Neil.
That's why we call them Joey options, everybody. Got to appreciate the knowledge every single time. As you saw, we'll have retail sales in just a couple minutes. We'll go up to the desk to Adara to make sure we get that. But Adam James abroad has a few symbols for us. Good morning, all. Good morning to you, Adam. ELTX, what we just talked about, OBAI. CLWT. ICCM. Ice Cure Medical. Cold as ice. See, now this isn't... Now, if you're going to have a small cap runner, in my estimation, the cooler the name, like it's ICCM, ICBM, like it's just, I don't know, like launching like a missile. Like there's just so many opportunities with this one that we'll have some fun with it. But it is probably the biggest and most violent mover. Right now, you're looking at 230% up here. There is news. Here, I'll just quickly throw this one up for you because we have less than 1 minute till we get that number. Ice Cube Medical reports 70% growth in U.S. Pro-Sense install base following FDA clearance. So that is going to be one of your small cap runners. It is a very small float of 700,000 shares, which has been turned over 5 times already. So thank you, Adam, for bringing this one to all of the small cap traders' attentions. We have numbers in just about 30 seconds. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, 8:30 a.m., guys. Retail sales month-over-month, 0.6% forecast. Prior print, 0.5%. Core retail sales month-over-month, 0.6% forecast. Prior, 0.7%. So we're expecting, I guess, a slight increase here in the retail sales number, slight decline here on core retail sales. We're also getting retail sales year over year, not seeing a forecast, but the prior print on this was 4.87%. Similar housekeeping at 10 a.m. You're going to get pending home sales change month over month, as well as business inventories month over month. 8:45 a.m. Trump bilateral meeting here with the Indian Prime Minister. Retail sales here for the U.S., as you guys can see, 0.9%. So 0.9% for that retail sales print compared to estimates of 0.6%. So that is going to be higher than expected. U.S. core retail sales month over month also higher than expected at 0.8%. So again, higher than expected prints for both core and non-core retail sales. Not too much of a market reaction here on the S&P 500, but the NASDAQ may be trying to push a little bit higher. Before we send it back to Joe and Neil to digest this number, let's talk Micron here, because MU, yet again, with a price target increase to the tune of, that $1,500 range.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank coming in with a 50% increase on that $1,000 number that they had on previously, $1,500. Let's talk about some of the reasons why they're giving them the nod today. They're saying, this upgrade is driven much by the strong AI demand for DRAM and the positive pricing tailwinds. So something to keep an eye out. Revenue upside, analysts are projecting their May quarter could bring in $35.1 billion in revenue, and that surpasses the high end of the previous guide by the company. You also have to keep your eye on the supply-demand imbalance. So DRAM demand expected to be, in short supply in 26, 27, and they're even saying into 28 they expect DRAM to remain sort of hard to obtain. And the financial forecast here, let's talk about this. Their calendar year EPS, earnings per share, they're looking at $160 EPS on gross margins that are ridiculous for a physical product, 80%. We're talking about 72% for NVIDIA, which was basically all but a monopoly until, about a year ago when the MI started coming in. So fantastic look here if some of these numbers actually pan out. But Microsoft's price action has already sort of indicated that, Adara.
Are you guys watching MU ahead of that earnings report next week, and/or any adjacent plays like DRAM?
Yeah, I've kind of liked the DRAM as the training vehicle for all of this. That said, going into MU's print, it's been on this very solid run. By the way, the retail sales number is getting a small reaction to the upside. We'll probably start there. It's not much, but okay, it's not nothing either. You're getting a very slight bump in the Qs and the SPY. We're back into VWAP here in the 15-minute on the NQ. Not a huge one, but hey, retail sales are a beat. That was a positive, so you can't really argue that the market, for now, is liking it. Now, if we jump back over to Micron, it's been, when you have an uptrend, obviously, you get away with buying almost every single dip. So, Micron had an 820 all the way down in the 600s, a pretty significant drop on earnings before. It just recently had a 1050 or plus to 850 drop. So it's done these 20+% pullbacks in the uptrend. The difference here is, unless it does something parabolic going into the earnings, if it does another one of those 20% drawbacks after earnings, then you'd be looking at losing this trend and maybe talking about the 50-period moving average. So I feel like if it can't bounce off the trend line next week, because I really do think the way that the market's been structured and the way this has been going, they keep blowing out numbers and then you somehow just unimpressed and it dips anyways. And holding the trend would be the first start. But I feel like at this point it would be too tight to the trend line. You'd be looking for something a little bit deeper, like maybe the 850 to 860 level next week, or even the 50-period moving average. We're just getting a little bit tight to the top here in Micron going into the earnings print. It is, like Ashraf said, the ridiculous. The growth is huge. It does remind you of that NVIDIA moment. But remember, too, that after the first couple of blowout reports, NVIDIA would keep blowing it out, and the market would be like, okay, that's nice. And so I think like Micron feels like it's getting into that territory, if it's even possible already, but it does feel like it's getting into that territory. So I'd be leaning more toward it'll be a buy the dip opportunity after next week's earnings, as opposed to just some kind of like crazy blowout.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to rule anything out. Like anything can happen with this, especially if you just come across the board, it's triple-digit growth, and their guidance just happens to be insane, even though, like you mentioned, we did see that in NVDA. But one thing that I want us to point out here is that come the earnings report, guys, we do have pretty hefty expected move here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this really started to compress a little bit and decay, but I mean, a high of $1,100 there and a low of around $864 off of that earnings report. But like Neil mentioned, is that think about over the past almost 3, I believe 4 quarters, NVDA has printed these ridiculous numbers and stayed within its expected move every time, right? So, I mean, but I think there's a little bit of a difference here, Neil, because the market cap comes into play, in my opinion. We're still not there yet with Micron, so maybe you get that nice big push, but then you have the profit takers start to step in and sell this stock off a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if we go either direction, and it's just like, what is even happening here within this space? Because that's been the narrative as of late. Right? Like we talk about SanDisk going on these, like literally minting, I don't know how many millionaires if you were fortunate enough to get in this earlier last year. And the same thing here with Micron. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these numbers are printing, because it's going to tell a lot about this whole chip trade and this AI trade as well, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And well, the other thing too is, if we can talk to Sanjay, the CEM, Sanjay Malhotra, I would just split the stock, man.
Yeah.
Split the stock. We're talking to you. We're talking, I don't know who the CEO of SanDisk is, so I can look it up, but I don't know who it is. We're talking to you, whoever's the CEO of SanDisk. Split the stock. Just do it already. What are we talking about here? You're at $2,000. Like, even, like I remember when Amazon was trading at like $2,200. And just everybody, traders everywhere, like, what is the point of this? Like, it doesn't matter. You price most of a lot of the market out of playing options with it because it's just too expensive. Like you open up flexibility. You make it's just more democratic and free when you're at reasonable prices. Retail likes to be able to step into these things.
Yeah.
You know, it's high-priced stocks just mean that like no one, unless you're super rich, you can't sell covered calls on your position. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
When it's a $2,000 stock, drop that sucker to a reasonable price. Anyways, it's like a small event. And yes, Samsung as well, but. Look, and remember too that oftentimes, like, there's nothing fundamental that changes if you split the stock, with the exception of the fact that it gets cheaper and easier for options, and that oftentimes you're doing the split because it's gone parabolic. So that's why that skews some of the stats of how something performs after a split, in my opinion, because you're doing it after you've gone parabolic. So mean regression can be a little bit.
Look what happened to
harsh.
Netflix after the stocks. But I mean,
but other things were going on. Other things were going on with Netflix.
And also, what am I doing here comparing Micron to Netflix?
Yeah, like there's usually more going on than that. Yeah, fundamentally, nothing changes
when SanDisk. Come on, get on the phone with these guys. We need Micron and a SanDisk split here.
I don't know. We don't have that CEO.
We know we're getting the 4-to-1 on CrowdStrike.
I know we got to retire this.
Oh.
With Dizzy, I was just thinking about that. We now have to replace that because we can't have Jerome. Well, I mean, we can, but it's just pointless to have Jerome on the call. Yeah. Now we need to get Warsh up there, which I'm sure we'll figure out. I feel like, well, it is today. You think we would have done that already?
We have to get his number first before.
Oh, don't worry about that. Trade TV Live has all the hookups. We got the hookup. We got the hookups. Holla if you hear me.
Ooh.
You know, Sharif knows.
I'm sure you got that.
I got the hookup.
Oh,
holla if you hear me. You know what's up. Y'all know. The chat knows. Hopefully someone in the chat, you guys know what's up. I know you know what's up. Big Papa Pump.
Scott Steiner.
Yes. little bit of steroids, but whatever. Well, I'm just saying, Sharif.
Bro,
a little teeny bit.
What are you guys even talking about? He's natty.
Bit. Of course, we got a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, IDF. We appreciate you as well. It is 8:40. I guess maybe I don't know. I don't know if Luis is going to be able to make it on today. I thought we were going to get Luis today, but it's possible we won't. But there's lots going on in small cap land. We were getting excited about that. What was it? It wasn't IMCC. No, or ICCB.
We can figure that out.
ICCM. Yeah. Oh goodness.
ICCM.
And I was trying to praise it for having an easy ticker, and then it's
well.
already back. Like these things, look how quickly they go up, and then it loses VWAP, but it is still fantastic volume.
YMAT was nice here in the
YMAT?
if you were up when Mike Peter Ryder was up here at 5 a.m. playing these small caps, then you got this nice break right here around 71 cents, all the way up to $1.55. So Mike P, he's out. He's in the chat. He's scalping bright and early. And you know what they say, Neil? The early bird gets the worm.
It's truth. It's definitely true. The early bird always gets the worm. If you're a small cap trader, it is very important. Well, anyone can do what they want to do. But if you're a small cap trader, penny stock trader, you're usually getting up early because sometimes the best entries will be early. A lot of price discovery gets made then. A lot of the good volume is going to be then. It's just part of the game. And I think most of you in our chat know that. And Mike Peter Ryder and all of his, and I guess, alternate personalities all over it in the chat.
Is he in the Spanish chat too?
Yeah, Mike, we're in Spanish now. By the way, like Trader TV Live is also now in Spanish. So we have that. I don't know if we can throw the link up there at some point. Yeah. Obviously, we want you to stay here, and you're here because you want to hear us in English. But it is pretty cool. I've given it a listen. Not that I know for sure how the translation's going, but apparently it's very good.
Yeah, that's good.
So you can check it out if you want. I think I sound a little bit.
Yeah,
I think I said.
Like it. You like it?
So it's different voices for everybody.
Yeah.
I feel like yours sounds the coolest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was listening to a bit during the midday. I was like, yeah, I kind of like it when. For Joe's voice?
My Spanish background I got going on there.
Yeah, all that Spanish background.
Nah, that's all right, man.
You don't speak any Spanish.
Me?
Do you? You speak Spanish?
No, not fluently.
Oh.
Hell no. But I did, like, when I was on my Duolingo tips, I was on it for about over a year. When I was going to Mexico, I could have, like, a conversation somewhat. I can have specific directions, like where this is.
Dude, I was playing basketball.
I'm not like Sharif.
No, the Sharif is legit. The guy, Sharif is legit. Like, he speaks multiple languages and dedicates himself to learning. Something weird is, like, I was in the Dominican and I was playing basketball. Like, it went off the resort. You gotta get off the resort. And we were playing basketball. I was a kid. And there was like a, disputed call. And I guess I looked like I could have, I didn't think I looked like I was from there. But these dudes just started coming up to me, like arguing their point. Like, I didn't understand a word they're saying. They're like passionately just yelling in my face.
I'll give you a basic sentence here.
What is going on? I don't look Spanish.
This should be, you can get Dominican maybe.
I look Dominican to you?
Well, hey man, we're going, okay, I'll give you a simple, thing. Let's see if you can get this. Yo quiero un café.
I want a coffee?
Bang.
All right, I retire.
Dang, it's done.
What's up now? I took a semester of Spanish in university
that's the most basic
just so I could do that right there. And if you guys aren't impressed,
so all that, good thing you learned Pythagorean's theorem as well. Oh, Luis is
okay, I see. I just looked over. I was like, oh, maybe we're not going to have. But we do have. I think we do have Luis getting locked and loaded and ready to go. You guys let us know when we are ready to go to our good friend. We are. So let's go up to the desk. Luis is in the house to talk small caps.
Speaking of Spanish language, we've got Luis Barbado, who I assume is very fluent in Spanish. He's coming at us from Academia Day Trading in Barcelona, Spain. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Luis. How are you doing? How's the weather out there?
The weather is great. Summer is here. It's actually pretty hot. And yeah, your assumption is good. It was bad if I wouldn't speak English at all.
Thank you again for being here with us. Let's talk right now. I mean, I just actually saw news on this, so I wonder if this is the type of thing you'd be looking at, Luis. It had a bit of a move yesterday as well. EOS Energy, EOSE, apparently they just signed an exclusive supply deal securing 750 megawatt hours. Regardless of the catalyst, EOSE is the type of thing you'd be watching today.
Not yet. It has a little bit lower volume than what we like, actually, and we have had a very, very active pre-market, most of them as usually Chinese and Hong Kong. But look, it seems that the hype is over for what happened last week and a couple of weeks ago, that these Chinese Hong Kong low float were running like 2,000%. If you check the charts today, and we have a lot of examples of that, look, ICCM, for example, went up from 2 to 8, and it's all the way down, but we have plenty of them. EHGO, look at that, same, from $3 to $8, all the way down. We have CLWT as well. All of them, they are Chinese or Hong Kong companies popping up 300, 400% and all the way down. So, it seems that this runner crazy cycle, the days after the PDT rule was approved, it is over. So we are more confident now going short. Of course, you cannot go short something that it goes like 200, 300, 400% front side, but waiting when the volume start to drop and the hype is losing volume and momentum, you can go short and wait at least until the VWAP breaks. Right now, all of these plays are waiting for another setup, which is the VWAP rejection. We are waiting all of them to see some push up when the market opens and short against this view.
Makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that for us as well, because I think, a lot of people may be wondering how to get into these. So thank you for providing those specific things that you're looking for. I want to ask you about another one here. I'm not sure if this would necessarily be on your radar. This was on our watch list this morning, this AZTR. They've rallied in the past, I think about a $3 million market cap, if I remember correctly, with the catalyst. Is this AZTRA the type of stock that you'd be keeping an eye on potentially for today, or is this perhaps not in play right now?
Yeah, this is in play, absolutely. It's not the type of stuff that I like, but they like here in the office. Other traders, they like this very, very much. It's a sub dollar, very, very cheap one. It's 34, 35, 36 cents. They're looking for short, of course. Once it's over this momentum movement, they're looking for short. The company probably worth zero, so it will go back to zero again. So yeah, they're looking for previous resistance, like in this case was this 39 cents. You can see here this with a lot of volume there. Earnings played this. So it was a nice place to short, a nice levels to short, 39, 40 cents. It went a little bit over that, reclaim it, and now we're fighting with VWAP. Absolutely, it is a stock that we are watching. The only difficult part here sometimes is measure your size when you are trading so low price stock, because if it breaks the high of the pre-market, the volatility can go much faster. So let's say from 35 cents to 38 cents is 10 cents, right? But if it breaks 50, we are watching 5 cents movement and then 10 cents movement. So it's a little bit more difficult to measure volatility and size and what is your stop loss and your profit taking here. It's a little bit more difficult. So you gotta go with thousands of shares here to make a nice profit. We don't have ECN rebates, so you pay most of the times when you go in out of the trade. So it's a different game.
I have a question as well here about this OBAI. So a lot of people have been talking about lately. I see a lot of people in our chat. Now, this was in play today, pretty choppy. Or yesterday, sorry, was pretty choppy. Today, looks like we're still your high. So I guess my question is, as someone who I know you tend to look more for the shorts, what specific behavior would you be looking to see in this, either before the bell or after the bell, to make you consider a potential reversion to the downside on this?
Right now, because of the choppy movements yesterday and because we are trading above yesterday highs, we are not looking for shorts here, at least not very big size. We can try some starters to see if it fails when the opening bell, but most of these we are waiting for new resistance, and we have in 160, first one, you can see here, we have here, $2, sorry, it's just the last goal we will look for if we are going long, and 160 will be the first resistance. So if it gets 160, we'll try to short there for the first time, see how it reacts, how the volume and the short seller reacts there. And 2 will be like the last goal for the shorts, where above 2, really, there is nothing above that. It could be a huge runner. I think it will fail, but it not being too early in the trade in this case is important. The new, it's kind of important is a contract, government contract. So it's one of the type of news that we avoid to short pre-market without seeing any resistance. Okay, government contracts or NVDA in the new or Google or something like that, that kind of agreements, we try to avoid to short this front side.
Makes a lot of sense. Are there any other stocks that you're looking at right now or any trades that you took over the last couple of days that you want to share with anybody here?
Well, right now, most of the stock that ran up in the early pre-market, if we catch it, this will have been a very, very nice day. Right now, we are waiting for the VWAP rejection. So we are waiting all of these stocks. Here you got AHGO, CLW, ACCM, all of these ones. We are waiting for a push when the market opens and then short it again against this VWAP. And I have to say, we are having a lot of activity during the day. So after the market opens, we have in our scanners a lot of stocks moving. So we are just waiting until the next pop of 30, 50%. Well, after the market opens, usually we don't have 100% or 200% runners, but we lower our, let's say, scanners to 30% or 50% to find new shorts to trade.
Where can the people find you if they want to have more information about you and what you do, Luis?
Well, you can find us on X, 8-Day Trading, or they can email us to info@8daytrading.com.
Sounds great. Thank you so much once again here to Luis Barbado at 8-Day Trading. You can also find him oftentimes in our chat right here on YouTube. And I believe he'll be back with the Midday Boys as well at 1 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check that out. Thanks again, Luis.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I made the chat so they can ask me there in the chat and try to answer as fast as possible if I'm not trading. And I'll see you later for sure.
See you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
See Luis at 1 o'clock sharp here today, guys, with Sharif and I during the midday. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A little bit quiet one on the list, and some names that we're not overly familiar with, but hey, we're going to go through them anyways. Ellington Laboratories, guys, at the top of the downgrades list here today, guys, going from a buy to a neutral at BTIG Research. No specific price target there, but you're down 0.5%. And then we have Rexford Industrial Realty Group here going from a neutral to an underweight, a neutral weight to underweight here with a price target reduction to $36. That's coming down from $38 by JP Morgan. And then we have Simulation Plus here, guys. We're down about 0.5%, 0.5% exactly, outperform to market perform, and a price target of $18.50. This was a buyout that Neil was playing yesterday. William Blair giving them the downgrade. And then we also have Domo TD Cowen giving them the downgrade, going from a buy to a hold and reducing its price target by almost half. $3.25, that's coming down from $6. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. We got Charles Rivers here, guys, going from an equal weight to an overweight and a $220 price target. That's coming up from $125 at Morgan Stanley. And then we have Credit Corp as well getting the nod this morning, guys. We're up a little bit less than 0.8%, but we're going from an equal weight to an overweight and a $480 price target. That's coming up from $375. Morgan Stanley giving them that nod. Now we have MFA Financial Inc. We're going from a neutral to a buy with a $10.50 price target. BTIG giving them the nod. You're up 1.28% here. Now Carter's Inc. also getting the nod, slightly negative. We're down 0.9%, going from an underweight to an equal weight, but we're increasing our price target almost by half. $42 price target. That's coming up from $32 at Wells Fargo. Let's send it back to Neil.
Thanks, Joe, for the upgrades and downgrades, and a big shout out and thanks to Luis. We're always going over the small caps for everybody, and I know he's always going to be he's in the chat as often as he can be, and certainly ask him any questions, what he's looking at. What I love about Luis's approach is that he, it's like any trader, you have to have a style, you have to have entry strategies, you have to have a plan of action. And so immediately he's like, yeah, well, OBAI doesn't fit the profile for something that he likes to short. And rightfully so. Like, this has been a pretty strong one. Like, holding VWAP, trying to break and hold above prior highs. Like, when it loses the volume weighted average price, bit of a different story. It is slowing down a little bit. I saw that in the chat that got mentioned. But I wanted to throw this up because we couldn't put this super chat up. So So Andre sent it to me so that we could. From Omen here. Member for 6 months. So first things first, let's get this out here for you. Sorry about the congratulations being a bunch of Bitcoins, and Bitcoin's been off a little bit. I don't know. What are you going to do? Still congratulations. What are the tickers you use to watch the NASDAQ and the S&P? You use ES1 plus NASDAQ, or these good indices? Can you recommend the standard ones? I mean, if you're only watching, right? If you're just using the NASDAQ or the ES futures as an indicator, then ultimately, if you've got equity quotes, there isn't a terribly good reason to not. What you're using is fine, but you can also just use the Qs and the SPY if you've got equity data. One of the reasons why you will see us often flip back and forth, like I'll show you my futures chart, like I might bring in the black chart for like the NQ, which is NASDAQ futures. So I'll come over here, I got the NQ and I got the ES up. But then when we're talking about more granular, we'll be looking at the QQQ or the SPY. That's just because here at Real Trading, you have separate risk for equities and futures. And almost all traders are equity traders, meaning you have built your buying power, you have built your equity count. All of that is built in equity. So if you're going to trade something, you're going to trade something that is equity risk and that bid ask like an equity, and that will have your buying power for US equities. And that means the ETF. So that's often why you'll see the ETFs get traded on the show, and it's perfectly logical. You use the advantages that you have for you. But yeah, if you're just tracking it for movement, like this chart is going to be exactly the same, effectively, as me pulling up the NQ. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. Just don't try to pull up the futures on Friday because it's a holiday.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Or do. I mean, that's up to you. Ain't nothing going to be happening.
You're going to be waiting a little bit for some price time. Yeah, totally fine. Just to add to Neil's point as well, you got the different styles of contracts. You have the micro and the mini as well.
Right.
So,
the minis.
Right. So the minis. Other than that, I'm in the same boat. Right. We'll typically look, if we're going to be talking about derivatives, we'll hop into the TQQs as well too. But yeah, curious what we got going on the list here today. YMAT was a name we were talking about not too long ago. Mike Peter Ryder trading this one from 5 in the morning all the way up to $1.49. I'm so used to trading like $100 names that when I'm talking, I'm like, okay, yeah, we went from $79 to $100, but no, it's $1, literally. But as for the watch list, guys, I think for the week, we're going to be talking about SpaceX. We're all the way up to $208 at this point here, Neil. And I think this is going to be a big inflection point, this 209, 210. We've seen a lot of open interest at that level, which we could probably pull up right now and see what we have going on at that specific zone, because think about the amount of volume. And when we're trading and talking about options, these are shares that are existing already, right? We're not creating any new shares. So if it's derived from something, it has to come from the actual float itself. So $210, that's where we had a lot. So the open interest is now there, Neil. So we'll keep an eye out on that. 15,000 contracts, which I don't think is very much, but that's going to be the most from what we're experiencing right now. So 15,000 contracts at that $210 strike price that's expiring tomorrow. And then we have also, from a volume standpoint, this is going to be yesterday's data, 63,000 contracts open and closed. So yeah, not too bad of a look whatsoever. I mean, I'm not going to call this a call wall or anything along those lines. I don't believe it's enough size, considering we put in 1.6 million contracts open and closed. So times that by 100, that's a lot of volume and shares being exchanged throughout that specific contract itself.
And what we've seen specifically with SpaceX from a liquidity standpoint has been just spectacular in terms of the volume and the willingness for it to transact so much liquidity each price. Like, there was somebody in the afternoon that sat on the bid for 2.5 million shares and gobbled it up. It was at 200 even. They moved the order to $200.50. They bumped it up and took the entire fill. You don't see things like that happen. When you might see, like, when NVIDIA or any of these big stocks, like like gravitate towards like a big gigantic even dollar level, and they move toward it the entirety of the day. I remember Apple at $180 had a ridiculous level. Nvidia's done it before, and then by the time you get there, there's just an absolute wall with shares on like every gateway. This was one order at one price that they just moved, and they moved it up 50 cents and took the whole fill. Like it wasn't somebody spoofing, and we've been seeing that on SpaceX. You've seen a lot of refreshers. Like someone's holding the 207 bid right now as we speak as it tries to get higher. But I'm going to lean back into, like yesterday it was like right off the open, it was basically like it gave you the test of the pre-market high into VWAP. It's like bang, bang, and then it was just gone. Like at that point, the short didn't really come in till here until there. So, but I'm gonna add the trend breaks to the strategy today, because I was really just looking pop and fade again in that range, like the 210 to 215 pop fade. But I'm gonna add trend breaks to it. I wasn't taking trend breaks on this stock because.
Yeah, once that $200 level broke, and once that order was filled, it dropped like $6 almost pretty quick, right? So no, I mean, there's a lot going on with this name. I stand by what I've said. After that lockout period and all those shares are released, I think this might become a different beast, in my opinion. We'll get the prices that we want. I don't think that's gonna. It's just a matter of how high are we gonna climb before I eventually get those fills. But yeah, you can see Tuesday session strong, but this one's starting to see a little selling pressure start to step in with a high of $225. But hey, man, an inside day, I'm getting the feels on that here, Neil, unless things just go absolutely insane, and anything can happen in this market. There's a name that we don't often talk about, Applied Materials. It's probably going to touch an all-time high here today, and we talk about just following the money. And where is it all going from these hyperscalers? And we're talking about the Googles, the Metas, the Microsofts, and the Amazons, who are spending all this immense amounts of cash to the point where they're actually having an effect on GDP. Well, where is that going? Applied Materials, and then we have Shreve's ASML here. I mean, these names are just going absolutely nuts, and if you can get in on any form of a dip, I think that's going to be a good opportunity to get involved in, as long as these guys continue to spend all this cash, which, it's funny, I had this thought yesterday, and we're about year 2 or 3 about in this just like absolute insane build out in this structural change within our day-to-day lives. But now we're starting to fall into seeing these guys who were so cash heavy at one point have to go to the debt markets now. Not all for the same, not for the same reason. But I'm not saying sound the alarm or anything along those lines. But is that going to be a little bit of a sentiment shift? Are these guys going to be placing guidance where they're going to have that amount of cash capex? I don't know. I think that might be a little bit of a change moving forward in the next couple of quarters. But if it ramps right back up and we start seeing the Amazons and the Googles bring in more ridiculous amounts of cash, with Google over 900 million monthly active users in the Gemini ecosystem, it's just like, okay, Sundar stating, hey, we would made more money if we had more compute, and then that's why you see these guys continuously spending all this stuff. So, I mean, I think we have a couple more years in this big-time bull market.
Well, I'd like to think so. That being said, if there is something that is going to slow down the train, then it is this whole debt market. Yeah. I think it's we saw first effect of that yesterday with all of the chip names on the Nvidia news. We've seen it happen, at least to a certain extent, when you had Alphabet say they're going into the bond market, and great, like Nvidia is able to get that money right quick, and Google too, but not everybody's going to be able to tap the debt markets as easily, and as that trickles down the line, you're going to see I think you will see some cash flows. For now, it's like, well, the trends are higher. It's been buy the dip, and like that's the kind of thing you do until it stops working. But yeah, I think it's not a great sign. People have been looking for reasons for a turn. I feel like this is the start of it, but it's not necessarily going to be a problem per se for Nvidia as it will be some other companies. Like what happens if CoreWeave has it? They already have a ton of debt, that company. By the way, it is 9 o'clock. Yeah. We have a free watch list to get to, and we'll talk a little bit of futures, and then we'll get you guys to the open as SpaceX has continued to make some moves to the upside. Market's still not doing a heck of a lot after that positive retail sales number. But let's get into the watch list and throw it back to the desk.
750.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're barely holding on to that right now, 751.10. We're up 0.1%, but I want to draw your attention to this gap here that we have. That was basically Monday after President Trump announced the cessation or the possible deal to be signed on Friday. So that 745 to 750 area hasn't seen any price action, and it's looking like this might set up as a flat bottom break because we are putting in lower highs and have been for the last few days. So look for 750 initially to support. If it fails, we're looking at 745 as support level 2. If we start catching a bid, we're looking right at 755 in the face, Adair.
We're also looking right in the face at the Trader TV Live rundown, which is always based on the Trader TV Live watch list. This watch list is free. This watch list can come right to your inbox. How can it come right to your inbox? You can either type in that URL or you can go into the description on our chat in our YouTube video to grab that watch list. Again, free information to help you tackle the market every single day. We're going to start with a theme that has been discussed ad nauseum, and I think for good reason over the last couple days. It's space, because of course SpaceX on watch with these ETFs, but some good news as well for ASTS today. Yes, and SpaceX, because there's a lot of overlap between these two stories. So 3 massive satellites making their way into low Earth orbit this morning at 2:49 a.m. aboard SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. There's some record-breaking information here that I got to give you. So the satellites that are making their way, they're going to have a 2,400 square foot antenna, and they promise of about 200 megabits directly from satellite to cell phone. You're not going to be able to get your hands on it quite yet because most of it is reserved for the military. Give you information on that in a second. But let's talk about the SpaceX angle here. So this mission was powered by the Falcon 9 booster. This is its historic 29th flight. It relies extremely heavily on reused high-fatigue booster for commercial payloads, but the fact that they were able to carry 3 different satellites here that they had to stack on top of one another, analysts are saying the margins were razor thin. So happy that they got that done. But the orbital log mechanics kind of confirm the real hurdle hasn't even begun yet, because they're gonna have to unfold these things structurally in space. And we saw what happened, I think, a few months ago in late April when Bluebird 7 had a deployment failure. So there are issues with ASTS's equipment. Let's see if they can get it right this time around. The company's executives, though, were selling. There was a lot of insider selling into this print, about $284 million worth of their own shares in the 3 months leading to yesterday's this morning, launch. So something to think about there, but ASTS has been up aggressively, so it stands to reason that they take profits. But the immediate monetization of this new hardware is heavily tied to the Pentagon. The launch directly satisfies some of the operational milestones for that U.S. Space Development Agency's $30 million Halo defense contract. So a significant portion of that data, that 200 megabits that we were talking about, is entirely tied up for the Pentagon, not quite ready for commercial use there. Yeah, beyond that story, of course, we know as well SpaceX on watch with these leveraged ETFs. Apparently 12 leveraged ETFs, according to Bloomberg, netted a total in dollar traded volume of $4 billion yesterday alone. So, of course, always be careful with these leveraged ETFs, but shows there's a lot of interest in the space theme, SPCX and ASTS in particular.
Yeah, significantly. And remember, since the euphoria of the SpaceX IPO, the run that went up into it, ASTS is off heavily from the highs. It is holding for now the 200 period moving average, but without a break of trend, or specifically without a break of 90, it's like, wake me up if we can break 90 on this stock, right? Like, it's the last. Actually, talked about this in the lesson of the day. Like, you had the dump, SpaceX launches the IPO, and you basically held the same bottom range, the same low at 82, can't break 90. So if you're not trading it at waiting for an 82, I think if positive will mean this breaking through 90 and it's got a gap to fill. Otherwise, hands off. The volume's good, but not necessarily great. It certainly could break. That could break today. I mean, it's not impossible. So it's on the radar, but it's not in the front of the mind. I mean, like, if this pops, I'm probably still going to short a Virgin Galactic, but that's gotten to the point where it's barely even popping anymore. But what is popping is SpaceX. Volume and volatility is here, so I think opening up the playbook a little bit more. I'm I was really only looking for, hey, key price level does what I want, take the short, scalp it, and you can get $5 to $10 scalp trades on this thing multiple times a day, and I think I only took the one. I'm going to look for trend breaks as well. So at 210 to 215, that's the first target zone to look for a reversion. If it does a simple topping tail like yesterday at 9:30, where you kind of snap into it on the first candle and get that quick reversion, and it's over in a minute or two, that's one thing. But if we get another crazy trend higher, try to remember 230 in Blue Ocean in the overnight markets was the top, and then we had 225 yesterday. So it is effectively a double top up there, 225 to 230. And I'm going to look for the pop and fade. If I don't get that at the open, I will look for the first big trend break and then take my shot that way. Our locates are basically free, but you can express the trade with one of the inverse leverage ETFs. You can go long the inverse leverage ETF if you're trying to short it. And you got to be careful. Make sure you have an out.
Yeah, you can play both sides of that coin. This is why I dumped this. All right, well, you guys know I've been talking about NASA. Got a little bit of a run, but I got out of it relatively quick here, especially when you have SpaceX that's up 60% off of its IPO price. 5.9%. So these were supposed to be, the preferred is supposed to be switched into common. I don't know if this is going to be other assets, less liabilities here that are going to be 16%, but this is why I just got rid of this vehicle. There's no point in me owning it. I'm just going to have that cash and that dry powder on the side for these fills here on SpaceX. So looking forward to seeing what we got, $2.7 trillion market cap here, Neil. So that's pretty big. And we were talking about the technicals on this bad boy and some of the leveraged products. Now, I mean, it's a neck and neck race between Amazon and SpaceX right now. But what we are going to do is 210 rejection. We talked about the open interest. There's a little bit of a supply zone. Let's see how that comes into play. We're up about 3% here on the day. And we have to just figure out, is this going to be an inside day, or are we going to blow past this previous pivot high of maybe around $214? I think there's going to be some good opportunities to trade this name. Shri brought up some fantastic points in regards to SpaceX and just their total addressable market, right? I think they have the ability to grow in the mobility space that is only 10 to 17 million users across the Starlink ecosystem. I think they have a lot more market share to grow, and that's one of the smaller segments within the company that's, like, even though it is the primary driver right now from a TAM standpoint, it's actually one of the smaller ones. A lot of it has to do with XAI and just the data center infrastructure is what can potentially drive SpaceX here, guys. Send it back to the desk.
We're going to talk here about INTC. Mentioned this earlier here, but worth talking about again. Lit Bhutan and Co. out here with risk production being started on 18AP node.
Codenamed Core Ultra 3 Series, or Series 3, I should say, Panther Lake. It gives you 9% performance boost, about 18% increase in energy or power reduction. But they've designed it so that it could be easily compatible between the old 18A and the 18AP, which is designed specifically for hyperscalers. So if the hyperscalers have already purchased these Panther Lake series processors, they'll be able to easily convert into the new 18AP. However, we should kind of note that a lot really rides on this 18AP getting anchor clients. As we spoke about earlier, we're looking for Microsoft, we're looking for Amazon, NVIDIA's. They need to adopt this en masse. Otherwise, what you can see is the 14A node kind of go to the wayside. So the company says if they don't have the requisite money to invest in 14A vis-a-vis these anchor clients, they're going to forego it altogether. That could mean the deal that the market is pricing in with Apple may never see the light. So something to think about there. And apparently it's got a ultra low voltage threshold. So you're going to be able to kind of use this with good power as well as good energy usage. Typically, you've got to decide one or the other. It looks like the engineering team here kind of chose the happy middle. So let's see how Intel trades.
What's your look on Intel, guys?
Yeah, look, I was just telling Joe, if you're watching, go back to SpaceX for a second. If you're watching SpaceX, it's the CDR in Canada, but also look at Blue Ocean if you can for the overnight markets. Some of the levels you're going to get from that, including the 200 hold last night. Look, this is, as she said, this is big news for Intel. You know, there's been nothing more important to justifying the run that it's had up than locking in some big customers. And if this is the first step toward solidifying Apple, then so be it. It needs to break 122.50. Otherwise, fill in the gap from yesterday, because this was one of the more harsh pullbacks that we saw in the chip space yesterday, and one of the weakest ones. And actually, the one that I was favoring the most to the short side, just based on the chart alone. Now we get a positive story. So if it can take out 122.50, I'm all for it. And then we like that to the long side. I cannot ignore, however, like a pattern is a pattern, and if you simply look at the last two opens, that's fail breakout, trend down, fail breakout, trend down. Well, what do you think? If it does another topping tail candle at the open, then it doesn't matter what I think of the news. I'm just gonna start looking short at that point. That's just how it is. It's just a pattern. I still love the story. Still gonna like it, like the 117 area for a dip buy long. But when you're up this close to the breakout level, there's two things to look for. There's the break and there's the topping tail reversal. So that's what I'm looking for here on Intel. And just to give you the visual of what I was sort of discussing in the blue ocean market, if you can't chart this, remember in the afternoon how there was all that action at the 200 level? It basically did the same thing with a big hold right at $200 in the overnight market. So there's some gravity down toward that price. And it's a key one. I think if you're short, if you're looking for long, you cannot ignore what's been happening at the 200 level and some trades off of it. And the aftermarket's doing a lot of volume. That's what makes it significant.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we were talking about this 18AP here, a 9% increase in performance, 18% power reduction, and there's a lot of things that sound good, and I have no idea what they mean, including a 20% to 40% improvement in thermal resistance. Not bad, but I found this interesting, 10x reduction in dynamic voltage droop. Now, Sharif may know a little bit about that, but this 18P sounds like it's going to be performing significantly better than what they had in that 18A. As for Intel and the stock itself, big time run. We mentioned this before, a high of $134 that comes off of that. I think this is a good opportunity to buy, and I'll always run back to the point that the government now has a 10% stake in the company, so it's always in their best interest to get the biggest and the best customers. That's why you see them almost forcing the hand of Apple. You have a big-time investment from NVDA to the tune of $5 billion, so there's a lot of positivity and positive things going for this company, and it's just the right sentiment. We're in the right environment for this name to go and continue to go on a big-time run.
Not going on a big-time run as of right now is US Open. It's absolutely going to be on watch. I know this is a topic that's continued to be in focus, but as we await that Friday potential signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, President Trump has made it pretty clear that the U.S. could, quote, go back to dropping bombs if he doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, nothing to be surprised about there, guys. He's always wanted to maintain the optionality. 3 Iranian tankers carrying nearly 5 million barrels of crude successfully exited the strait today, and by virtue of that, the American blockade, which had prevented them from moving their oil. The market's kind of interpreting this as an early sign of the Iranian oil exports could return, hopefully, to the global markets by Friday's Geneva signing. We'll have to wait and see, but all eyes on the headlines, as we always say. Keep your eye and stay with us here. We'll have them for you.
Yes, and we actually will also have at 9:30 a.m. we're supposed to have a press conference held by U.S. President Trump from the G7 summit. If anything comes up related to oil, I'll keep you guys posted. Even now, just seeing headlines, CNN saying that there is some backlash already being faced by the MOU because it's being viewed as a, quote, total surrender by the U.S. If we get more details, of course, we will let you know. But in the meantime, are you guys watching oil or adjacent plays?
Well, so the way that I've been using oil here on the show is essentially it's been a decent leading indicator. Now, it's trend down. I think that just makes it a short till it's not. So if you're looking for me, like if I'm looking for a dip buy level on a stock, the stocks I like to the long side, and we end up trending up, like I just simply look at, pre-market high resistance levels. You get up there, get a curl, and then as that curls and heads back down, that gives you an opportunity to maybe go long and catch some bounces in other places. So that's where I'm looking, and it's still showing you, it's got the afternoon like 116 and then the same 117 levels to get put on. if we break out above 117 on USO, I think at that point, whether it was headline driven or whatever could possibly cause that to happen, if we start filling in that type of a gap, yeah, that could be an abandon some longs or take some profit kind of moment where I would start to think about flipping short in some places. If you start breaking out there, I said yesterday if that broke out, I'd probably look at like a battle, like a small capper that I think could run and try to go long. So it's more looking at the key level than trying to trade USO itself and then making some reactions based upon that. We're always listening to headlines, but I'm starting to feel like it's not as much of a focus as it was before. It's still in that pullback range. One note that I was making yesterday, which I think will be important as things draw back down, is China was able to withstand this oil price shock in part a lot because of how big they built up their reserve to historic levels, far surpassing the U.S. And as other countries, including the U.S., had to draw down into their reserves, I think when they build it back up, they're going to probably build back higher. That's just my guess. So I think there's going to be a bit of a floor that gets put on oil prices as they start to come back in because you're going to have more reserves built up on the way down. Of course, demand's going to be a big deal, so you got to watch out for global economic demand. Like that could be, if everyone just goes into recession, then it doesn't really matter. Prices get shocked down even further, but I think that could put a little bit of a bounce in USO. But for now, it's just going to be about the levels. The 117 is the one to watch. If we start breaking out there, I think you got to be concerned.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about, to add to Neil's point there, a couple of weeks, even a month into this whole conflict, you heard countries like Australia and everything on that Eastern Hemisphere was having a lot of trouble, and they were just dipping into their reserves bright and early, which isn't good. So I could see a floor happening on this. We did have that key level of 130 being broken on that. I wouldn't be surprised if, I'm not saying in the immediate future, but at some point, maybe in early 2027, we start to see the prices of oil drop. I mean, listen, we're almost halfway there anyway. So sub $100 is something that I'd be specifically looking at. Once this deal gets done, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 10 to 15% drop here in oil. So that's what I'm looking forward to, because that can remain extremely bullish for the overall market. Now, we do have that decoupling between the NASDAQ and USO, which is really key. When we had that inverse correlation happening, you just seen oil go on these insane runs in the market, get hit a little bit, but now considering we're starting to diverge from that, I think that's good for the equity markets. Send it back to the desk to talk a little crypto.
Yeah, let's talk here about crypto. And I do want to start here with Coinbase, because I think COIN had, we know, some catalysts yesterday with that launching of real tokenized stocks. Some other announcements made at their shareholder event, but also some hints that we could get 24/7 stock trading from the SEC, as reported by Reuters. So just a lot to keep an eye on in crypto.
Absolutely, and good market sentiment here, even though it was negative yesterday for Bitcoin, ETH, and XRP as they shifted out of the recent fear zones, so to speak, and driven really by more or the easing of geopolitical tensions. But Sentiment Intelligence actually reported a bullish to bearish commentary ratio, about 1.52 for BC, 1.4 for ETH, and about 1.65 for XRP. I was also reading this morning that some of these sort of altcoins have been outperforming some of the major coins as well, so something to look out for.
Yeah, lots to watch out for in the crypto space, but which crypto-related equities are you guys watching today?
None.
It's number 3 on the list today.
You got AAPL on there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be, the SpaceX obviously continues to be the first thing to be looked at, and I got Oracle and Intel. Those are the other two, which we've already discussed, and then IBIT's in a downtrend. So when it's in a downtrend, or resumes a downtrend, yesterday it resumed the downtrend. So it's going to be a short if it gets to 37, or just into the prior lows, like the 37 to 37.10. Yeah. We're basically at 65,000 right now. So like it looks relatively weak. Not a big fan of what's going on. Unable to really hold some of the gains. Like we had the big gap up on Monday and a relatively strong day, and then immediately you just go back into sell mode with the rest of the market. And unlike the rest of the market, which is now holding and higher, slightly up, this is now just gap down again. If this was up at like 37.4 and holding in this range, hey, you could have a consolidation up top. That's not what we're getting. So the stair step to the downside continues for sure. It's a little bit early, but it's just worth, I'm just going to throw it up here because it's like 923. There's not much by way of the imbalances, but remember when 925 hits and then again at 28, you might see some shocks. We had a few names really bounce around in the final 5 minutes going into the open yesterday and cause some crazy price action. SpaceX even had a little bit of a jaunt as well. So watch out. I would suspect we've been seeing interesting action, even for new IPO, to have imbalances or move on imbalances is not the normal, but there's nothing normal about SpaceX. I suspect at 925 or at 928, you're probably going to see a volume spike or shock, and it's going to be because of these imbalances that are due in a minute.
Yeah, I agree. As for some of these crypto plays, I mean, I'm looking over here at ETHA, and I'm like, do I get involved? Excuse me. We're kind of bashing the overall space for quite some time, but I think some good times to pick this stuff up. Even though I just sold a bunch of my IBIT, you have to take into consideration where I sold it. But we have Ethereum, ETHA, at $13.54. Now, the question for myself is, do I go with the actual underlying asset where I'm looking at a one-to-one, or am I going to be looking at somewhat of a leverage play? Like Ethereum, ETHA at $13, and you can get BMNR at $16, right? Oh, what a fall from grace on this one. 90% to the downside on BMNR. Shout out to Tom Lee because he's still wearing his little BMNR button everywhere, and it's just like, uh-oh. I was listening to CNBC the other day, and I forget who it was. It might have been Joe, just giving Tom Lee praise, saying, man, you called a rally this week. You did this. You've hit the nail on the head on multiple occasions. And I'm just sitting on my couch thinking, are you sure about that? Because look what happened to BMNR. Anyways, aside from that, MSTR, BMNR, those are going to be the routes that I take. I did reduce my exposure. I'll tell you guys full disclosure on where I was selling here on Bitcoin. I sold some here at $62. I sold some at $49, and then I offloaded the majority of my position off here at $43. But I'm still sitting on, don't forget, it's my third or fourth largest holding. I'm still sitting on a good chunk, but I can just buy it back already, Neil, at a lower price. I'm waiting for some trend lines to break, and what I want to see is maybe a cool down in things that have been hot for so long, and then a rotation into something that has been beaten up for quite some time and down 50%. You have Ethereum down 60% off of its highs. So, I mean, kick them when it's down, but then we got to pick them up once trend lines start to break, and that's the narrative that I sit on. Things will turn around, I believe, in this space. Nothing has changed fundamentally. If anything, there's only tailwinds. Michael Saylor continuously buying more, even though everybody was like, what is happening here, when he sold 32 of them, which I find somewhat comical, but hey, it is what it is. People don't want to sit through the volatility. I'm one of them. I'll pick it up when it's ready to start moving again, and I have no shame in saying so.
Before we throw it back up to the desk, there was a buy and balance on SPCX. It did do a little bit of a shot up, 650,000 to the buy side. See Snapchat there, 800,000 to the sell. We just talked about IBIT. That's 700,000 to the sell side. Open Door, 470,000 sell side. Penny stock, this ADTX, it's literally a penny stock. It's like under 1 cent. So that's pretty insignificant, that 3.7 million. So SpaceX, bit of a jaunt higher on that. We have a certain something happening at 2 o'clock, which is a big one because it's the first time for Warsh.
Yeah, we do. We'll get into that certain something in just a minute. Just want to let you guys know TSLA, a little bit of a headline here. Dutch Road Authority, RDW, is saying that they have not had any relevant incidents yet with Tesla self-driving software. So it sounds like all is well. They did say, though, they've increased their monitoring of Teslas using the FSD driver assistance software. So just a bit of an update there. TSLA trying to hold on to that $400 level. But let's see if the Fed is holding on to these rates, because we are expecting here the rates will be held in place. 99.6% of participants are expecting that hold. Do you think we'll get anything super surprising in Kevin Warsh's first meeting as Fed Chair, Sharif?
I'm just going to listen to what he has to say, Adara. I'm not going to go into this with pre-made expectations. Let's see if we get the dot plot. Let's see what kind of commentary. Does he lean more hawkish, more dovish? Today, for me, is just a learning experiment.
Yeah, and we'll get that learning experiment here first with the actual rate statement and decision at 2 p.m., then with the first ever press conference led by new Fed Chair Warsh at 2:30 p.m. You can stick with us for all of that right here at Trader TV Live. How are you guys preparing for the Fed meeting?
Well, you trade the morning like normal. No decision at 2 o'clock, right? So no change. There will be a decision. The decision will be no change. And in 2:30, I think is going to matter as usual much more. We want to hear his tone. I think it's more important the messaging going forward, whether or not they continue with the dot plot or if too many members don't want to do it. And if they're not going to be signaling their future plans, I think that'll lead to a little more volatility. Good for trading, maybe not the best for the markets. I'll be watching the IWM. I feel like the Russell might move a little bit more after 2:30. So that'll be, but again, we can deal with that in a couple of hours. So right off the bat, the first thing might be a little bit of SpaceX. I just heard we might be going to DARA, some news before the bell.
Quick pre-bell news, guys. AAPL pushing here into 301. We already heard this, I think, on Monday, but seeing this again reported now by Bloomberg that Apple is planning to release its camera AirPods alongside its new upgradable iPhone. That'll be happening in 2027. So again, upgraded foldable iPhone and camera AirPods both set to be released in 2027. That's being reported by Bloomberg. Not the first time we've seen this reported, but nice push to the upside for Apple.
Apple, so congratulations. Apple, the boring but amazing stock that only ever seems to go up. And no one seemed to want it. As when we did a poll a couple weeks ago, and it was what Mag 7 name would you want to buy up here? And Apple was dead last.
Was it?
Yes.
Was it Meta?
Well, no, it was insignificant. They were both dead last. I was a little surprised. I'm like, really? You're gonna put Apple in the bucket with Meta? That's what we're doing? It felt like it was very cold-blooded, but with less than 20 seconds to go till the open, the first place to look, and Oracle's already going down. So I did like Oracle for a bit of a fade, 188 to 188.5. Maybe it bounces, maybe it doesn't at this particular point. SpaceX, like it for that 215 area pop and fade early, as the market is now open and kind of flattish. But heading to the downside. First look looks like we're heading back into a little bit to the downside. SpaceX was launching earlier and all pre-market, but I want to wait for that pop. It gave you the pop at the open, and then that was the fade opportunity. Oracle is getting smoked. Yeah, Oracle ain't it, man.
NVDA getting smoked right now too. I watched it climb up to north of $209, and now we're at 207.83. I think for the foreseeable future, until this short interest really starts to cool off here in NVDA, I think out of the gate we're going to see some pretty hefty hefty. That's not hefty whatsoever, but we're going to struggle with breaching that $210 marker. I just have that feeling. There's so many contracts written against this company, which I find kind of astonishing. And odd. Like, why wouldn't that happen for Apple? But we're just going through a weird phase within the underlying. There goes SpaceX 210 there, Neil, looking to break and hold that previous pivot that you and I were both referring to not too long ago. Now, is today going to be an inside day, or are we going to just flat out have a buy program and maybe a rotation out of some names? Google sold off initially to 367. Now you're back $4 higher. There it goes, Neil. Oh, man. 211, that was a good break. A hold of 210, a level that we've been continuously looking at time and time again. And then now you're $3.5 off of that level, 5.8%. Man, oh man, what a big time move. I'm going to be looking at some resistance here momentarily at 214. I want to see how this underlying asset reacts. Well, you know what we may as well do right now, considering we're talking about the name. How has the narrative changed? And boom, that's what I'm talking about right here, Neil. Is the open interest now available for everyone here on the options chain? Go and check it out, guys. SPCX, 169% implied volatility. We have 15,000 contracts at that 210 strike price. Where is that next level that we could potentially go? I don't see 15, anything.
20?
Yeah, anything is possible. 220, there's not even any size there. They're going to absorb that. It's at 10. By the end of the week, maybe we'll go out to our next expiration cycle. Don't forget, guys, it's only displaying monthlies right now. That may change, okay? Let me know if you guys see anything else, because right now I only have monthlies June, July, August, and September. I wouldn't be surprised if only a matter of time until we start to see those 2 DTEs like we have in the other Mag 7. That's some big-time movement here. already, 213.26 in this bad boy. Implied volatility, as we speak about it, is increasing. This is insane. I'm going to be patient. I was looking at Tesla. Why? I have no idea, as this thing sells to $400, and NVDA now down to 207.84. Let's take a look at the options chain on this bad boy and see what we have going on. Continuous selling pressure. Now, these are 0 DTEs. They're going to be expiring today. I think this is small potatoes, but we can see that these are acting as a resistance zone. It just takes so much money to move this thing. Oh, and a big sell-off by Tesla. The SPY and the NASDAQ going to crack some key support levels here, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes, 733. About to fill this gap. My boy Gaurav in the chat, yeah, flush city right now across the board, Neil. SpaceX from a high of 214. This is the level that I was talking about. You're now down $6 from that 214 marker. But what we do have is SPY and the TQQQs breaking through some key support levels. Let's keep an eye out on these bad boys just in case it's an additional fade. I mean, the market was an all-day fader yesterday, Neil. Are we going to continue on that trajectory? You figured it out?
No. So. Apologies, and thanks for filling in, Joe.
Yeah, of course.
Some issues with the
some
PC
technical difficulties.
But look at SpaceX now. Absolutely, the market is coming back in heavily. There was your topping tail on SpaceX. I tried to get it back through 212, like on the way, back up through, and that might have come and gone. I'm gonna leave the order in. The thing about SpaceX is it has been, like, it's so liquid that sometimes you can get swept up in some of these spikes. So I want to give myself a chance to do that if I can. Oracle caught a bid and then rejected 180. I like 188.5, but if 188 is going to be the top, I got to look at the volume weighted average price because I want.
You want a coffee, brother?
If I can. Yeah, this one's cold.
Yeah, that was cool. I got you covered, man.
Joe's gonna grab
give me that one.
Don't worry. Joe's gonna grab some Joe. And I'm going to try and get VWAP Oracle. I'm already sitting at about 211 to try to catch a pop, any kind of a fade on a pop on SpaceX. That was not like yesterday on SpaceX. Yesterday, when it gave the pop at the open, it was much more, I don't even know what the word to use it. Like, liquid's not the right word. It was more attainable to try to catch that on that snap to the upside. Intel is absolutely tanking as well. Oh, goodness. But the NASDAQ, look, the NASDAQ's not that bad. I know I'm looking at SpaceX, which has just dropped $5, and Intel's just dropped $3. But the NASDAQ is still slightly green. It just lost a volume-weighted average price. Looks like day 2 of selling is upon us. And I think it started with NVIDIA and that 20 billion raise. For sure, Scott H in the chat is saying, look at SMCI. I mean, not to say it, but like, if SpaceX is falling and the NASDAQ is falling and Intel is falling and NVIDIA is falling, SMCI is not going to be up. So I guess not really that much of a surprise at all. Bitcoin is, oddly enough, why is this going up? That would be the question I'm asking. Why is this going up if the market is going down? I like 37, so I might nibble if I can. Just going to get on the offer and see if I can't get a little bit of a nibble on that bad boy. But it is SpaceX that is going to be the first thing that I do want. If I have to take VWAP, I'll take a shot underneath the volume weighted average price if I have to. Just willing to get in to the game because I saw in the chat a couple of people saying they think it's going to be its first red day. I don't know that I have to go that far. I don't have to believe that it closes red. I just want to look for a short trade. If it closes under VWAP, fine, I'll take the shot there. Or we're still waiting for us to get that between 210 and 215, which would be up closer to the 212 level. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. I do see a super chat from Lunch99, if we can throw that one up there. Shout out to you, Lunch99. You caught Meta down. Thank you, everyone. Well, it feels like if you caught anything down, you're absolutely laughing. Okay, there's a break of the low on. And by the way, if I keep wanting to say Virgin Galactic. So if I say that, just understand what I'm talking about. I'm actually obviously going to be talking about SpaceX. So if you caught Meta down, you caught anything down, you're absolutely laughing. This can't hold $600, not a surprise to anybody. As long as the sellers want to be taking control of this stock under 600, then I think it's a no-fly zone for Meta. But as the market tries to come back here, and take the first shot underneath VWAP, if we break 210, which is the first dollar above the volume weighted average price, then I would jump out of this trade. And while that's happening, we also got Oracle coming on back through and IBIT. So Oracle coming back through, we like the topping tail on this thing, 188. As I said to you guys earlier, that's going to be my out on Oracle. Remember the news with Microsoft with Oracle? They refuted it and said that it was a little bit more nuanced than what was reported. I'm just pure playing the technicals there. And as I waited for IBIT, that came into my 37. So 37 and change is going to be the out there. So we got our Oracle trade, we got IBIT for the first time, and then SpaceX, of course, underneath VWAP. Although I am trying to get shares at 208 because I'm in at 7, and I wanted to fill at 08.5 if I can grab it. And the plan is 200. There was a buyer in the aftermarket at 200 that was a refresher and a holder, and there was a buyer in the afternoon at the same price level that was also a bit of a refresher. So you got to respect that even dollar. If I see size show up, you got to tap out.
Yes, sir.
Tap.
Tap her in. Just tap it.
Just tap it in.
Just tap her in. All right,
Love
guys.
those moves.
Yeah, some good stuff.
Thanks for the Joe, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Here it is, man. Let's take a look at some of these small cap. Ooh, okay. We got a couple of things popping on our radar. I got to hop in the chat, guys. My apologies. No patrol in here for me today. Obviously being highly sarcastic, but let's see what we got going on here. OBAI, I know our boy Adam James has been talking about this one. A nice high of the day break at it's crazy, $1.39 up to $1.52. Now, how is our boy YMAT, AMAT's cousin right here? Once again, don't take me literal. We're going from 69 cents all the way up to $1.58. Now we're starting to find a little bit of a move. Nothing that I see right now is catching my eye in the world of small caps, and I can almost say the exact same thing here for some of the large caps. I want to head over to Tesla because this name, as almost always, is on my radar. We did have that volume weighted average price break on Tesla, so let's see if we're going to get that retest of that level, VWAP that is, and then maybe we can have an ability to get involved in this. But a lot of just overlapping candles at this moment. 205 on SPCX. Neil, both you and I were talking about that $214 marker on that specific name. NVDA is starting to display some buying pressure here, guys. So this might catch my eye. You know how we trade this vehicle via NVDL. As long as we hold 207.50, this might be a green light for me to go on this bad boy. Let's see how NVDA holds up because I obviously want to get involved with it a little bit more. We keep grabbing some more shares. This is something that I will be forever buying just due to the numbers. And it's unfortunate that we haven't seen. Yeah, all right. I think this is our green light to go, and it's already kind of moving without me here, Neil. But that's okay. As I ramble on a little bit here, I'm okay with that because this thing takes a little bit, but it's crazy of me to say, takes a lot of cash to move the price. And with that being said, I believe I can get a fill around $98.10. That's going to be my target here on NVDL for this potential.
NVDL.
Yeah.
Okay. I got confused for a second because you were saying, yeah, okay.
NVDL, baby.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
So two things have happened, and thank you, Joe. I think we figured out the issue with my PC, so we'll get that fixed at some point. But bounce off the pre-market lows. Buyers refreshing at 204 and at 205 on SpaceX. I'll take another stab at it for maybe a bit of a cleaner trade because we didn't get off VWAP. Where like it was a $3.5, $4 move that we only grabbed two. So I'll try to load off VWAP, but Oracle caught a bid. So we shorted underneath volume weighted average price. Keep the stop tight. Don't let it go too far against this here. So, SpaceX win, Oracle lost. That'll wash out. As the market's really trying to battle back in here, we're gonna go over to Adara because I just heard her say it. Intel. I'm just gonna cancel my offer on Intel. That's looking like it could end up being a VWAP trade as well. But the market really trying to come back off of some of those lows. ASTS just broke 88. Broke VWAP, looking pretty strong as the rebound is in. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on ROKU. Once again, Roku on watch. What we have here are some comments from Barron's in an article. They're saying that in addition to, of course, Fox trying to acquire this company, they think that Netflix or Disney should, quote, hijack Fox's deal. They want a bidding war. So again, Barron's saying there could be a bidding war, at least in their opinion, for Roku, ROKU being sent higher. I also have to mention here, guys, we do have some economic data, as I brought up earlier at 10 a.m. Pending home sales change month over month and business inventories month over month. Stick with us. I'll give you those numbers at 10. Back to you.
Ooh, bidding wars are always fun.
Oh, wow.
For Roku, though. Yikes.
AAPL
It's not what I would have expected. Apple, man.
Yeah.
The dead one. It's not so dead now,
Thanks,
is it?
Ryan.
It's alive from the depths of... whatever. I can't say with a straight face from the depths of hell for this stock. Like, what are we even talking about? Apple has been good. Apple stays good. Apple bounced off the 50 period. Apple has good news, and Apple's running higher. The NASDAQ, however, oh boy.
Oh, boy.
That is what I'm just channeling my inner Obi. That is what you call a bit of a V shape. So good news, we like it when the market goes up. What's that meaning for IBIT? It held right at that 37, so it held right onto the prior day low. I understand it's a 24-hour market, but same thing. Opening range bottom is holding, so even with the market looking strong, this feels like I should be adding to it on the way back through, so I'm going to try and add to that position. Jump back over to SpaceX, which was a quick scalp trade once, but that's the thing. Like I caught the bottom of the move, but I didn't catch the top of the move. So we're able to get out of the bottom on the short, but obviously that 212 area was a much better place to be short. I might still try it again under VWAP, but what an incredible run up there by the NASDAQ. I guess I have to assume NVIDIA is flying as well.
It's not really, Neil. It's kind of stuck within this range. Yeah, like we can't break 208.80. I think it's Apple that's definitely leading this one. The reason why I have conviction within this specific trade, and TXJ, I'm going to be looking at that small cap momentarily, but the reason why I got involved with this is look at all the buying pressure on the 5-minute time frame here. So I'm looking for this low to hold. I mean, 97.42, we're in at 98.10s, so I'm okay with giving this about 70 cents of risk here. There we go. We got a nice little pop, Neil. That's a nice little move there. Google to the downside here, ladies and gentlemen. So as long as if we can break this 208.71, I think we can get into a little bit of a trend here on the day. So we'll remain holding on to this. We like this position, and that's why I'm in it. Just specifically off of these 2 5-minute candles, this thing chops around a lot in the morning sometimes before it finds an actual direction. So we have to be prepared. With that being said, a little bit smaller size, allow ourselves to give it some room until we're proven wrong, and that's going to be the break of the low of the day. Now let's head over to this small cap name, RXT. Okay, yeah. Okay, Neil. Here we go. I really like this for the high of the day, for this potential high break. Right? Oh, that's the daily.
That's the daily.
Oh man, come on, son. As you would say, Neil.
Rackspace had news with a partnership with AMD yesterday. Yeah, so RXT, Rackspace.
Day 2.
It gave up some of the move, but yesterday it had news. It is a day 2 play.
Yeah.
I can tell you just as a note, the liquidity is not as. It's a little harder to get fills on SpaceX on day 2. Volume's still really good, but I find you're not getting swept up. Like when it trades into a price area, it's really picking you up. Yesterday that was really easy to do. It's not doing it today. I had to chase this by $1 to get in. I don't chase this time and kind of stand pat, and I don't grab the short. This is still trend down, however. And Intel. All right, so the other place I'm looking for the fade is coming in there. So as I sit and wait for VWAP on SpaceX, that lower high on Intel just got put in. So Intel, good news. I like the news. I think it's positive news, but it is what it is. Topping tail candle. I said if it did a topping tail candle at the open, I would look to enter shorts. So it just put in a lower high here. I don't want this busting through VWAP and fighting it too hard. But yeah, a couple of short trades early on. Let us know what you guys are watching. We haven't put the visualizer up, but if you're in the chat, remember, $ in the symbol. So when it's drone caps in there putting in Rigetti, you want to go $RGTI, just so that we can see what it is that you guys are interested in. Every single day since the IPO, spoiler alert, it's been SpaceX. I love the fact that this looks like the monolith. And if you know, you know. will be AI, that's a small cap. See, Ice Cure, ICCM, that's one. Palantir up 1%. Good day for Palantir. Nvidia up 0.3. I saw SoFi. Wow, SoFi went from like in the middle, right, to 10th. Robinhood having a strong day. There's Palantir, FTHM.
Yeah, Palantir.
ASTS on news with a
day.
good move to the upside as well. And AMC. A lot of you guys putting the votes in so fast that I can't even keep track. That's the action we want to see. See, and who knew? Like, was I expecting people to be interested in AMC?
Yeah.
I can't imagine why.
Why?
I'm not particularly interested in AMC,
snap.
although I still need to go out and watch that the Backrooms movie. It looks pretty
You haven't watched it yet?
Look, man, family life is busy.
I know, I hear
That's
you.
one
brother.
kid, I don't know where
hear
the
you.
time goes, to be honest.
One kid, man, that's crazy.
I had a kid playing at my house. I'm not making this up. I didn't even know.
They were
I
there.
sent my daughter to play with the neighbor.
Next thing you know,
And then next thing you know, they're in the backyard and they came back and there was another kid there. He was a couple of years younger and I'd never seen him.
Oh, really?
He's from the neighborhood. I'm like, and then he's in the house. Like, I don't even know who this is.
I got some. I actually have some bad news for you here, Neil.
Family life.
Disclosure Day.
Don't.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. It's horrible.
No.
It's probably the worst movie I've seen in a long
I
time.
was gonna go watch that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't spend any money on that bad boy
Get
there.
down.
It was very bad.
Why you gonna spoil it, man.
Sorry, man. Well, actually, I just saved you money. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you could go see it, but then you're like, dang, Joe was probably right.
Walter Ford asking about or letting us know about FRMI Fermi. This one's done 5 million. This is going absolutely parabolic here. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Dara.
Oh, I already know. Yes. So basically, the founder of the company, whose name is Toby something or other, I apologize, don't have the last name off the top of my head, but I do remember seeing it. Toby. He had some issues with how the company is being run. He actually has a suggestion for who he thinks can take over as the CEO. So, activist investing from the company's founder, kind of a Lululemon play for Fermi.
Well, everybody knows that Toby is a legend. I don't know what the stock is going to. The stock actually is heading back into the downside, but we all know that Toby is an absolute legend from The Office.
Toby.
You know Toby.
Yeah,
if you
of course,
know,
man.
you know.
We love Toby.
Okay,
man.
so we got into that Intel short. Looks like 119 is still holding. I want to be station to station on this, but yeah, I want to give it to that 19. We'll get our scalp trade. It's just got to do me.
Yeah.
SpaceX just continues to drop. I got to cancel my offer here on SpaceX.
I wanted to pull up Applied Digital here.
That's the Toronto one.
Applied Digital going on a nice run here, guys. I really like it. Finally, NVDA, let's see if we can break this level, this 208 marker. It just keeps getting rejected, so there's an aggressive seller continuously stepping in. With that being said, I want to head over to Applied Digital because I don't think it's going to be today, but at some point in the near future, we're going to have this name make a push for that all-time high. That's just the trajectory it's on, right? I just have that hunch, and when you go on these big moves, I think that's going to be the narrative on this bad boy. Signing big lease agreements as well, so that there's like a lot of positivity within this name. So I want to play this break of 58.88, but in the meantime, let's head over to the lower time frames and look for some potential intraday plays, and that's going to be leading me towards. Oh, what do you got flushing over there?
Everything.
Oh, everything. Yeah. I mean, NVDA still hasn't. NVDA hasn't decided if it's coming or going at this point here, Neil. But a VWAP hold, I think we can get some form of a continuation. I'm going to be more patient in Applied Digital. But Ryan O'Day, thank you for pointing that name out. I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. And it's going to continue to climb its ranks on my list for potential trades here today.
Well, okay, so maybe a bit of a bounce happening. We got our target, rang the register on Intel. We got VWAP to the lows. We grabbed the quick dollar scalp. I'll continue to look for this one. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get another lower high. We'll get VWAP again. It's up 2.5%, so I do want to respect that. That being said, the one that's not working, so the first trade on SpaceX worked, and then Intel just worked, but IBIT here is actually holding strength. So this is the one that might not be as good. But it's held my 37 level. That's the level we liked. We'll short it to VWAP if we can get that. But I see Rich Buddy in the chat with an oldie but a goodie. Is Big Bear moving? Oh, you got me. You got me.
Oh.
You type it. I thought it was moving, but slight move to the upside. Not much really going on there. SpaceX is the one. SpaceX is continuing to fall. Even with the market catching a higher low, the NASDAQ and the ES both just put in higher lows, you're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. You're still trend down on SpaceX. So it'll basically be the first available pop because I don't want to be shorting too close to 200. 200 has been a brick wall. Every time it's seen that price, there's been massive size on the bid. I expect no less here today. It's just a huge volume. It's just a huge volume level, and it has been for the last couple of sessions. So next pop, we'll look to see if we can re-engineer that short in SPCX.
I wanted to pull this up. The others, thank you very much for pointing this out. Because we were looking at this not too long ago, and we didn't see that. Anyways, we're long 98.10s. The others, if you hadn't pointed it out, I would have allowed this to run a little bit. But I have to play what the technicals are showing us. So what I just did is I removed 30% of my position right now. Why? Let me show you. $210 is she's a brick house. This could be a potential massive. You know what song I just said? I don't even know if I said it. How? Yeah. 118,000 contracts at this $210 marker. Thank you for pointing that out, the others, because this could be a potential massive call wall. Now, what we're going to need in order for us to break through this is some momentum, but if it does get breached, we might see some volume step into the underlying asset itself. We remove some at the pre-market high, so there's multiple things aligning and stars aligning for us to remove a little bit of size here on NVDL. Once again, only 30%. I shouldn't say only because that's a good chunk, but we're already starting to reject that level. We got to a high of approximately 209.23, and the selling pressure seems like it's starting to kick in. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I want to keep my eyes focused on APLD as we are now south of the volume weighted average price. Any form of indecision, we're going to be looking to take advantage of that of this trade and potentially head back towards the high of the day of around $48.60.
There you go, and they like the brick house reference. No, the futures are still looking a little bit heavy,
wow.
But you're getting some signs of bounce back. There we go. There we go. As the Qs, look, the Nasdaq's putting in a higher low as we speak. You still got double top. You are putting in a bit of a higher low, so I think that can be constructive. The SPY is better. Similar, but easily better. You're starting to form a little bit of an upward trend. I did say on SpaceX I'd be willing to take trend breaks and not only be one direction minded. So I want to respect the fact that if it can break this trend, there might be a scalp trade in here because it's getting too close to the $200 level to not be playing this one. So that $200 level, if I see some big size there, which I think we will, I'll just look for it to break. See if we can catch a fill on it. We do have locates. I've already been short once, but it was pay for locates on SpaceX, just incredibly cheap. But it's going through the low of the day as we speak. That 200 level, it's just a round number. It's been up and down a couple times. But if we see size like before, when it broke, it absolutely flushed. I just also want something that I can reverse into a long, if possible. It might be Intel. Intel could break the trend. It's holding 119. So it's got a double bottom. Yeah, it might take a shot on a trend break of Intel if it can hold on to 119. Yeah, this market, man. Where are the buyers?
Where are they?
Where are the buyers at?
They stepped out, man. I got at it. Look at this. So immediately, the others pointed out something so important. I'm like, okay, now hindsight being 2020, we took 30% off at the highs, but look at that immediate flush in span of 2 minutes. A name that took a while to break out. We come right back into the break even. So with that being said, there's a support level at 97.90s. Right, which is breaching right now here on the NASDAQ. So the market heading lower. SpaceX down to 201 there, Neil. I think we're going to be able to get this at a much better price than what we're trading at. A breach of some support levels, 97.70 could be a good opportunity to get involved, and a stop loss of 97.40. There it goes right into 70s really quick as this is helping drag the overall market down. There might not be a long found here today as $200 is hitting once again on SPCX, and we're cracking 399. Cracking is crazy. On Tesla. All right, so support levels being breached left, right, and center. Might be an additional down day here, Neil.
Well, I'd say that's a pretty distinct that we're looking at a down day, but the market's not red yet. It's only a matter of time. tell me, is Apple even holding up? I'll look at Apple in a second. You're about to hit this 200 level. There actually isn't as much size as you would expect on the bid on SpaceX.
Oh.
That's not what we were seeing in the afternoon, like a couple 100,000 shares. It should chew through that. Oh, it bounced. A little bit of a bounce off that 200. It's not the size we saw. We were seeing millions of shares on the bid, but it is refreshing. See how it's loading back up? Every time it sees 200 on the bid, there's a distinct hold. You got to be careful with this because it could do a false break, which you know what I'm talking about, where like there's a wick underneath, one wick just instantly gets you triggered into a position or out of the position, and then it goes right back into the upside. But the 200 is what I'm watching. I won't make you guys stare at that, but you get the idea. We're just holding 200. If it breaks, it was almost instantaneously a few dollars.
What's wrong?
I wanted to say last
banana
night, but I'm talking about yesterday in the afternoon. Oh, what's wrong with the bananas?
Look at mine.
Mine was good.
Look at mine.
Shout out to Randy.
It's all
Thank you
damaged and stuff
The
like that.
NASDAQ
man.
is getting cranked lower.
Hungry
Throw that
too.
super chat up there if we can from On the Rail.
Yeah.
I can read it, but I can't put it on screen where I'm at here. Got in Palantir at 131 and out at 134.50.
Bang.
For a G note. Maybe should have gave my stop more room, but we'll take the win. Always. Amen.
Yeah, but you don't want to
think-
start altering those stops.
Yeah,
man.
like you have a plan because something works for you, and that most certainly did not fill me. All right, well, that's useless. Thank you very much for the fill on the 200 break there, SpaceX. I told you it's not as easy getting the fills on this today as it was previously, but that 200 break did not yield short for me. I'll use a different key next time. Swipe with something a little bit different. But look, remember I told you it was like instantly to the downside?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't get filled, so that kind of sucks. So we can look at Palantir now. Come on. Give me that. Now that just reminds me of the Cerebrus day, where it was the same thing. No, you can't get mad at yourself for taking profit on longs. I'm the same way.
Heck no.
You take the wins. You do the style that works for you. Like, how many times do you see me take a VWAP trade? VWAP, like highs to VWAP or VWAP to the lows. But if that's your plan, that's your plan. I try not to differ too far from it. Like, as long as it works for you over the long run, I think you're absolutely fine.
It doesn't even matter. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
It's your
who's
money,
getting
man.
spanked? Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, because guys, we actually have numbers here. We are waiting on pending home sales and business inventories month over month in just 8 seconds. Pending home sales change 0.9% forecast, prior print 1.4%. Business inventories 0.5% forecast, prior 0.9%. So we're expecting a bit of a decline here on each of these compared to what we had last month. So pending home sales 3.8%, well above estimates of 0.9%. Again, pending home sales 3.8%. Business inventory is exactly in line with estimates, 0.5%. Versus 0.5% prior. Here's the market hanging out here and continue to drop lower here. We're at low of days for the Qs. We'll pull up the SPY as well. SPY here also near intraday lows. They're trying to bounce a little bit. Some housekeeping as well. We do have at 2 p.m. Eastern the FOMC meeting. This will be the first Fed decision under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. Furthermore, we're going to be having at some point a press conference from U.S. President Donald Trump that was supposed to start at 9:30. It has yet to commence. Once that starts, I, of course, will keep you all posted. I also want to keep you guys posted on these space names. ASTS pulling back a little bit here, but they did announce the successful launch of their Bluebirds 8, 9, and 10. This was at least tangentially connected here to SpaceX as well, and SPCX, unfortunately, falling below that 200 level. Right now trying to hold on to 196, which was near yesterday's low. SpaceX on watch, fourth day of trading. We know that these ETFs tied to the name, specifically leveraged ETFs, have seen a lot of trading volume. Intel, INTC here, looks like we're roughly flat or slightly green compared to yesterday's close. They did announce yesterday that their 18AP semiconductor node has entered risk production. So seemingly a positive catalyst for Intel. Right now, though, this name is going red. Keep an eye on all of these stocks today, and keep an eye on this stream, again, 2 p.m. Eastern for that FOMC decision. At 2:30, we'll have a press conference with new Fed Chair Warsh, and I'll be there to cover all of that for you right here at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
thank you.
Oh, traders, there's an offer that even your broker is not giving you. From June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, it's a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. And once it is gone, it is gone. Scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. Shout out to Trade the Pool. I want to thank them for sponsoring a portion of the show. We're going to go back to it there in a quick little second. We see your super chat, but SpaceX has just lost 96. 95 was the low yesterday. So this would be like the place to look for some kind of a bottoming tail. But I believe we're going to head back up to Adair. We've got more news.
Keep an eye here on AMZN and AT&T. Amazon and AT&T on watch here, partnering up, at least according to a report from The Information. Amazon is in exploratory talks with AT&T to rent AI chips to be used on premise, and they're also discussing direct chip sales to enterprises. So here is Amazon, here is AT&T on that reported partnership from The Information. As you can see, this bounce here is in AT&T. Also, guys, U.S. President Trump just provided an update on his press conference, which was supposed to start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. He said it's going to start in 45 minutes, so I guess roughly 10:45 a.m. That'll be in France. That'll be heading to Versailles for dinner with French and other quote-unquote European leaders, then back home. So again, guys, just be aware here, 45 minutes or so, President Trump will be delivering a press conference live from France. He's also talking about strength in the market and oil falling down. Back to you.
All right, so be prepared for any form of volatility. Guys, we were talking about 97.70 here on NVDL. That level never held up, and we broke through those support levels. So are we going to go bottom picking? I don't know if that's the best plan. But what we do have here potentially, Gaurav, is a nice bottoming signal here on Google itself. If there's any name that I want to get involved with off of the lows, it's probably going to be this bad boy. Man, I apologize about this. It makes things a little bit more difficult to see. But anyways, aside from that, if this closes as a hammer candle, ladies and gentlemen, then I think we're going to have a good opportunity to get involved. What we do have going for us at this moment is this is already the second largest volume print of the day, a half an hour into the session. Oh, okay, that's not too good. I don't want this line, this grid line right on that specific candle. It's kind of annoying me, but we'll get that sorted out here momentarily. But volume increase, buying pressure slowly starting to step in on GOOGL, a name that we were dip buying, and then Broadcom also starting to form a bull flag here, ladies and gentlemen, breaking through the high of the day of $397. So not too bad of a look, but what we have here, yes, SpaceX, sell. I want it. Yeah, it is. It's falling off right now, Neil. I believe it's only a matter of I don't know. I shouldn't jump too early on this bad boy.
Time before what price?
170. I think, like, listen. That's why I stopped myself because I'm like, hey, man, anything like buyers can find somewhat of a bottom on this thing and find what they believe is value. But I think I'm gonna get before the shares are released, all the locked up shares. That is, I can get $170 fill, and I wouldn't be surprised if I can get 160 if 170 fills.
Time frame matters. I feel like
I have GTCs.
I know. It just when you say a matter of time, I'm like it's a day trading show, so I think we're getting like,
fair enough.
By 11 o'clock.
No, not today. I don't. If it happened, that would be disastrous. It'd be SSR at that point if it goes to 170.
Oh my goodness, if it goes SSR.
Yeah.
That would be SSR means short sell restricted if it goes down more than 10% in a single day. Then the uptick rule goes into effect. And then this stock with the uptick rule feels like it could be potentially special. I'm into Intel in the other direction. I said I'd wait for a trend break. It bounced 118. I like 17 better, but 18 is going to be close enough. So there's the trend break. It held above. This would be the confirmation candle. But I got my stop underneath this candle and look for, again, the volume weighted average price. I mean, it's slowly going down. It's gotten back into VWAP. So I guess I should pop another bid down here at the volume weighted average price. But the real story is SpaceX. SpaceX back through 95. So this was the level yesterday that it held. So it just came right back through. I'm going to try. Wow. When it just took 96, I don't know. You guys can see the fill. So the best way to explain it is I was watching it break 96 as we were all just doing now, and then all of a sudden I was long in front of 95. Like 196 was breaking visually in my eyes as I had my order back in through 95, and they just slammed it back down $8. So SpaceX, to say that liquidity and volatility is heavy to like the swipes down is obvious. So I'm going to give this one to the prior bar low, which is just underneath the 94 level in here. I feel like, you know, if you can get away with giving this a buck, the scalp trades are certainly there to be able to get a buck in the other direction, kind of like what is happening right now. Like it just pops up, gets the 197 level. So this is the crazy thing about SpaceX. Like it can power up, it can power down, it can do all sorts of fun stuff for you. Ideally, this gets back into 200 because I think that's, again, the brick wall type of level. Like if it sees 200 bucks, then you got to watch out for sure. So I want to see if I can't I tried getting more shares down here at 95. Was unable to pick them up, but the way that it's flashing, I still think I can get more fills and maybe put in some higher lows on the way back into the upside for SpaceX. But the scalp trades have been there time and time again. The NASDAQ doing very well on the comeback trail. My guess is your NVIDIA has got to be doing much better.
That was Google.
With the NASDAQ now, I want to say screaming higher. NVIDIA is breaking trend too.
Yeah.
But I already have Intel on the trend break, and I do want to hop back into SpaceX. So I'll keep it with the two that we're on for now, because SpaceX looks like it wants to fill me again down here at 95. Give me. Really? It's gonna fill. Seriously? There it is. It actually filled. No, it's like hilarious. Like it was like it's filling every single price available, and then for a split second, it like does not fill me down there. Ooh, now they're slamming. Remember, 94 goes every single time. I only want to give this a buck. If I'm scalping dollars and $1.50s and twos, then I want to make sure it's holding those levels. We have Pro J-Man, thoughts on SRXH and EMJX merger. You know, I actually don't know that merger, so I'd have to look it up. I can't comment on it. I haven't read it. And a lot of times I'll look up deals, but I'm usually more interested in cash deals, so I can't tell you any details on that, but I will look up when I get a chance. We're going to go to Adair, but quickly, the reload, no. Well, again, I'm keeping the stops tight. Like if I want to be up on the stock, it's because you're taking more in the win than you are when it goes against you. Adara, what do you got for us?
President Trump is now live with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Unclear, again, he's supposed to be doing this other press conference in 45 minutes. So I'll have to see where this is. This conference with Modi was supposed to start about an hour and 15 minutes ago, so it seems like everything's a bit delayed. Right now, Modi's talking. If we get any comments of interest from Trump, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, we have a couple great call-outs here. Bedong 8. Man, Robinhood up to 101.6 there, now 20s. What a beautiful break. Missed my opportunity here on Google, ladies and gentlemen. We posted up at 50s. Just took too long to get that order out. There might be a good opportunity on SpaceX here as well, Gaurav, but we're going to keep that bid out there at 365.50s to see if we get any form of a pullback and then a continuation. But there was a nice bottoming signal on volume there that I really liked. We can take an attempt on SpaceX, but Robinhood at the high of the day. Yes, let's go Robinhood, Neil. I know you've been buying some Robinhood. So
first time ever. I'm in for the first time.
Nice.
I think I have just above 80.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Hey, man, that's 20% almost at that point. So really nice pickup there, guys. Don't forget, I grabbed some after a couple of earnings report. It was around like $40, $35 or something along those lines. I sold a bunch at 122, and then I picked some up at 119 or something along those lines. So with that being said, first in, first out, it offloads a bit, and my average was lifted a little bit here, but other than that, we're still in the water here. $101 on Robinhood, and I think at this point we're going to break through this, but what we do have is a really key neckline, right? This is going to be a key support level and something that can act as potential resistance, so let's keep our eye out on that. But off to the races we go. A nice trend line break, and we're talking about a name that's still down 34% off of the highs and was cut in half at one point. Right? 58%, 68% to the downside off Robinhood. We have that trend line that's been broken, and that's the exact same thing that I'm doing here with Bitcoin. Right? I can talk until I'm blue in the face of when I'm going to re-engage in this stuff, but let's have that conversation when we're north of 40 and we're on the backside of this trend right here, Neil.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to give our good friend SpaceX another shot in here at that.
Yeah, I like it. I like
This
it
is
there.
a level that I liked. I'm just gonna give it at least 3 shots in here. Of course, like the second I get it, they just want to slam it back down. Like, again, give it to the tight stop, give it to the prior bar low. We have a super chat up here, which I just saw and heard, so we are going to address it. Group GCS. Please tell me SpaceX will go back above 220. Not now, not today, but soon. I can't promise you that it'll be soon. Like, I know I'm longing it down here, but like I was bearish on the stock today, if I'm being real about it. It just got down to the low, so I'm just looking on a reversion trade. Look, anything can happen, but it just seemed like it was a double top at 225 and 230 in the overnight on this night, and then another lower high got put in. The first step would be holding $200. If it could do that, I know I'm saying this while trying to long off the bottom here, but that's a scalp day trade. Like, it doesn't really matter overall. If we can't hold a 200, it's still very much a sell. You look at what's happening here in SpaceX on this little muted bounce, like it's a couple of bucks in the way, but it's slowing down relative to the NASDAQ. Look how strong this push is in the NASDAQ. Even that's making me think you should just be taking what you can get. It does not have the buyers that it did before. I'm sitting here in a relatively weak name looking for the bid. It just doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Like, the scalp trade is take your $1.52 at this point and get the heck out of Dodge, man. Like, that's what SpaceX has been telling me. And it's other places, and maybe it goes, but I gotta listen to myself. Like, what am I doing down there? Like, I like this to the short side, and there's names that are fitting profile a little bit better. I hope it goes up. Look, I hope it goes up. Like, I'm not one of those, just because I'm waiting for a stink bid in my personal account and got in a very small amount on day one, a very small amount in my personal account, like less than 10% of the position that I want to hold in this thing long term. So would I like it to go down so I can get picked up in my personal account? Sure, I would.
What do you post it up at, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm on the CDR and I don't know the math exactly.
Okay.
So I'm at like 25, 22 on the CDR, whatever that works out to. So if anyone's, you're like, half our viewers or most of our viewers, like, what the heck is this SpaceX? So it's SPCX.TO. It's just in Canadian dollars. And I'm sitting, like, I put in a stink bid on this thing on the day one and then bought some on the first dip that it did in the afternoon. So like, I just left the other order in there. I don't expect it to fill anytime soon. And I might even move it, but we'll see. For now,
You're gonna raise it?
I might raise it, but I put it in there good for 3 months.
Bro, what?
On the chance that I would leave it.
Netflix is at $77? Oh, I'm so glad I dumped that hot garbage, man. Oh my days. Yeah, absolutely. To the
Why
gates
you gotta?
and hell.
Oh, and for those, the CDR is just like
ADR.
a depository receipt.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a way to get access to trade SpaceX and own shares in Canadian dollars. It's nothing new. Almost every single big cap U.S. stock is available with these, and they're fantastic. If you're Canadian, they're all great. But you know what? This is it. Bitcoin goes to VWAP and no further. Got to be able to respect it. You're now breaking out back above. This is relatively strong. So we had the short that we liked. We scalp it for what we can get. Too much time spent on SpaceX. You know, like, you pull a few bucks out of this thing because you can, but this might still be a short. I'm going to let this make the next move. I feel like 200 could be a big level for SpaceX. You take what you can out of it, but it's not like I couldn't get the break of the low. That was a no-fill situation, so a lot more patience is required for the next SpaceX trade. Nick W. Hey, Neil and Joe. mRNA is setting up for a great flat top break here. Same setup as ABSI and HIMS had. Love SoFi long swing. Good luck today. Hey, we were talking about SoFi yesterday, but you asked about mRNA. So I guess we will go to mRNA, Moderna. And let this one load up for a second here. Bull flag. Think about a bull flag. Either you're buying support or you're taking a break. Hasn't broke yet. Some people like to be in early. Early would be $50. Nick, you're probably already in. That's why you're letting us know. If I'm guessing, I'm thinking you're already in here, looking for the break, and you're playing inside the flag, wanting it to break higher as opposed to waiting for a 60 break, which also looks very good when you zoom this out. Yeah, this is a stock that is coming back. I don't think I don't think it sees the pandemic levels without some kind of a crazy breakthrough.
Are you posted up on SPCX right now?
No. I pulled.
Okay, you pulled it. All right. Yeah, I'm posted up at 90.
You're bidding?
Yeah, at 94.
Well, that's where I've been taking the long, but I'm not bidding down there anymore.
You're not. No, you're not.
I got I played it 3 times, worked twice.
Yeah.
Couldn't break 98s.
Yeah, I'm posted up at 94s. Yeah, Dara?
Yeah, keep an eye, guys, on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. President Trump, in comments to reporters at this meeting with the leader of India, casually mentioning that Bill Pulte, who, as we know, long story short, is also the nominee to lead the National Intelligence Agency. I worded that poorly, but he's currently also leading Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Trump saying that Bill Pulte did a great job, and he's actually led Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to be worth $1 trillion. He said this before, but just keep an eye on these agencies as he says it again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at FNMA here on the OTC.
He got a downgrade earlier in the week.
Yeah, it's not really moving a heck of a lot. It's still in a downward trend. Sometimes there's trades there, don't get me wrong. Like, there's opportunities there, just like anything else. But I'm gonna go back over to brass tacks here, because if you wick me out, see? If I ever make the top wick or the bottom wick, it's all the same thing. One of the things that I firmly believe in is if you're gonna give me the top wick, then we're executing and deciding at the right price. We just didn't get the execution exactly right, so I jump right back in the trade, throw the stop back in at the high, and just go right back at it if we can. So let me know what you guys are trading. What are you watching? What's a small capper that we're not paying attention to? It's not NVIDIA, but I saw someone just put in NVIDIA's trying to go green.
ICCM.
And when you're entering a short, the last thing you want is NVIDIA going green, and it's looking like it's still downward trending. So that didn't really scare me. ICCM still.
Yeah, it looks like it might have a higher day break there.
That was like the second one in the rundown that we were talking about. ICCM. This was the Ice Cure stock.
Oh, there it goes. It might go over here.
Yeah,
the trend line is holding. Yeah, it's going, man.
That's a runner.
Oh, man.
That was the one this morning. ICCM. Once it holds VWAP, bye-bye.
It's gone.
Good luck to anyone that happens to be in it. I don't see the halt band. I'm scrolling down. It's not till $9.70 on the offer. That's where I see the halt band. So it could break the high without halting, which is always good. I mean, you want to be careful if a stock has like a double top like this, and then the halt band, if it's sitting at like 905, like right above the high, that can get a little bit tricky, but plenty of room till the next halt band for ICCM.
Here's a couple more there, guys. Like, we'll just run through our small cap scan at this point. OBAI. I mean, this could be a potential break, a $1.40 level break, but what we had here on whatever it is, CCM, we'll call it ICCM. Shout out to CCM. Oh, there it went. Yeah, Neil, we had that high of the day break, and then off to the races it goes. So a nice little move and a pop up through that specific zone. We're still posted up at 194 here on SpaceX, now back up to 198 almost, and we're not going to catch that fill at 365. Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity there on Google, but that's okay. We're not going to cry over spilt milk. We're going to find some other high-quality chances here that may be a high-day break on YMAT at 84 cents. We can play that level, and CLWT to the downside. So once this is on the south side of the volume-weighted average price, I no longer like the small cap. I want to see them holding above it. NIVF, how have you been performing? Same narrative on that bad boy. 199 back there on SpaceX. So we're missing these bottom bids on some of these bad boys, guys, which is unfortunate, but it's all right. There's going to be plenty more opportunities. Adara.
Look at that V-shape.
Recap time. Also, guys, just be aware President Trump is still talking about Iran and the deal, saying they want to make a deal, and if they don't make a deal, then they'll just go back to the drawing board and do this all over again. Here's JPUS. This is hyperscale data. It's a name that I believe we've talked about before. It certainly rallied in the past. Bitcoin-related catalyst from yesterday announcing that they held just over 713.5 Bitcoin as of June 14th. EHGO on watch. This is Ishali Go. This company is in the business equipment and supply space. They're also a Chinese stock, $9.5 million market cap, and a 1.26 million share float. Then you've got OBAI. This is our bond, and this company traded higher yesterday as well. Today, still hanging out near intraday highs after announcing a $3 million government contract for its AI-powered tech platform. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. stick with us. We'll send you back over to Joe and Neil.
Hang on a second.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Thank you very much, Adara.
The best in the business.
Coolio?
Oh, by the way, Richie in the chat, you can put it one time. And also, you don't have to type the symbol 3-4 times. We'll see it, especially if we're not terribly busy, only in the IBIT. But don't forget that $. If you're, like right now, Amy Cardamom, NBIS, $NBIS. I want those showing up on our visualizer, everybody, so it's easier to track the names. Affirm's up 3 points. There was some chatter about, I don't know if it's a specific story for Affirm, but there was chatter this week about Klarna and Microsoft being interested in Klarna. That got a boost to the space. Affirm was up yesterday on that, well, on some sympathy the last couple of sessions, and now breaking out again. So I don't know if this is directly related to Klarna, if it has its own story, but it is part of the momentum story for Affirm. I prefer Affirm to Klarna, but that is what it is. Nice little breakout here on the daily. Just be careful, because if it is sympathy, I think we all know how that goes. If the stock is up on sympathy to another one's news, and I don't know if that's going to be true, then you have to watch like the leader, and I know it's not the leader in the sense of strength, but the leader in terms of news. It's at resistance, and there hasn't been confirmation that I know of here with that Klarna story.
No updates on Klarna, and also the way that was worded, it could be, if anything, an acquisition, so that's a slightly different type of catalyst as well.
Exactly.
Not seeing anything on Affirm since June 5th on Benzinga.
Yeah, so ride the wave, but just as Dave said, there wasn't anything that firm, and an acquisition is specific. It does tend to boost valuations overall in the space as a group, but it is not the same thing as, say earnings or a product launch, something along those lines. Oh wow, what happened to USO there? It just tagged that 117. Okay, well, first update.
Yeah.
On the re-entry on IBIT, again, just going to scalp some out to VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, we're going to look for some of the lows. But USO broke highs and now pulling back, as the meeting with Modi is now done from the president, as you guys can see.
Good stuff. Yeah, that is done. I'm surprised we didn't get any more volatility. The market screaming higher here, Neil, as NVDA is finally starting to find somewhat of a bottom, it feels like, at that 207 marker. The others pointed out that we do have a call wall at 210, but we're right at VWAP, and this is an area that I really like. I mean, I'm posted up on SpaceX. I might as well remove that and head back over to the name that has been performing well for us here today, and that has been NVDL. We're right back, and I can already get a better price than what my initial entry is. I'm not going to chase this or anything along those lines. 97.70s is where I'm going to be posted up at. We'll call it 75s flat. We're going to get involved in this bad boy one more time, just in case we do want to continue that northeast movement. A nice recovery. There is a little bit of a resistance zone, but let me get this order out now before it's too late. So there it is. We're posted up at 70s. Let's head back there. This 365.50 order most likely not to get filled on Google, so we'll remove that, and then we'll be patient and post up somewhere else. I may fall into the same narrative. I might be being a little cheap here on some of these buys, but that's okay, man. You got to scavenge somewhere. 97.70s were posted up on NVDL. There, okay, there we go. We caught that fill. A break through the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this level holds up. $98. We might piece some out there, but we're going to be getting out at 97.30s, 97.30, so about 45 cents worth of risk here on this specific trade, guys. We had that strong uptick. We have the SPY at the high of the day, and we have the NASDAQ about to head into that neck of the woods as well. With that being said, Neil, I believe it's our due diligence to look at the second largest sector within the SPY. Why are we slightly stronger than in the NASDAQ? What will that be? We're going to head over to our good friend JP. Yes, let's go. Mizzle. Yes, JPM. Brother, we're almost going to be at the we might head into all-time highs relatively soon. I talked about a laggard play in this name. Are we there? Oh, we're only are we there yet? Yeah, we're only 337 is the all-time high in JPM. We're talking about this name sub 300, and we were continuously buying some. So talk about a little bit of a rotation here. We're up 1.6%, but Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs once again hitting all-time high. I know you like those names there, Neil. So the financials finally starting to, I shouldn't say finally, because Goldman and Morgan have been on a big-time run. Citi hasn't been performing bad either, but JPM finally starting to pick up a little bit of steam.
I know this sucks to say, but when you're looking for a bank in your portfolio,
Yeah.
find the reasons why people hate some of the banks
And then buy them.
and buy those ones.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, why does everyone hate Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley? They get every single deal. Their traders can do whatever they want in the markets. I'll leave it at that. Well, you know what? You know what you can do about not liking that? You can own the stock because it just always seems to go up, and it always seems to be a good buy the day. That's all I'm saying.
We love that. I know Jesse
It is what it
loves
is.
that.
But I do see some other names out there. That rack space, I know it's moving. It's up another 15%. It's got a good bull flag on it. I'm looking for a small capper that I like. I just, it's so close to the fail breakout on the daily. Failed it yesterday. There's enough room here that you could just be a VWAP play. Like maybe this is a VWAP type of play that we could work into for a scalp. And then if you hold on to 20% through the high, that could be it. Bitcoin reentry, this is exactly where it got to without following through. But here's what I like a little bit better about the trade. Like earlier when it got down here, the market was weak. Now it's pulling back while the market's strong. So it's flipped the narrative for me, which I'm gonna like a little bit more. As I was trading SpaceX, and remember, we're trying to work it off the low, and it's going. I guess it eventually got to that $200 level. We got some good scalp trades off of it, but in that time, guess what we could have stuck with? I could have just stuck with Intel. Intel, this is, if you watch the show enough, this is why sometimes like you'll see me be like, hey, well, that was a winning trade. Yay, SpaceX is my best stock again for like the third day in a row. But it's hard to be happy when I abandon Intel to go for the long in SpaceX and the Intel long was better. So sometimes a win or being up isn't everything. You got to be a little more critical of yourself.
Yeah.
You know, that was a good entry, bad stop. Even though the stop was to my rule, it was still ended up being a bad stop on INTC. So I guess I still made money short, but I mean, obviously the long is looking good. Remember, they got a positive news story. They stand out relative to some of the other chip names out there because of this. Well, I mean, they're not, like the new chip is in risk testing is the best way to put it. It's not like it's out and they're selling it. It's in risk testing, but it seemed a big positive development. This can hopefully get them to land Apple as a client. Philip Stack, love the show. Can you look at AMD, please? Well, you said please, so, you know. I'm always having to tell my daughter, ask nicely. You gotta ask for things that you want. That's the first thing, but you gotta ask nicely too. We can look at it. This looks an awful lot like Intel's chart. I mean, it looks suspiciously exactly like Intel's chart, both yesterday and today. Bounce right off the bottom lows. There's a lot of chop to get through. I know we're up 3 points and everything looks exuberant, but when you see all of this, like all the selling on the lower highs yesterday, you've got to show that you can get through some of those levels. Like you pop back in. If you can't take 25s, maybe there's a reversion there. I would lean toward, I give AMD more the benefit of the doubt. Like if I was looking to short something, I mean, like I'd probably want to short like SMCI. Same thing, bounce off those highs, lower highs, but I just think it's a worse stock. AMD also gets always sympathy with Intel. So with Intel and AMD sometimes go together. Too strong of a stock. Like which one would you want to short if the charts on the 3 minute look the same? That stock or that stock? I'll pause for dramatic effect. And I think the answer is obvious. You want to short the weaker one. Right. It's obvious, but I said it anyway.
We're holding two names here. Yeah, let's see if we can get this bounce in SpaceX. We're holding this trend. NVDA not doing what I wanted to. So, I mean, let's see what happens here momentarily.
Look at
we
AMD,
talked about,
AMD's stronger.
AMD is much stronger. I mean, but this is the narrative. This is the beast. Like, this is continuously what this name does, is it pulls back aggressively and then decides to make a move higher. We talked about 30s being our out here potentially, and we got to get prepared to do so, as we are not doing anything that we want to. A rejection of the volume-weighted average price, that call wall coming fully into play. And I mean, we talked about taking our attempts, our at-bats on this bad boy, but I don't have very much tolerance for NVDA right now, other than the long term. I always like to listen to what Jim Cramer has to say. Own it, don't trade it. And I'm not saying that's not the case. We will continuously look at this name, but as for today, there it is. We're out at 20s on that bad boy. We take take the L, and as soon as we break 196 or 195s here on SpaceX, we're at a dodge on that bad boy. And what is it my job to do? I want to find some signs of strength. There it is. What a dog here. Let's see how this candle prints. We could get in at a better price, but 3 attempts at plate. That's it. I'm not giving it any more because, like I just mentioned, I don't have. I'm not going to be giving it that much leeway, especially. Oh, there it is. It printed now. As I got out, perfect. No problem. Thank you. You're not going to get us this time, Neil. I don't like getting in like a minute after I just get out, but I do believe that was just a liquidity grab. We hop right back in at a better price. Let's see if that 97.20 level breaks. Then we took our 3 attempts. We got the 1 winner, and then unfortunately we'll be sitting on 2 losses. We're still sitting in SpaceX right now, so let's see how these 2 trades play out for us.
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
Oh,
so
wow.
as I said, I was looking for. I just ended up shorting SMCI, so we'll grab that one to the south side. Let's just look for the low of the day here.
Yeah,
Nasdaq still selling. Remember the overall context of yesterday. I know we can. You know what? We've been in a market where once you see usually we're like, you see that V shape starting to form, and you're like, okay, well, where's the continuation for the rest of the day to the long side? But given what happened yesterday's trade, the Nvidia $20 billion, maybe $25 billion going to the debt markets, I just feel like give the short the chance to work. Still have that bit of a short bias and just find those scalp trades if you can. If we get continuation, fantastic. All right, I've seen so many people in the chat post AMC. AMC. What is going on with AMC? It's up 4%. Hey, maybe me flipping to the stock caused it to just break the high of the day. What are we excited about here? There's small cappers doing like 100% every single day.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
knocking AMC or anything, but this has gone 250 to 262. That's fine. On a normal day, that would be a pretty solid return. But you have so many of these other ones that are going absolutely ham. Like whoops, I just typed the wrong symbol because someone just typed that in there. But no, and again, it's not to mock AMC. It's just I'm always curious as to what is attracting people to this name, which is not giving you all that much. Like that OBAI, that thing's bouncing back, giving you 20% inside of a range, like 120 to 140 or like 150. Right, like you can get so much more out of that scalping this thing, doing 82 million shares. We got oil stockpiles plunging to critical low at biggest U.S. storage hub. I tend to think they are going to overcorrect when they start building back the reserve. That's my guess. Based on what the Chinese did, I can see the U.S. doing something similar. They're not going to allow the Chinese to have a far bigger reserve than they do, especially given what we just saw, and we'll see. That's just my thought. SMCI is catching a bit of a bid here. So we entered the short, didn't quite get to the low of the day. I'll pop a bid down there just in case it wants to pick me up. But I don't know if I want this going past break even. It's the newest entrant. It's still it's an obvious, sort of an obvious inside move. But if it breaks that 50, I think I'll just get out. I'm just gonna move the stop tighter here. Like we got what we wanted for the scalp, but there's no need to fight this if the market's going to be a little bit sideways. It's a Fed day, remember? And on a Fed day, you get the open moves. Sometimes you get lulled into not complacency, but kind of a tighter range throughout lunch. And then you'll end up with the 2 o'clock, 2:30 ramp job where usually I'm getting flat. I almost don't like to be in position when 2 o'clock hits if I can avoid it. If you're deep in the money, it's one thing. If I'm deep in the money holding something that's holding trend, that's fine. But I don't want to be getting into anything new or too tight to its stop. So if we start going sideways, take your profits when you can.
Agreed. There goes RXT through the high of the day. That could be a good potential play there, ladies and gentlemen. RXT, let's head over
that broke,
there.
Eh?
Yeah, it's a rack.
Look at the
space.
daily on that.
Exactly.
Be something.
Yeah, so let's see, man. Let's see if this can break and hold. There is an inverted hammer candle. Glad that we got out, right? We started the day pretty good with NVDL. Then we go back-to-back losses on that. I'll talk about our app bats, 3 strikes. You're out of there, even though it's 2. We'll call this a sack fly right here, and then maybe we'll get out. We're not going to take any more attempts as we're looking like we're going to head towards the low of the day here on NVDA. With that being said, let's head over to RXT, rack space, baby, rack space, racks, and see if we can get a nice momentum style play through that $7 break. If you played a stock for wheel trades, which ticker would that be? That's a great question.
For what, sorry?
I'm sure they're referring to the options wheel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. If I picked the stock for wheel trades, which ticker would that be? Now, it's the name that I kind of been bashing all morning. That's probably NVDA. But we also have to take into consideration you want to see appreciation within the stock in itself. And we're not necessarily getting that right now. So yeah, this might, that's a really, really good question. And I don't want to just give you an answer. I would have to find something. Maybe Robinhood, something that's trending, right? Because it has a little volatility, it pulls back a couple of percentage points, then climbs higher, because your objective is to get assigned on both ends of the put and the call side of things. So yeah, maybe something in the financials could be a good opportunity. Other than that, it's a pretty difficult question for me right now.
Someone agree with you. Ben talking money in the chat just said SoFi.
SoFi?
You were saying financial.
Yeah. So SoFi being one of them.
And I was just asking the chat
SoFi,
if I thought that Robinhood was a good place to buy now. I can't how could I in good conscience say I think it's a buy here if I personally was buying in the 80s for the first time? I've never owned Robinhood stock until this 80 consolidation. And it's at the 200 period moving average. Like it went 50 to 200 period moving average. For me, this is a long-term position. So I'm not selling anything in my personal account here because it's a long-term position. I'm trying to build a long-term position. In fact, I'm looking for a place to buy more. But if it was a swing trade and it went 50 period to 200 period, that's usually where I'd be taking profit, just because it's the moving average play. If it starts holding or consolidating over the 200 period, that's a bit of a different story. But I just got to be real with, if someone's asking me what I think about it, I can't say something that sort of goes against what I was and am doing in my personal account. It looks strong. I want it to go higher. I want it to hold the 200 period moving average. I want this 100 to hold, and I want to see it at 125. All of those things are true. I've just been saying the place is the accumulation where you want to pick these things up. When they start accumulating off the downtrend, that's where I like it. Show me these accumulations, show me those 50 period breakouts. That's what I like, as opposed to, I don't know if you're chasing the move. Everything depends on your time horizon. Just do you. It's been a strong 6% today. You can't hate on it into a down market, but that's a tough.
Someone said, Bidong, are you the bald guy with the glasses? You're my favorite. Well, I am bald and I am wearing glasses. So if it, at times, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sometimes it may be a duck. No, obviously, I think that's me.
I have glasses.
You abandoned the brotherhood, though. I feel like.
I told you what happened.
I know.
Honestly, when Joe has kids, he's gonna understand. We got to go to Adara though.
Sector watch time, guys. Let's start by looking at these energy minerals names. A lot of these are going to be red, and of course, we do have EIA saying with those numbers that came out at 10:30 a.m. Midwest crude stocks falling to their lowest since December 2014. So oil here absolutely in focus. Furthermore, just be aware, I'm also seeing reports that Iran has signed the MOU to procure military equipment from Russia. So more MOU signing from Iran, not the MOU with the U.S. though. Let's keep an eye here. Some weakness in tech services, weakness in retail trade, tech, health tech weak, consumer durables weak, consumer non-durables, transportation, communications, industrial services all to the downside. Strength in producer manufacturing, AM18 and LRCX, both up 9% and 6% respectively. GEV also relatively strong. Electronic tech, the two Mag 7s in this name, kind of flat. You've got Broadcom, Intel, AMD to the upside. Intel, of course, announcing brisk production has begun here for its 18AP node. And non-energy minerals here, you've got these copper and gold plays up. FCX and NEM, respectively, relatively strong. Do make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy what we're bringing to you every single day. And at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll give you live coverage of the Fed decision, summary of projections, and, of course, the FOMC press conference at 2:30.
As always, whoops.
Much, Dara.
Well, we were going to do that as well. Does this button work? Well, that's to smash the like button. I do have this one. Is this one work? No, that didn't work. Boom.
1,000.
And the hit the like and subscribe button. Just don't do it for me. Don't do it for my bald head brotherhood. Bald head, whatever, man. You know what I was trying to spit out and just absolutely failed on. Do it for Adara, who does a fantastic job. We got the best community out there because everyone's telling me to look at Allbirds. If there wasn't a more obvious short than shoe companies pivoting to AI and going from $3 to $24, then I don't know what it was. But you know what? It's up 23 points today. Congratulations, Allbirds. I'm not wearing mine today. Maybe if it's up another 25 points, or you know what, if it holds these gains, I'm gonna wear my Allbirds tomorrow. How about that? If this closes above $5, I'll wear my shoes, even though they say this is not what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, there's actually more on this now. So they're now officially Smartbird. I saw this earlier. I didn't mention it because there was like no volume on this at the time, and it had not done anything near this move. So I apologize for that, guys. But Smartbird has appointed a new CEO and president, Nadia Carlson, who I'm guessing probably has more AI knowledge than the former leader. They also named a new board chair, Lillian Hughes. So keep an eye here on Allbird. That was the story here, just in case you guys are wondering there. And that's the deal.
Good stuff.
Is it bad that my first instinct is to pay for locates on this thing? I don't think that's crazy, right?
Ew.
I don't think that's crazy.
Did you know?
I'm gonna pay for locates on.
Did you know?
Then what? Huh? No what?
Bird.
The bird is the word.
The bird. The bird is the word. Come on,
Timbo
man.
and Magoo. You don't know. You know what's up with that. Remember Timberland and Timberland and Magoo? People don't remember that dude. Whatever the heck happened to him, Timbo was that ish. Look, the markets are still crazy. I am gonna pay for locates because that could be something. I just feel like this whole Allbird story, like, that's a tough pivot. It's not easy. I hope they make it work. I wish them all the best.
Wow,
but
Robinhood.
I know. I was just looking at Robinhood too. This stock is absolutely insane. Robinhood, possibly one of the strongest things on my quote board. I hear today, whoa, there was a spike in IBIT. I'm going to take some off in front of VWAP there. I have to pivot because as we're just shooting up, I just, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a volume spike there on Bitcoin back above the volume weighted average price. I'm like, yeah, let's get some of that out because it's still kind of bull flag-ish. I want to try to respect it. SMCI still holding for lows. That's still looking pretty good. SpaceX cannot seem to get past 200. It went further than I guess I gave it credit for, but it's right back at the lows. So this is not a strong day for SpaceX. Wish we could have seen this get to VWAP for a short, but it does not get
we're gonna
there.
try this.
But how about this? D. Burtney, Neil or Joe, do you use a 9 EMA?
I do not.
I do not. Sean uses moving averages on his charts, but I can tell you what you see is what you get for me. When I started trading, I mean, I had it all. Believe me when I tell you I've used, in my first year of trading, I had Fibonacci's, I had more trend lines. I had more trend lines than you could even imagine. It was a bit ridiculous. I got laughed at, literally. I think sometimes people look at my charts. And then I eventually settled down to the volume weighted average price, volume, and then on my daily charts, which SpaceX is not useful for that, so that's useless. I'll go to Apple. I have the 50 SMA and the 200 SMA on daily charts. That's it. I keep it pretty clean. I think that's what and every now and then, like I might, like if I want to see RSI, I'll pop it up. I'll do that occasionally. I don't really draw fibs anymore, but I can if I want to. I just don't like the clutter on my charts if I don't have to. I think, you know, trading is hard enough. But if you've got, and we actually literally did a lesson on this in the afternoon show yesterday. But if you've got too much clutter on your chart and you've got information that's just coming out the wazoo, you will get paralysis. And you will start seeing too many signals. It's an easy way to overtrade. There's all kinds of things that it can lead to. And I'll never crap on something that works for you. Like, if I don't use RSI and it works for you, then who the heck cares what I think? I'm just telling you what I use. Who cares? Does it make you money? Do you get paid off of that indicator? Then use it, right? That's all. That's really what it's all about. You know, and you've got to be able to you've got to be able to figure out what works for you. I just find if you start from clean, then if you want to add one and you can analyze it, does it work for you or does it not? But if you add 20, good luck figuring out which one is actually the cause, too many signals and all that nonsense for sure. So let's look at some other names in here because other than like Robinhood on strength, what is SoFi doing? The market is trying to catch a bid, so I'm going to try and exit. I'm going to need to exit a little bit more out of these short trades if I can, because I think we're getting a little bit long in the tooth here and the market's bidding. SoFi strong, that could be a VWAP play for me if we get it. Oh, and we got a super chat. I can't be missing super chats, everybody. Yell at me if I'm missing super chats. So what's a super chat? What symbol are we? Well, that's not a stock symbol. John, thank you for the super chat. Was Joe Dirt the best movie ever? You know, I've seen that more than one time. That's a funny movie. I have to admit it's a funny movie. I know they made a second one. I have not watched the second one. You tell me if it's any good. Obviously, it's not the best movie of all time. There are much better comedies than that. And what just happened to the market? Hello. I was just saying the market was catching a bid. Exited out of IBIT. What the heck just Adara? Adara, why is USO at $120, please? And why did I just get the low of the day on SMC? All my bids just filled to get me out of my shorts, and USO is flying here. So obviously, whoa, okay, all right, well, I might have gotten out of those shorts early because this spike just took me out of all my shorts at the lows. So yeah, obviously we're getting some big news here. Nothing yet though, and we'll get it officially when Adair is able to. But you guys can see the spike. There's only one thing moving us. It'll be a Iran headline, and it'll be bad. The president is not speaking live, to my knowledge. But no, my guess would be something from the other side, from Iran. I shouldn't say the other side. Well, heck, it is the other side. It's got to be something from Iran. Obviously, this can't look good for the deal if we're going to get a spike like that. But you know what? Bank error in our favor. This is why you have orders. I was literally sitting at the low of the day and just got picked up.
Wow.
And now we're catching a bit of a bid back. Most of the time when we see these oil spikes, it's like a big time liquidity event. No one's expecting it. The algos punch it through. A bunch of people get stopped out. You are already pulling back. So there you go. So maybe something out of the G7 as someone put in the chat. But I'm not going to sit here. We can speculate all we want until we actually get the headline, which we will at some point from Adara.
Speculators.
I can guess that it's Iran related, but I'm not going to say, oh no, the deal blew up. I'm not going to tell you that if we don't know that for sure. You can just see that we're retracing the move back here in USO.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, let's go Google, man. There we go. A nice little uptick on this bad boy. I know what's for lunch, if anybody was curious.
How do you know? I think
we've seen our boy Sasha. Our boy Sasha's in the building. It's time for the speculators. Exactly. Remember how I was asking what that song name was? And I thought it was the speculators, but it's the regulators. I called it the speculators.
You know what though? That's no, but that would be like a name for
right?
traders,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. The speculators,
I like that.
Man. What do you think is fair market value of SpaceX? Wow, that's a great question. Neil, I don't know how you feel about that. What do you think is fair value?
I don't know. And I didn't. And I never. And here's the crazy thing.
$170.
I never knew that about Tesla, and it never stopped me from owning Tesla shares. You know what? I honestly, like, Tesla never seemed to have a reasonable market value.
Okay.
And I remember we had a trader on the floor one time, and this is back before all the splits. And he goes, "Man, if it breaks this price, blah blah blah, then they'll be able to." Then their bond they convert to shares. It's going to be an explosion. And I remember like tripled up from there. He's like, don't worry about the fundamentals. It's a momentum stock. For now, this sucker's a momentum stock.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to treat it like a momentum stock and not worry about valuation. I just know that I want to own it in my long term because I believe it'll be one of the biggest companies in the world over the next 10 years.
Yeah, same. Wow, what a print
and offer
there,
upside.
Google.
But you know what? Does valuation matter for Amazon for the longest time? No, you just had to believe. Adara, what do we have? Oh.
Still no news, guys, on that spike. I'm keeping an eye out. If anything changes, I'll keep you posted. Now I'm seeing comments from the China foreign minister saying that China supports Iran's reasonable, legitimate claims and its effort in safeguarding its own sovereignty and security. That's being reported by Chinese media outlet Xinhua. Not saying anything else, though. So if that changes, I'll keep you posted. Here is the U.S. dollar. Right now, I mean, we did get a bit of a spike higher, so to the 15 minutes. You guys can see that spike in tandem with the spike in oil and the drop in the market. But if you go back to the daily chart here, still trying to hold on to that recent low that we made on Monday. That level is going to be that 99.3 area, continuing to try to bounce off this double bottom made in first touch here in April, second touch in early May, and continuing that uptrend. Again, the next level of resistance that we've had here was made last week around that 100.3 level. Let's see if we crack it. Economic data today included retail sales and core retail sales at 8:30 a.m., both of those coming in a bit higher than expected. At 10 a.m., you had much higher than expected pending home sales change month over month, 3.8% versus 0.9% expected. We're set to get some kind of Trump press conference sometime soon. He posted on Truth Social that would be starting in 45 minutes. That was about 48 minutes ago, so wait and see, all systems go. We'll keep you posted if I hear anything else. The other conference, though, is going to be the FOMC press conference at 2:30 p.m., the first one led by new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. He's also going to be giving us the first rate decision under his tenure half an hour before that at 2 p.m. Eastern. 99.6% of participants expecting rates to be held steady. Not super surprising. We've got a 0.4% chance of a hike. No rate cut odds are being put in here for today's meeting. If you look further down the line, December, we're seeing that rate hike. That's been fairly steady as of late. No cuts being anticipated here going forward. I think the first cut we're seeing even maybe a slight chance of would be in June 2027. So pretty hawkish look going forward. Now, furthermore, I was seeing apparently on Kalshi, this was as of 9 a.m. or so this could have changed, but roughly 70% of traders on Kalshi thinking that we could actually get unity at the Fed for the first time in a while. We've had 7 straight meetings with at least one dissenting vote. Now we actually have some Kalshi traders thinking that with Kevin Warsh here, we could have 0 dissenting votes. That would be a significant change. We'll have to wait and see if we get another meeting of dissent or if we get 0 dissenting votes. Again, we'll learn that in about 3 hours from now at 2 p.m. Eastern with the rate decision and the summary of economic projections. Back to you.
It's like these oil shock moves, they always revert like this. Like, this is why you have bids out. Like, literally that headline, or, well, we don't have the headline yet, but that could, again, like, it could be, the Trump of the G7 and something that we haven't heard, but a complete reversion. That it was exactly where you wanted to get out of shorts, almost to the T. If you were sitting in them, it's like blind luck. Like, that was the turn because USO does the reversion. And by the way, Allbirds ain't dead yet. It is still flying higher. Or wait a minute, what's it supposed to be called again? Dara, what's the new name for this company again?
Smartbird.
Smartbirds. Okay.
Smartbird.
It's gonna. I own the shoes. I have multiple pairs of. I think they're. Look, man, they're comfortable shoes. I've had them for a while, but it'll be a while before I can wrap my head and actually call these guys Smartbirds, because again, to me, they're a shoe company. 40% to the upside.
Neil, did you ever use the Blue Vapor?
Yeah. So Sharif's asked about the shoes that I got off him. Yeah, brother. It's all good. Those are workout shoes, man. Allbirds aren't workout shoes. They're like good casual like walking shoes.
Okay.
Although I guess they're not making them anymore because this is an AI company now. What did I just Smartbird? The Smartbird gets the worm up 42%. I have nothing against them. It's just hard to take this one seriously. Like, I could wrap my head around when Kodak was like, hey, look, developing photos, it's just all chemistry. So if you want to go into pharmaceutical, it's just a very logical turn. This one, I can't understand it, which is fine. It just means you don't have to own something you don't understand. But you want to participate at these highs, congratulations to you. I'm looking for about like the 6 to 6 quarter level. See here on the daily, where there was a little buying support and then it got rejected. That'll be the spot. I paid next to nothing for locates. 0.2 cents per share, and I'm going to look for a reversion on this. But I just tweeted out something about SpaceX. Like, just because it worked for a bit going long, reversing preference on trade in SpaceX ends up being a mistake. Like, it doesn't matter that the scalp worked. It's still trending down. This just is so weak today. 4 points down. The 190 level looks like it wants to go. If you're looking for if you're looking for key price levels, there isn't much to be had. Like you could go back to 182 from day 2 where it caught some afternoon support, and then obviously the even dollar 190. I think all of that could be in play today, especially if the market retraces back to the lows. I wouldn't put anything against it.
Oh, should I give it? Okay, we got beef stroganoff for lunch here today.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Isn't that your favorite?
No, it's not, man.
Joe hates the beef.
And I'm hungry too, man. And when I get hangry, where's Hangry Wife today? I gotta give them a shout out because that's the way that I'm feeling right now. And I'm also getting. That's the thing, right? You got to be self-aware, and I'm definitely self-aware. That's crazy, Blicky, man. You're wilding out. Anyways, you got to be self-aware when it comes to trading. And what I am actually aware of is that I'm getting agitated that I'm trading the Googles, the NVDAs, and some other of these tech names when we have Robinhood up to 104.50.
It is a beast.
Yeah, it's going. You know what I mean? So. I mean, like here it is. We're just gonna woo-saw. I gotta head over to the midday momentarily, so I can't sit under a tree or anything like that to calm down. So what we gotta do is just drink a little bit more coffee here and see what we got going on.
Overdo the
Yeah.
coffee.
Wait, what?
Joe, don't you not drink that much coffee?
No, man. I told you I'm a full-blown crack in a cup head now, man. I literally, listen, I'll give credit where credit is due. Sharif changed my life with this coffee game because, listen, honestly, I told you guys, I get mentally fatigued at time. Now I can't even function in the morning. It's just like Milo and I, we're up bright and early, and we go over across the street to the coffee shop. I grab a coffee, he gets a pup cup, and then we just sit and people watch, man. Life's good at that point. You wake up, and it's just great time. So looks like we're going to be drinking this stuff for the majority of the day. There's some form of salad that we'll get involved with here momentarily. But yeah, Google not looking too good if we're going to talk about the stock market. 104.50 almost there. Hey, Neil, why is Zeta dropping like a rock in June? It's a great question. Let's see what we got going on.
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a random name to just throw at us. What's the last piece of news on this thing? June 1st? Oh, no way. I can't make this up. The last headline I see for this was on June 1st, and now it's gone. Shoot. Zeta Global announces Olympic gold medalist, entrepreneur, and founder Lindsey Vonn is second Zeta Live 2026 keynote speaker. So if that's the headline from a couple of weeks ago, I can't tell you. And again, it could be momentum, right? Why is it dropping? I think oftentimes if you're looking for the explanation for a stock that you own, again, I don't look at the stock, I don't own the stock. If it's a stock that you own and you don't know, you've got to seriously do some digging and ask, okay, well, am I misunderstanding the price action?
Yeah,
Could be sector related, could just be sympathy related if it's not specific. Oftentimes that's the case, but I don't want to guess that for you. That's something you got to look for yourself. If it's a company that I love and I can't find a good reason for it, I'll be very clear with you. If a company that I'm buying on dips in my personal account that I love, in my opinion, is making a dip that doesn't make sense, that I can't find a reason for, am I usually a buyer at the 200 period moving average? Answer, yes. Do I know that about Zeta? Absolutely not. So I can't really tell you too much about that. And I say this a lot. This is not to sound like dismissive or anything, but there's a quote that I believe in, and that quote is, if you care about somebody, you tell them what you think, and if you care about yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. You probably wanted me to give you a reason that affirmed what you wanted to hear on Zeta, or that proves that I know everything about everything. Can't do that. I can't tell you what I see in the chart and what I would do if it was a company I liked and held. We do have Tommy, Stephen, Martin. Thank you guys for your work. Thank you for tuning in. Not just our viewers, obviously, on YouTube, but everywhere. TikTok, and thank you, Tommy, Stephen, from TikTok. Everywhere you're found. Heck, if you're listening to me and you're hearing me speak Spanish, then you're on our Spanish channel as well. But shout out to our TikTok viewers. I know the Spanish stream has been going pretty well as well. And we'll give Joe a little bit of time to matriculate on over to the midday. Joe's working all day because Sean, I know, had fun at the Post Malone concert last night and is taking a day off, and he'll be back tomorrow.
Man, I could hear that thing from my house, man.
Okay, Sharif's saying he could hear the concert from his house. That doesn't surprise me, brother. I'm sure that was an absolute blast. And then, of course, tomorrow being the last training day, it's a weird one tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday triple witching, right? Because Friday is Juneteenth, so the market is closed. So we do have the end of the week, and it would be the third Friday, but obviously it's a Thursday, and that's going to be tomorrow. So it does change some things. There's index actions that we have to be concerned about. Marvell into the NASDAQ 100, and then Rocket Labs and a couple of other names that should be some movers as well. Sorry, Rocket Labs, NASDAQ 100, Marvell into the S&P 500. Now, those will be interesting at the close tomorrow, not Friday. So it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to hopefully enjoy the beef stroganoff, probably more than Joe, because I don't think he likes it very much. And we're going to send you over to Joey Caffeine and Sharif. He's your mother, he's your daddy, he's that brother in the alley. And if you know the rest of it, you know, because Sharif is Joe's pusher man when it comes to caffeine. You've created a full-blown addict, Sharif. You should be very proud of yourself. The man didn't touch caffeine. Now he's drinking it like it's crack. So with that, let's go to the midday. Enjoy yourself.
What just happened here, bro? I just got insinuated that I'm, like the dealer. What is going on? I don't even drink that much coffee. Guys, the last one I have is now, and then we go the entire day without one. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. And the chat's, something happened there with the chat, so we're going to have to reload that, Joey, and say hello to everybody.
Pull it up, my boy.
Oh, I see. Assassino, thank you very much, because I did click the rollover there, and that was probably not the right idea. All right, just got to watch this ad super quick, then we're going to shout out everyone. There we go. What is up, everybody? Let's say hello to custom all-time highs. We got J7X54. Sharif the Pusher Man, he says. Neil, you made me a really bad reputation here. John Cutler, we got Why Not? Yo, why not? Shout out to Jimmy, D'Souza, Old Wise Trader, and Roboro. How about Paddy Rara? Benton, shout out to my man Benton. We got Green Day Dean and Trader Sniper TV. Wannabe Trader 13 also joining us. The OG, Other Zinc, and Sufyan. Get it, Sufyan. We got Yuckerberry TV and Britt Brandon, the Real Farm Trader, and Frank frickin' Rizzo. Love the name, man. Who else? Let's go down a little bit here. Amosa, I see you, my man. Crazy Dirt Weed is in the house as well, Joseph. Tony 101. Shout out to XC Running Star and Luis Suarez up right back at you, baby. Butt cheeks, says Drew Farrell. Butt cheeks right back at you. Uh-oh. Peter Hope dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. Joey, hello, Joe. Hello, Sharif. My lovely ONDS is dead money. Trying to make up for it with the SPCX short. You know I'm going to hope you print multiple storms on your SPCX short. You know, as long as, you don't kill my position over there, because, we got into SPCX there a couple of days ago. But let's get right down to work, Joey.
Let's get down.
We're going to have to look at Allbirds. Shout out to Neil for calling this one out. 625 high, losing 6 as we speak. Dancing here in the mid-590s. We've got a topping tail candle forming, but that's the bad news. The good news is trend still being respected here by BIRD because we are still holding prior bar lows. So the details are as follows. The current bar low, which is the 11 o'clock bar, is 553. That is the low of this candle, so let's say 550. That also overlaps very, very clearly with the volume weighted average price, which if you're a newer viewer, will always be the white line on my black charts. And then we just opened up a new bar, so in the 1105 bar now, prior bar low takes us down to 546. So what we see here is clear support generally at that 5.5 area. Here comes 560. The question is, do we lose prior bar low? I'm going to take my chances with this one. And if we get a nice price spike down back into possibly 60s, we're in the 60s right now, Joseph Options. Oh no, it's leaving. Oh, there we go. So we're long here. We're going to give it to the mid 40s, lest, we get wigged out, something like that. So this is what I want to see right now. What do we got? We got 68. Into 75 we go. We wet the beak here, Joey. Into 80 we go. We wet the beak again. We're looking for a little bit more. We're looking for a move into 6. And then we want to gauge resistance at that $6 area. Assassino, I didn't quite hear you in my ear, brother. Joe?
It's Joe.
Gotcha. All right.
Yes, sir. We're ready to rock and roll, guys. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast. Not now, but today. Today, right
Yesterday.
now. Yeah.
Yesterday would be quite
man.
nice,
Much
right?
better.
And you know, if English is your second language, it's just a way of saying like, do it right now.
Arriba, ande.
Arriba. We're gonna talk a little bit Mandarin in a little bit, Joey, because you know your boy's been. What is happening? Your boy's been studying. All right, guys, continuing to watch BIRD here, trying to hold the $0.50. We're break even on this amount. I put some profit takers into 6. This one loses mid-40s. I am Gonzino. I'm looking for a $0.50 hold here. We've held on the last 3 5-minute candles. If this one fails, then I'll have got this one wrong. I'm looking for a possible retesting of $6 here. Into 77 we go. There's been no 80 prints, and I got a liquidity tester here, Joey, in the low 80s to test exactly that. I want to see if we're able to shake the sellers in and around 70 pennies. So far, the answer has been no to that. So we're going to continue to watch that. I've got more to speak about here in terms of small cap gappers that I've got on watch, but I just want to resolve this trade because it's like in the midst of the more volatile part of the trade. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. So I got to keep my eye on it. But what have you been trading this morning?
Yeah,
brother?
man. Well, I mean, we've been getting. I was trying to think of a term that was appropriate, but we couldn't think of it. But anyways, we take a loss on it. That's all right, man. Yeah, so we had a really good past 3 days anyways, so we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Friday, 5.5 time shutdown. Monday, half a shut. Yesterday, a full shut. So we're all right, man. We're down half right now at this point. We take a loss on SpaceX. We take a loss on goggles, a couple of them maybe even, to be honest with you. A couple of re-engage, no, just one loss here on this bad boy, and then NVDA, so via NVDL. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We go 1 for 5 at this point, so not too good, a 20% clip rate, but we're only a couple of trades away from turning this thing around to Greensville. I want to head over into the chat, but it's not the tech trade that I want to get involved with because it seems that we're trend down at this point here. Sharif, you can see
limit down bird.
We have continuous lower highs here on goggles. Same thing here with SpaceX. Come on, fill me on at 170. I think we're gonna have the ability to get that. So a nice steady downtrend. And with that being said, we're most likely gonna have to wait until that 2 or 3 o'clock hour in order for us to find a potential long if we even want to take any more attempts on these bad boys. Now, what was the name that I was going to pull up on this screen? Yes, it was Applied Digital going lower, guys. So we want to head over to the financials as JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley going absolutely nuts here today. So we're going to head over into the financial world, XLF, and wait for some form of a pullback because we did have a high of around 105.44 cents here on Robinhood. Pullback, VWAP retest, and then off to the races we can potentially go. So that's what I have on my radar, Sharif.
All right, man. Limit down on BIRD. I stopped out right where I said 544. Limit down 528. So this one's bleeding its own blood. It also might lose its spot on the side chart, but I got another one here. We're already doing well on this one. SNBR, there it goes through 47. We've got 44s. The breakout seems to be on at the moment. Let's see if we can wet the beak in and around 48. And then I'm going to put some at 49. And then, Joseph, believe it or not, yes, I might actually put some at 50.
Okay.
So looking for a 49.59 touch. That is the high of the day. So let's just say right around that $0.50 is where resistance should be expected. SNBR, penny stock, but up 164%. Got a nice flat top brewing here at around 50 pennies. Whether or not we have the juice to take out that 50 penny area. There goes 48. Here comes 49. There goes 49, Joseph Options. I'm expecting resistance at 50 penny, guys. I just want to make that very clear over here because you're likely going to encounter some resistance at the $0.50. This is a new high day. 49.59 new HOD. We don't get the print at $0.50, and that's kind of why I put it out there, to test the liquidity, to see at least momentarily were we able to shake the sellers in the high 49s, possibly at the 50s. Sometimes you don't even see it move. You go and look later, and then you see that it actually wicked through the level. So that's kind of what I was trying to test there. Test comes back negative. 49.59 high, bleeding its own blood down to 45. I'm expecting a move back into 40 here. And if we get that move into 40, I'm going to be adding. We're long at 44. In fact, I have better than 44. I have 43 and change. We're out of the money now because it's coming back pretty aggressively here into 44, Joey.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a possible move into about 42.5, maybe 40, high 41s. That gets me adding into SNBR here. I like the look of SNBR right now. I also like the look of SSPC, which is, I'm assuming that's SpaceX leveraged, or it looks like an inverse IPO. So, oh, it's ripping. SSPC is ripping, 931. Sharif the Stallion in the house. Let me take the opportunity to do this over here. Front double biceps over here.
Oh, here we go there, man. Look at the depth. Look at the definition on that there, Sharif.
Oh, on yours?
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah.
My bad.
It's all right, my boy. Was that supposed to be sarcasm, my boy?
I love you, bro. Honestly, I love you exactly how you are, man.
Yeah, definitely.
It is.
Man, I got a pec cramp there.
You got to...
Yeah.
You need some potassium.
Yeah, I know. Well, I
You
didn't
need
get to eat
some
I didn't get to
potassium.
eat my banana.
Aw. Yeah, that's why I have one always after. You always see me stealing Sean's banana and Neil's banana because, well, we need that before the workout, Joey, lest we cramp up, right? So that's kind of the look there. All right. 1 cent. Brother, yes, 1 cent.
Oh, that's
Bobek.
disrespectful.
You're not understanding, Bobek. It's not about the dollar move. It's about how much size you're taking for that penny move. I'm sure you're pretty good at math, Bobek, right? If you do that on 10,000 shares, what's a 1 penny move on 10,000 shares? Isn't that the same thing for a dollar move with less shares? So you just think about that, brother, before you say funny things like that. All right, continuing to watch here. Joey, I didn't get the ad, man, but here comes 50 pennies again. Looking real good. Looking for that breach of 50, Joe.
Good stuff, man. I appreciate that. Almighty, you didn't know this? Joe Jack, what the heck? Sleeper build 101 over here, man. We at the gym every day. Yeah, who said that? Coffee black?
Someone standing behind you? Sorry.
Bruh.
Monkey never cramp. Yeah, eat the banana, monkey never cramp. If you know, you know. Let's head over. The haterade is real, man. Is that
I'm
what
just joking, bro.
Is that what
Come
you
on,
got?
man.
Is that what you got in there today?
A little bit. I put a little bit with the coffee because
that's
it
crazy
has a little bit
talk,
of sugar in
man.
it.
Monkey never cramp. But here it is, guys. Let's head over to and find something to trade. Like we got the coffee itch going on and a lot going on there. No, it's a Blue Jay. It's a former Blue Jay. He's like, you got to eat your banana because you got a bad cramp. Anyways, aside from that, let's get right back into these 50. Market, guys. There goes 50. Joe, if you could change anything besides the obvious, what would it be? Man, that's a deep question.
Yeah, it is. That requires some thought.
Yeah, I can't just give you, but it's a $5 super chat. If we can get our top supporters up on the board here today, that'd be fantastic. And we'll just put a big line through Adam James's name. Obviously, I'm being highly sarcastic. That's our boy. If I could change anything besides the obvious, what would it be?
What would it be, Joey?
The unpredictable, maybe?
Ooh, that's deep.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I mean, because then it'd be besides the obvious, so what is extremely unpredictable?
Well, very good
and
point.
maybe that could be tomorrow. So if I could change what, in a good way, that may be a little bit of a bad thing into a positive thing, then maybe we'll head into that neck of the woods. Other than that, guys, we're back up to 105 in Robinhood. Very great question on the Rail TV, and I like that. Now, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight thinking of an answer and what I would potentially change here in the future. Sharif's got a lot of small caps going on. He's punching keys over there, so I know he's getting a little antsy. So we got to get over here and see where you're good. You're all right? Okay. QuantumScape, we're looking for some signs of strength in Rigetti. So, I mean, I'm not finding anything anything right now, Sharif. I want to head over into the financials. What's our boy TKO been doing? Nothing other than what happened on Sunday. Absolute fantastic show put on by Dana White and company. But I want to head over to JPM and see how we've been performing over
Did you hear about the
335
attempt on President Trump's life there?
No, but I heard that. I heard a lot of like whatever planned attacks was going to happen.
That's what I was talking about. You saw. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So they prevented them and stuff. Did you see
like
your
the
boy?
Drones, like they had this plan to hit
him
the
with the
buildings, the surrounding buildings with drones, and then with the chaos that would ensue from the explosion, that they'd have snipers.
Yeah.
There. What the
It's
hell
crazy.
is
Did you see your boy Deshaun Strickland got arrested? He pulled up. He pulled up, and they kicked him out immediately, which is crazy. A lot of good things going on in the chat here. I think this is for you. I'm trying to find it there. Sarah the mama saying you're so pure and you're cool as hell. She said something else very nice there. I think that was towards you, or maybe me. Who knows? But anyways, been in the UEC. What do y'all think on it? I think that's Sharif's world. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We'll allow him to go over that. Oh, Adam James. I don't know if we can say that. The F Timo football Malcolm X ?
Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy,
You are
Adam.
crazy.
You're
You're my boy. I love Adam, man. Yeah. I'm going to come and catch you in, next time you head over to South America, maybe I'll come meet you up with you in the new year.
He might be coming to Veld.
Yeah, he mentioned that. You can come and check us at any given moment, Adam James, without any question. But yeah, next time you're in South America, if it's in February or March, I might actually, when I say I'm going to do something, the 90% of the time I do it, and I think I'm going to head over there.
This was one hell of a trade over here.
Oh.
I wasn't saying much when this was happening, but this was a big move. 16 pennies on a 44 penny name. Took 44 long, ripped into 60. In fact, it's not 60, it's 59.20. That's the high of the day. We're exhausted from we exhausted our shares. Not that I'm exhausted. I'm looking for another move back into 50 here. 50 gets me back in the trade, guys. Let's go ahead and put something here for a dip into 51. I'm going to take baby shares relative to what I took initially. I'm looking for the $0.50, which was an obvious area of resistance, for me anyway, to now act as support. So we get this one wrong, I probably stop out below 45. We're taking very, very small shares relative to what I took initially because I don't want to give anything back. Now, if I get the 50 print and then it ends up breaching 60 after touching 50, that's where we'll add, because that to me will have been a 50 defend and then a clearing of prior area high. That gets me back into the trade with full size. So that's what we'll look for here on SMBR. Very, very strong, very directional, looking like the best of the bunch right now, quite frankly. So we're going to stay on this one until it gives me a reason to look elsewhere. So continuing to watch here, SMBR. Dancing a little bit here, Joey, some at the 52, some at the 53s, not quite giving me that 51 dip. Bovin is saying CAST is moving up. So let me have a quick look at CAST. Yeah, I had that one already, Bovin. I had it on the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, lost VWAP, but it's trying to reclaim VWAP right now with a hammer candle. Looks like it's at 423, give or take. CAST, the ticker. Big move up into 484, but it lost 484. In 15 minutes, it was back at 4, but it got defended quite well, as you can see there. It ended up turning into a hammer candle, so that means there was a whole lot of buying at $4. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But SNBR not even giving me 50, and here it goes again, trying to break through 57 and 58. Here's 58. Let's see if it can work into 59. If it takes out 61, I'm going to go long here. 60, excuse me, not 61. Continuing to watch. This is a new high of day, 59.99. Sucks I didn't get added. I think it came into like 52 or 53 at the best. There it goes, Joseph, into 61. SNBR right now on its horse and could see $0.0025 sooner rather than later. We're not in the clear. Let's see if we can kind of get up into that 63 penny area. That's what I'll be looking for there. How many shares we have? Good. All right, let's put in some beak wetters here to see if we can take advantage of that. There it goes into 62.82. No follow through though into 63. There is 60. Oh, pretty close to 63 there, 62.90. There goes 63. Here comes 64. There goes 64. Joseph, what an ad. Here comes 65. We're looking for a little bit more here, and there's 65. Not quite, 64.92 to be fair. There goes 65. It's Rip City, Rip City. We're looking now for 69, Joey. What are you looking at, my man?
Good stuff, man. Adam, that's crazy. ADA. You said Adam does Asia. All right, man.
Love it.
Yeah, he's going over to Da Nang.
Oh.
I remember that. Yeah, I missed that. I'm kind of pissed off that I missed that trade that Sharif was just in right there for the high of the day break. Instead, I'm back over here in SpaceX looking for this $190 play. We took a couple attempts there on what is this name over here? NVDL and then SPCX. No, yeah, NVDA, and then we're back over here. Let's see if we can catch this, Phil. Joe keeps flexing his biceps, trying to keep up with you. I'm not trying to keep up with anybody.
Your boy is already keeping up, man.
Yeah, I don't need to keep up.
Run circles around.
I don't need to keep up with anybody but myself. I'm not in competition with anybody other than myself. Just trying to get a little bit better day by day. So if you think that, then you got something else coming to you, my friend. SPX 5 1/5 here, guys, to the downside. We're posted up at 190. So let's see if we can catch this. A nice 5-minute print off of the lows. So we'll be patient. We did have a trend line break here on Google, Gore. It just took a little bit of time for this stock to turn around. I think it's only a matter of minutes until we hit $106 here on Robinhood, right? Like, look at this big time move, man. A big breakout. We had the technicals aligned. Now, this was Monday. We open up on the top end of the range, 95.23. 110 is definitely in the works in this bad boy. And at that point, guys, we're only about $40 off the high. This thing looks like it's on the war path to a new all-time high on this bad boy. Big time stuff, only 30%. At one point, we were down 60%, Sharif. So, man, some good stuff on Robinhood. Off the highs. Yeah, but now... Yeah, but man, I think this thing is fast and furious.
Pretty good.
A bunch of tailwinds for it. I think we're on the trajectory to either head up into 140 again at some point. So not too bad of a look in Robinhood.
All right, man. Very happy with this trade. We got top wick so far on SNBR as it tested 70. I don't think this one is done quite yet, nor does the chart pattern indicate that it is done. Still holding prior bar low. Sometimes we do see these topping tail candles manifest on the chart on these small cap gappers. But like I always say, that is part and parcel of trading these small caps. And the reason that they show up a lot and then end up continuing to go is because people are taking intraday profits. The majority of the volume that's coming in right now on SMBR is intraday volume, probably won't be around after the bell. As such, there has to be profit taking throughout. So sometimes what you end up getting when there's this aggressive profit taking are these topping tail candles. So what I always try to say is don't view the topping tail candle or the the inverse hammer candle or whatever kind of bearish pattern or chart candlestick pattern is what I'm trying to say in small caps like you would view them in large caps. They're not the same, okay? So that's what I want to say there. So I'm continuing to watch here. A breach of 70 gets me back into this trade because then I'll have a bias that we're on the way to the 100, to the dollar, pardon me. So SNBR up 258%. It's done 460 million shares of volume with the majority of the volume coming in lately. The volume bars are biggest after 11 o'clock. So you should keep that in mind. I can't look at Blicky Spears the same anymore now that I know what
a Blicky is?
Yeah, you shouldn't have told me that.
Man.
I love your name, bro.
Well, I mean, he is from LA, so.
Mark, 9670. The only muscle that really matters is one's brain. Well, I do agree with that sentiment. I disagree in reality because your body probably wouldn't be able to function if all the other muscles didn't matter. You probably wouldn't be able to.
The only muscle that really matters is one's heart.
Yeah, there's other muscles that are important. Too. Yeah,
really
like your arms, and your fingers. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to punch.
Then
Joey.
you would. Well, I mean, that would suck, wouldn't it?
I love you guys.
But well, what's for lunch, man?
What's for lunch? This guy needs to eat. He's angry as hell. Come on, get this man some food. You want me to get you the
No. No, it's all right, man.
All right, guys, we're having a good time. All right. Brad Tier 4970. Joe, if I have $10 to invest, where should I put it? Sharif said you could flip it to 10 millies. Did I say that? I don't know if I said that, but if I said that, I was probably exaggerating for effect. No, but seriously, Joey.
$10?
$10. SMBR is going to take out 70, guys. Their buy just shot up. New high day, 71, Joey. Go ahead.
Man, you know me, Sharif. I would probably put that on it. See, the first step is, okay, so we're going to go, like, this is a 3-step process that may fall into approximately 53 steps. So you add a couple on the way. But if I only had $10, the first step of my 3-step process would to put that $10 on a small cap gapper, hopefully to double it. If we hit that double, then we're on step 2 of 3. But then after that, I now have $20, quick maths. I would probably put that on another small cap gapper, trying to make that into $40. Now, is that going to work? Because the more times we try that, the more difficult it may be. But in all seriousness, if I only had $10 to my name, I would probably just go up to a random person or someone who's a betting man and say, hey, heads or tails, 10 or 20. It's the double or nothing at this point, $10.
Are you a roulette guy? Always bet on black?
No, I was more of a blackjack.
Blackjack.
Yeah.
Blackjack, man, the intensity.
I told you, man, I was going home playing at it. Like, I don't know what it was.
Good?
I used to be.
Yeah, I was never good. I just like it, though.
You like it?
Yeah, I do like it. I find it exciting.
On Bet365, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this stuff anyway. It's not bad or anything. Yeah, exactly. On Bet365, you can just go you versus the dealer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I go home and play a couple hands.
Play the dealer?
Yeah.
And you can, hold on, but the dealer has certain advantages, no? Like,
I mean, in blackjack?
Yeah.
If there's more people on the table.
They hide one card, right?
Yeah, you don't get both of their cards. But I mean, is that an
the tie
advantage?
goes to the dealer too, or no?
No, it's a push.
It's a push. Oh, got it.
You get
All
a
right.
push there. So, yeah.
I like that movie 21.
You like 21?
Yeah, man. It made me try to actually count cards. Like, it's not
Yeah, I
easy
did.
to
Did
do.
you use it? It's quick. I remember I tried it years and
hard.
years ago, and it's like you have to go +1, +2.
Exactly.
-1, +2.
And then there's zeros as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Like certain mid cards are zeros. But I'm hearing a lot of the casinos are kind of, they're using multiple decks and doing all these
in Canada, it's 5 decks.
5 decks, eh?
Yeah.
And I see videos online too that like they'll go up to a player and they'll be like, hey, you had a great day today. Sorry though, it's
see you later.
over.
Yeah,
right?
man,
and then
absolutely.
He'll be like, why? He'll be like, you know why.
Yeah.
We don't want your business
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly,
and they'll just say
man.
it like right to their face, and because they're counting, right?
Shout
They
out
know that they're counting.
to Mickey Mace and coming. Do you ever play Baccarat?
I don't play baccarat.
Yeah,
no,
never.
No. I have never.
I never played. I don't really understand that. So.
Mr. Love Shack, haven't seen you in about Mahjong. No, just because I'm learning Mandarin, Fabian, doesn't mean I know Mahjong. Fabian's like, yo, you got to learn how to play if you're going to talk around the table. That's a good point, Fabian. Mr. Love Shack, I was a stand-in actor for Aaron Yu. No way. When I was a junior in high school for the movie 21. That's awesome,
That's pretty
man.
cool.
That's pretty cool. I do remember him as part of the team. Yeah, that was an interesting movie there. Always had me interested in blackjack. Guys, we're continuing to watch SNBR here. Joey, it doesn't have that clean follow through 70. It's got a 73.85 high. But I've been watching it as we've been joking around here and talking. And every time it makes a move above 70, it's being met with a really aggressive sell. So I'm really hesitant here to get in through 70. Now, that's only my hesitation. If you're actually looking at the technicals, we've got everything showing, pretty good. You're holding the prior bar high, and the doji candle that we closed, the topping tail candle that I spoke about, ended up getting its high taken out, which kind of proves my point that these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers. They are indicative of intraday profit taking, which you should assume people are doing in these small caps. So continue to watch this. I'm not quite ready to get into this one though, but I'll point out some others. I see ICCM trying to make a move back at it, and ICCM here is up big on the day. It's up 218%. Alas, it got into that 9.5 area, 954 high, and then it dropped all the way down to 575. But here it is again, and now it is back above VWAP and trying to make a move for 7. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out the fact to you that this has been a bearish pattern for the last little while. What do I mean? I mean this very prolonged downtrend here that typically finds a base in and around VWAP, okay? Only to have that trend line broke into the high side. That break of the trend line ends up being a lower high, a bull trap. What am I talking about? Well, everybody and their mother can see that this trend line broke here and this curling pattern off 575 and an attempt at 7, right? And so they know you're looking at that. And so what they end up doing is end up moving it up a bit. Maybe it gets to 7, 7.5, maybe even 775 or 8, but that will end up being a lower high. And then you'll punch in, right, at around 725, thinking, here we go again, we're going back to 950, maybe 10, only for that to end up being a lower high. I'm not saying that that's going to happen this time around, but be on the lookout for that. How do you be on the lookout for that? If we make an area high, say 750, 775, and then the current candle closes, a new 5-minute candle opens, if that new 5-minute candle loses the prior bar low, be on the lookout for a move back into VWAP at around 6.25, maybe even worse, maybe even 6. So I'm not trying to dissuade you from trading ICCM, but I'm trying to tell you what I've personally seen with these specific patterns over the last number of months. Just be careful. It could end up being really good, but just look for the prior bar low breach, Joey, especially if it ends up moving up big.
Good stuff. All right, a big move here. Let's see if we can get this 192 break on SpaceX. Other than that, man, like a nice 2-to-1 on that. If we can get that 192 level to come through here for us today, guys. Nice move, man. We're just trying to make these winning trades as big as we possibly can, considering we did have a slower start. I mean, we were quick out of the gate, and then we took a couple of losses after that, full disclosure. You know, we tell you guys everything. But yeah, oh, what a rejection of 80s there. Oh, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Okay, there. Now we're printing. There we go. We got it, Sharif. We've got 192s, buddy. Yeah, nice little bit of a move here. I'm going to take the majority off at 192. Just because, right? And then we're going to leave some up for a runner, maybe up into 195 if we're fortunate enough. Gorev, I haven't seen you in the chat. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know you left. I went to tag you on this 192 resistance zone. We're fortunate enough to get that break now. Left a little bit of a runner. I did remove 70%, now sitting on 30% as we hit the $2 ITM. Other than that, guys, if you want to go over some options activity, let's do so. We'll head over to the into the SpaceX options world and see how we've been looking at that $220 marker, because we do know that there's a lot of open interest on that on that strike price, which is actually starting to cool down a little bit. A lot of volume at that specific strike price, but what we do have is a concentration between 205 and 210. Okay, so that's an interesting look. We'll head over to that next Oh yes, Sharif, there it goes, man. Oh, obviously it would have been nice to have a little bit more, but we'll take it for what it is. 193.45 just eliminates a mass amount of our loss here today. And obviously, with it being said, we want to make our winners as big as possible. I was thinking about adding through that 192, but we didn't. That shoulda, coulda, woulda. We'll hold on to our last little bit. We're sitting on approximately 20% now at this point. If we head up into 195, then we'll just remove that trade. For a little bit better of a look here, guys, you can see we posted up at 190s. Fortunate enough to catch that fill. It went down to 188.95, so almost $1 against us. That's exactly why we had to wait until 192. Why? Because you have to hit that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, holding $1 against us, $2 before you take any form of partialing. Now 195 is going to be that primary target. That's going to be a nice little move on SPCX if we're fortunate enough to get that. Joe, what's up with the 0 DTE Qs 234 calls for today? For sure, let's take a look at that, man. 0 DTE, well, 234 on the Qs. Brother, how do you even go? I think I'm sure you meant 734 maybe, but 234. Please put that back in the chat. I don't see anything. There's obviously a lot of volume coming in here. There's a concentration between 34 and 35. I'm sure that's what you meant, but it's just holding up in that neck of the woods. I don't see anything outstanding on those 0 DTEs. You know, our boy Jesse Martinez is trading those 0 DTEs, so good look on some of those. And I know Trapman. Where's Trapman for real? Been in the chat today, because he's an options trader as well. I'll tell you, there's Trader Forever. I don't know if Trader Forever was putting in any action here on the options contracts, but not too bad of a look. We're down 4.25 on SPCX.
All right, man. I'm actually looking at SSPC, Joey, and this is a leveraged ETF.
That's the inverse?
Yeah, so it's on the Amex, and it's very liquid. 52 million shares traded on the day.
Good.
Cheap. $8-9 here, and it's not blocked on
really?
our system. So I just did
that's
a quick test there to see if I could get in and get out. So good look here, SSPC. So I'll be able to possibly participate in some SpaceX action. We'll just trade it like a small cap. For anybody who's wondering, this is on the Amex network, so it's not NASDAQ, not NYSE. So you got to have permissions for that, I'm assuming, on your brokerage. Make sure you've got that ironed out. Moreover, need to tell you that if this one does halt, and I'm not saying it will, but anything on the Amex network, when they halt, you're not going to know what the theoretical auction price is, okay? So that means you've got to fly blind a little bit during the halt phase. That doesn't please a lot of people. Here we go, SSPC reclaiming 9 here, about 902. 2 penny spread, not bad. I wouldn't have gauged this at a 2 penny spread, given that it's done almost 53 million shares on the day, but alas it is. So keep your eye on that. Now I want to mention Bird is back in the air over here, 580. This one's making a move here, Joey, into 6. Now Bird is my only loser on the day. I got this one wrong, right? So I'm gonna be, I don't want to say gun shy, but I'm gonna be more hesitant, more discerning here about how I get in, because clearly I didn't have a right read first time around. 580 seems to be a resistance area here. Good volume on Bird, not great, but 16 million shares traded, with the majority of the shareage coming in right around 11. So wasn't really doing much in the way of volume in the pre-market or even at the open. I see the volume bars really start to show up 10:30 with the biggest ones at 11 o'clock. So 580 rejection right now on BIRD. Nothing for me to do here other than to see whether this is going to fail VWAP or not. I want to mention ICCM. I told y'all to be careful with this one. And now it does look like it was a bull trap, at least for the moment. Now, this could change. So this is what I meant on ICCM. When you have this downtrend break, it lures you in 7, 7.5, end up rejecting 7.25. Now, having said that, let me say this. If this current bar or the subsequent one ends up taking out 7.25, 7.5, that changes my theory entirely. What I was talking about was this initial move, where you feel like it might be on the way back up, and then all of a sudden it drops back down. You're $1 out of the money. You're in at 7.25. It goes back down to 6.25. That changes though if the current bar, the 1135 bar, ends up breaking 7.25, 7.5. I think that would change things specifically, and that wouldn't necessarily be a bull trap. I'm talking about ICCM. For now though, we're going to pause. We're going to send it to the big desk.
It's time to talk about the European markets. We have with us once again, as we always do at 11:30 a.m., what are we doing here with this European market close today?
Thank you, Dara. So European markets held steady overnight. That was mainly supported by strengthening geopolitical peace trade deals. But we did see a little bit of a laggard in the German DAX. We saw it went down, and that was mainly due to a plunge in BMW. That was about over 7%. And that also brought down Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz as well. But overall, the stock 600 definitely closing near the highs of that of reduced stagflation risks. So another news that came out from the stocks from Europe was that Barclays, they definitely raised its stock 600 year-end target to 670 from previously 620. So that definitely abandoned the underweight rating on European stocks for the end of the year. But as we move forward to the next day, we see that people are still waiting and seeing, especially with the upcoming Federal Reserve prints as well as the Bank of England prints. So people still staying cautious in the UK with regards to that.
Yeah, keep an eye on some of those prints, and also it looks like keep an eye on some of these German car-related stocks potentially for tomorrow after that drop today. We'll see one again with us at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian close. Back to you.
Give the
Are
man
the
more
Germans
scrap.
losing their way?
In the vehicle space?
Yeah. It's
Who
a
do you
sad
think?
state of
Who do you
affairs,
think
man.
is taking their spot?
The Chinese, not in ICE engines, but in cars in general. Here comes 6, Bird. Huge seller at 6. Yeah, the Chinese, they're not really good at making internal combustion engine cars. Bad, from what I've seen anyway. Great at EVs, but yeah, the Germans have kind of lost their way a little bit. I've been really not impressed at all with BMW lately, and I got to tell you, my old man's Benz, plastic everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Not impressive.
What about Porsche?
Porsche is okay. My cousin just got the 911 Carrera.
Oh.
So that's pretty badass car. That one they didn't really cheap out in. What? Because it's $250,000.
Yeah, well, I would hope.
Yeah,
I would
so,
hope not.
yeah.
I would hope that would be a. You don't like Audi?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Same thing.
All right. Neil Team 6. Yes.
Palantir. Lele.
Uh-oh.
Palantir. Look, I have Palantir at 136. Calls expire June 18th. That's your world, man.
Racket. Neil Team 6. Racket, baby. All right, man. Shout out to Blicky Spears. Let's see what we got going on with Palantir. Listen, Lele, we love everything that you got going on. You already know this, our girl. Let's pull up Palantir and see how you've been performing here today. Can we pull that super chat up one more time for your boy? We did tap it here. Let me post up at 95s actually here before we get into what Lele Love's got for us. 195, we're going to take our last little bit out. Let's see if we're fortunate enough now because we did wick into it. Should have had that order out there, but a nice little move. I have Palantir 136, calls expiring 618. Let's actually pull up the contracts itself because the chances are you obviously bought these out of the money. I would like to know when specifically you bought them just so we can be like, hey, nice move, or hey, I don't know if you have much of a chance just due to the extrinsic value side of things, but we're going to head over to Palantir and we're going to look at this 36 contract that's going to be expiring tomorrow, and we're going to take a look because it's been putting in a pretty solid session. We'll head over to the contract specifics in itself.
She said yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, I mean, at some point throughout the intraday session, you bought them off of the lows, 48 cents maybe. If you got them at a better price, I would like to know your average. But you do get a nice little pop. Let's see if you get any form of a follow through. Don't forget, if they're expiring tomorrow, if you're sitting on anything from a double-digit gain, I'd be looking to lock in a little bit of profits before they expire worthless leading in. Because those 136s may not hit. You also want to, if you are looking for intrinsic value, you're going to want it to break through 136 quick and then hold above it and continue to climb. So any form of double percentage gain, I would be looking to take in profits.
All right, man. We're trying our hand here at Bird, Joey. We're in at 580. I got 83s. That sucks. I thought I got 80s there. Okay. Whatever. My theory here is I feel like we might be accumulating for a 6 break. When you look at the prior area rejection, sure, it wicked through 6. It went to 6 1/4, right? But there's been no closing prints on the 5-minute chart above $6. So I'm gauging that there might be, and I'm trying to take advantage of that. And now it's moving up here. Got a couple of prints, looking for a little bit more at 95s. And my theory here is I'm going to add into this position into 550, okay? So just to remove the subjectivity out of it, I'm just going to go ahead here and sit at key levels to add. And let's go ahead and do just that. Just make sure that I'm hitting the right keys. Buy, right? Perfect. Okay, so there we go. So I put my orders out. We're going to defend into 550. That's going to be the theory here, and we're looking for continuation through 6. So whether or not this ends up breaking through 6, there's been a very, very aggressive seller at $6, and I got a gander of them the last time around when we just popped up there. I think on the minute chart it was 11:39, and it was like we couldn't print anything above 6, and I saw a lot of size there, both on the gateway and what we couldn't see because the tape was just printing these buy orders, but nothing was coming off the ask side of the level 2. That gives you an idea that who's selling was a hidden seller. We call that an iceberg order, right? So keep your eye out for that. That iceberg seller at $6 could be trouble on Bird. This one loses 5.5. I'm out. Simple as that. That's VWAP, also overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'm thinking. I also want to bring your attention back to SNBR. Bovin's been calling out this one. This is our best trade on the day, and it's accumulating for a 70 break. Now, it's broken through 70 on the day. As you see there, it got to about 73.85, but there's no closing prints above 70, and as quickly as it got above 70 was as quickly as it dropped back down. So watch out in the same way that I'm talking about that 6 seller on Bird, you need to be looking for that 70 penny seller on SMBR, Joey. So we're going to continue to watch that. We got a little bit more there on BIRD at 75. So let's go ahead and post here for a couple of beak wetters, and then we're going to go ahead and wait at 80. Let's go 89 this time. See if we can get something in and around there. So that's my move right now on Bird. We're 0 for 1 on it. Hopefully this trade we can do a little bit better, Joey.
Good stuff, man.
Why are you giggling?
Because we tried it. Did you see what we got a Neil Team 6 in the chat now? Because you get
That's great.
SEAL Team. You see the picture? You see the picture?
I didn't see it.
Look here, up here.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing.
You guys are too funny, man.
The chat's undefeated.
Yeah,
man. They've been
well,
undefeated.
sometimes as much as I love them, sometimes you guys get under my skin a little bit too, man. Yeah.
What's that? It's like an army.
Yeah, man. You get it
of
like
course.
SEAL Team 6.
Yeah,
man.
Assassino. It's like the Navy SEALs,
it's a
right?
brigade,
There
man.
goes Bird Joseph through 6, big time, boom. Limit up 644. Watch out now, limit up 644. We're showing 43s. Big move. We've got 570s. More pleased I could not be. Give me my money, man. All right, got to load this up to make sure we're not taking out too much shares too quickly here, Joey. Let's cancel that order. Now we're going to go ahead and wait at 645. Let's go ahead and do that. Continuation through 6. Hard to kind of continue. 6.25 showing up. Looking for that. There it goes into another high of day. 640 frickin' 5. We're Why are you laughing? We're having a good time. 645. I'm looking for a 60 break. Let's look up here. So it's no longer 644 limit up. Can't quite see what it is right now. It's got to move up a little bit closer to the price action, but bang, 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 and bang on. There's my man, Randy. Get it, Randy. Love when Randy's hands just come in, boom.
And you gotta.
Like that. Man, strong, too. You ever...
Yeah, he's got big hands.
He's got
man.
big hands and he hits, bro.
And
There it goes. Bird up, says Blicky Spears. Get it, Bird. We got top wick right now. We got 644s, but it's bleeding its own blood, Joey.
Yeah.
Back into 6. Question is, 6 was such a staunchy area of resistance. Does it hold now as support?
Yeah, Ben. There's a Jesse and Ben Affleck. Like, are you the real Ben Affleck? Is what I want to know. What do you think about Weibo? Let's pull that up here, man. Ben Affleck is funny too. Let's pull up Weibo here and see what we got going on. I blocked the comment there because I thought it was comical.
Bleeding.
Is it bleeding its own blood?
I was trying to hold 6, Joey, and I'm
Let's
trying
see
to
how
decide
it's-
whether I should punch.
Weibo over here. Weibo has been performing pretty good, man. If you're looking at some value, listen, PDT rule, a couple of tailwinds, $4. You're almost at a double up on that point here on Weibo. Is it a buy? I mean, I don't think it can get much worse from here, right? Like, we had an all-time high of around $79. That's a big-time move from where we're currently trading, and that'd be sitting around. There's your 10-bagger right there. If it even happens to go back towards its all-time high, PDT.
10-bagger?
No, I wouldn't be here if I did.
Small. It could be like, $10 investment.
Actually, yeah, maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I did. I don't know. We'll just do the math on Canopy Growth Corp. I should have went YOLO on that one a little bit more.
I like that.
Yeah.
Even if I've never hit one. I don't even think I've hit a 5-bagger, but I've had some
Pretty close.
positions
I think
go
maybe
400%.
Yeah, I definitely had the had the Canopy. I had Canopy Growth Corp do that for me.
Right.
So, yeah.
RX Breakout 7 says Texas Jet fan. I'm looking right at it. Still putting in lower highs for me, brother. I see what you're saying, TX Jet fan, but here it is. Is this halt? Why is it not moving? Why is it stuck at 707 like that? This might be a halt here. We'll have to load up RXT because it's not moving, so I don't know what the hell's going on. We're gonna leave that one on as well. RXT on the NQ. No, it's not halted. It's just not doing anything. What the hell? That was weird. Okay, it's just stuck at 707 for whatever reason. Look, it's not a bad look here. I'm just concerned with how this one's been trading on the day. That's a monster double top to fail at there. It drops down to 680. I'm gonna keep it on watch. Don't get me wrong, but we're gonna trade this one a little bit more carefully than the others. Continuing to watch Bird here, 650 high of day. We got 570. I'm looking for a 69 out here. 669 is going to end the trade, and then we'll look to actually get back in. I am lamenting, though, not having taken advantage of the 6 drop. 6 was a very obvious area of resistance, as we made very clear. I didn't take advantage of it on the drop to add more. That was hesitation by me. I paid for it 655 now, high of day. Just continuing to dance with the $0.50. If we could see a 69 print, that will end the trade for me. I want to see if it can defend 50 though, because it really hasn't cleared it by any substantial amount. So we'll continue to watch that. Niraj, check GPUS making HOD. Sure. We'll bring in the side chart. Wow, computer is super slow today. Wow, it's even selecting the wrong screens. Yeah, computer's sick slow. GPUS, let's have a look. That's a monthly, let's flip to the 5. Yeah, hey, good call out, Niraj. Not bad, 35 penny high, showing 34 and change. The volume isn't substantial on it, but it's not bad. It's got a great looking pattern. It's a multi-day runner if you look at this. This has been putting in higher highs and higher lows for 3 days. So GPUS, great call out, Niraj, goes on the side chart. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk.
Very interesting catalyst here for CoreWeave with a pretty massive caveat here. So NVIDIA's AI account posting on X 2 minutes ago saying, quote, CoreWeave is the first cloud provider to bring up and validate NVIDIA Vera Rubin NVL72. As you can see, a little bit of a pop here on CoreWeave. This story sounded really familiar to me, so I looked into it. This was first announced on June 1st. Sorry, so this is a 17-day-old catalyst here. But either way here, CoreWeave popping yet again after NVIDIA reminds us that CoreWeave is the first cloud provider to bring up and validate the NVIDIA Vera Rubin NVL72. Just wanted to make you guys aware this story is not new, even though NVIDIA's account just posted about it. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Scott. Rivian looking like a breakout from day high. I like to hear that, Scott. Pardon me. Yes, Rivian yesterday with sadly announcing layoffs. I didn't quite get to look into where the layoffs, I think it's corporate. I don't think it's going to be basically on their floor. My focus was on Rivian, that it wasn't going to be at the Georgia plant because we're really relying on that to scale the R2, and you don't want to see cuts there. You don't want to see cuts anywhere, obviously, but it looks like it's going to be more office-based. We'll get to that, I guess, on the news, right? Texas Jet fan going to change my name to RXT. 100 hair. I like that. Get it, Texas Jet fan. Super chat. QURE. Quick thoughts. Shout out to Derek. Thank you. Let's have a look at QURE for Derek. GPUS is ripping, by the way. Shout out to Niraj for that call out. Right back into the high of the day on Gupus. Let's look at QURE. Okay, so this one is a gap up. I'm assuming this is some sort of a buyout here. Have a look. Surprise good news from FDA? No, looks like they got some good news here. Gene therapy company Unicure has faced a brutal uphill battle to commercialize its experimental treatment for Huntington's disease, but its outlook has suddenly brightened. Okay, so they got some sort of FDA approval, phase 3, something like that. Where am I? Food and Drug Administration cleared to submit the biologics license application for the drug. The company said a BLA is a formal request to market and distribute a medical product derived from a living organism. That's what biologics are, across state lines. I see. Technicalities. Okay. QURE, this is going to be hard to chart intraday. And the reason is because it's a substantial gap. Like, look at this. We closed out yesterday, guys, at $27, give or take. There goes Bird. Into a high of day 78. We get the 69 print, Joseph Options. What a move up for Bird. If Bird clears 7, we're going to $10. It's up 69%. We've seen what this one has in the tank. We've seen this one before. Trade it carefully. Identify key areas of support, and don't be a schmuck like me and not add into that $6 area when it was a very clear area of support initially. What a move up here for Bird. QURE looks like a range to me. After the gap up, of course. We close out at 27. We're trading at 47 right now, so we're $20 in the clear. So we'll look at the range, and then we'll do the intraday. Clearly, a 44-ish, 43-ish buyer. You can see the 750 print. That's when the news came in. Bounced off 43. And then you had another drop there in the implied balance open at 935 into 43. But most of the prints defend 4. There are a few that go into 43. Most of them defend 44. To the high side, you're seeing the majority of the prints close below 49. In fact, there are some that don't even make it quite into 49, okay? So 49, I would say, is the high end of the range. QURE, I'd be looking at as a range intraday after that gap up daily. This is the kind of thing you're going to get with these biotechs, right? It's feast or famine on these ones. You get good news, you get price action like you got there on September 25th. You get price action like you got today on, what the hell day is it? June 17th. But, as quickly as, the good times can come, as quickly as it can end. Just asked whoever was holding this one on November 3rd of last year. That one dropped bigly. So I like the fact that it's gapping up. I feel like you might get some resistance at around $50, which I believe you are already. At the extremes, you're likely to see more resistance at 65. That seemed to be a bit of an area top around there. But I like this. QURE, if they can substantiate some of their research now that they have the license from the FDA, have at it. And thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, great stuff, man. All right, we're going to catch this fill here momentarily. There it is, 195. So we're all out of this position, guys. A great little trade here from 190 all the way up to 195 on SPCX, SpaceX. Starting to come back in a little bit, so we caught that. Nice little trade, Gorb. I don't know how much you're holding on to at this point, but fantastic stuff. Thanks, brother. Yeah, that was a great call out, man. You were so right on that one. And I was like, exactly, dude, I have to. We posted up at 190. We got the exact price that we wanted to, and then we waited until 95 to take it off. Now, there's a fantastic question here from Sammy G from New Zealand, it looks like here. Will you be looking at shorting SLV from the lunchtime high going into the Fed meeting? That's an amazing question. And I told you, flat out, no. I will not. We are up about 0.9% in silver, and we are up 0.6% here in GLD and gold. So for me personally, there could be a potential pop. Let's see how the FOMC, usually with the flat, will get some volatility spikes, but then the market tends to correct itself and continue on the path that it was before. I don't think anything's going to be majorly game-changing after today's meeting, other than maybe where Warsh stands, right? Like, is he hawkish? Is he dovish? What's his game plan here? I'm curious to see if this guy's going to be like Jerome Powell and remain data dependent, or is he going to be strategic with his heights and his cuts that may or may not be to come. So other than that, let's see, Meta's been down here today, guys. Oh, this name has been getting beat up. Ooh. Yeah, beat up really bad here, Sharif, is META. Listen, it's been a pretty good one, but I want Meta to really start performing here. We have a really good PE on this name, but there's just so many headwinds that I feel. You have, obviously, all of the antitrust suits in LA going on, that once that is lifted, I wouldn't be surprised. And once you come to a settlement or agreement, that this name can really get going. CapEx aside, I think this is another weight on this company's shoulders. But if this is a big part of my portfolio, if we get anywhere into all-time highs, then we're absolutely humming, and more than that. What's the divvy on? 53 cents. I mean, it is what it is. Zuck, we could actually find that out here. I remember when it was this day. Yeah, see, yeah, that's exactly when, in February of 24, when this thing just went absolutely parabolic. So not too bad of a look. Applied Materials, holy smokes. We were talking about it this morning, up 8%. Now, if we're gonna play follow the money, I think it's definitely going right here. Applied Materials, ASML, and I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Jim Lebenthal or however you pronounce his name. He's like, Caterpillar has nothing. That's Jim. Yeah. I didn't know. No, I'm saying I don't know if it was him who said it. It was somebody else. And again, I respectfully disagree. They're like, Caterpillar has nothing. They're like, Caterpillar has nothing to do with the AI trade. Really? I'm like, well, yeah, they literally on CNN. Yeah. I'm like, what?
Like semiconductors, sure.
But but even so, the like you got to build the place that the semiconductors are established and fabricated in. This is at the beginning
stage. How about the generators, my guy, that are 2-year backlog?
But that's what we
saw Cummins come into that today. They have CMI.
As you typically go, I was like,
I see it, Texas Jet fan. RXT is ripping, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, but
right. Why would he say that?
I don't know why he said that. I'm like, what are you even talking about, man? This is where it starts.
Oh, my days. Yeah, building out the actual centers that don't exist.
Yeah, what are they going to build themselves?
Centers that don't exist, right?
I was surprised. Again, I don't know if it was somebody on the panel yesterday who mentioned it, and I'm like, what?
Bizarre. I would love to go back and listen to his video.
Yeah, I'll find the video.
That's crazy there.
On why they said that.
No, man, Caterpillar's been one of the beasts that we've had.
It definitely has been the beast.
Man. It's been a hot minute. We got into it for a completely different reason. I would be straightforward with you. I never got into it for the AI build out. I thought that we're going to have to build homes for the millennials who are unhoused, and it completely didn't end up being that way. It ended up being for AI, so I was like, I'll let this run.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, but building more homes, man. Yeah, we don't want to do that too much here.
No, man, and then they've got a problem in the States too, Joe. It's not just here.
They
right?
do, yeah.
Like their young people also need homes as well. Guys, RXT is about 10 pennies or so, give or take, from the day high, 747. We've had a lot of resistance though, guys, right around this level over here. Get it, Tisha. Appreciate you as always, Tish. Here's the deal. RXT looks fantastic, but I do concern myself with the 7 1/3, let's say 740 area. Look at the topping tills earlier. That, doesn't happen by accident, especially for 20 minutes in a row. And then again here. So expect resistance at this level. I'm not saying it won't breach, but you got to be realistic. And you got to know that there's somebody who's selling here. Somebody has conviction in this short, right? Or somebody's taking profits. Alas, it's still a good-looking bull flag with a definable range, generally 7 as support. Does breach on occasion, 680, give or take. But I would look to pick this up at towards the end of the range here, right around 7. But yeah, be on the lookout here. This takes out 750. It could really go. Just before we go to Adara for happening now and the Neil's lesson of the day, I do want to mention GPUS. Shout out to Niraj. Niraj called this one out, and it's continuing to go here. It's on the way. Looks like the 37, 38 pennies. And then last but not least, Bovin called out RUBI, Ruby. I was worried that this one was going to retrace and end up being a Christmas tree retracement, but this one is doing ample volume, Bovin. Since the breakout, the 1145 bar, more than 500,000 shares. The 1150 bar, 1.3 million shares. The 1155 bar, 1.5 million shares in 12. We haven't closed that one out quite yet. We just opened. We're a minute deep. More than 500,000 shares. So RUBI should be in focus for the small cap gapper inclined. See how that one trades. We're going to pause for a second. Joey and I will be back after happening now and Neil's lesson of the day.
Great timing, guys, because President Trump just started talking. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz. He also said here that the market is at all-time highs. Oil's dropping like it's never dropped before, literally quoting him as he speaks. So be aware, he is now talking. He was initially supposed to do this conference at 9:30, delayed to about 10:45. Now we're live. I was hearing as well about probably like 40 minutes or so that we could get a virtual signing of the MOU. That could actually be coming as soon as today. If he gives any updates on this, I'll let you know, but just keep an eye on the markets. Be cautious here, guys. We're not quite sure what he's going to say. He could say anything here. Just be aware as well, he spoke earlier today about how AI meetings went well at the G7 summit and that his negotiations with Anthropic are going, quote, fine. Also saying just now, quote, if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped bombs for another 2 years. Let's talk about Fortinet, which is completely unrelated here, but another stock that made a move here during the midday. FTNT on watch. There was an alleged breach of this company's, cybersecurity. They were calling it Fortibleed and FTNT, given they're a cybersecurity company. Of course, not a great look. There's also this visual, which I pushed very hard to get out before the happening now segment right now. It just went live on X. This is a look at Allbirds net sales here in their entire history, a public company, at least as far as they have on their website from Q3 2021 all the way to Q4 2025. A little bit of a downward trajectory here for Allbirds, but they're actually now called SmartBird. They initially said they were going to change their name to Newbird on April 15th, but now we're with SmartBird, and they also announced a new CEO and President, Nadia Carlston. So some updates here with Allbird / SmartBird / Newbird. I'll keep you posted if I hear anything else from President Trump or any other news-related updates. But in the meantime, we've got a lesson. The man giving us that lesson is Neil. And this is a segment we call Neil's Lesson of the Day. So without further ado, Neil, what's the lesson about?
Thanks, Adara. Neil Team 6 in the building. I saw that, Jesse. That's some fun stuff that you guys do in the chat. Simple one today. Easy peasy, as easy as it gets. And I'll read a super chat while we're at it. Chris up here. Whoa, thank you for the super chat. Got 20 up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys doing a fantastic job. I watch you all every day. Thank you. But of course, that's for the midday because they're on right now. And we have a great team. We appreciate all of our viewers. With this lesson, we have an event come. I don't know if you've heard of the FOMC. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Your new Fed chair. It's one of those events where you know whatever is happening in the market, it changes at that moment. The open can be something like that, where you get pre-market action, and the open is like, oh, okay, now it's just a different ball game. Throughout the day, there might be those types of scheduled time periods where you can have a plan of action, you can be in a trade, whatever it might be, and it just, everything flips. And whatever fundamental you were using to be in the trade or to get you to want to like a stock in a certain direction is gone. When it's something like the FOMC or the open, or maybe trading oil, and maybe it's the inventory report on a Wednesday, it could be any economic indicator. Usually when it's scheduled, you have an idea of looking out for it. However, there are moments when sometimes something will happen a little bit out of nowhere, but you just know that the situation has probably changed a little bit, and maybe what you were doing before, you can just be happy and move on. What happened today in oil was one of the most perfect examples. And forget about this, I'm just gonna throw this chart. Hey, the president's saying the stock market is more brilliant than anyone there is. Well, you know what? Price is smarter than everybody. So that's actually, I don't care what you said, that's just true. Price is the smartest thing out there. Why? Because it's a collective action. It's not always right, that's true, but eventually, you know, it's a self-correcting mechanism. Let's be real about it. No, but look at the 15-minute on USO. At the moment that completely reversed, that was one heck of an indicator that the environment that we were just in for the morning, gone. Because you had a stagnant leading indicator basically go haywire for a few minutes, come all the way back, and then start trending in the other direction. And in that moment, you've got some decisions to make, right? Like for myself, and maybe you don't. I don't know. If you're an active trader, you do have decisions to make. For myself, it was, okay, get out and reassess what would I still be interested in if I was shorting things. Maybe SMCI, because it's holding on to some lows. But when it came to Bitcoin, like, look at the reversal in Bitcoin. It was a get out of it, and it doesn't matter what you think. When it got to my level of 37, which was where I was shorting all morning long, am I getting back into the trade? Heck no. Because you're in a different environment. It doesn't really matter my overnight analysis and all that other stuff. Potentially, if it could have engaged at a new price, if for some reason it held a lower high and continued trending down, I could have a new thesis. But the old one, in the new environment, forget about it. That's not good anymore because something distinct happened in the middle of the day, scheduled or not, and now we're in a different environment. I have to come up with a new plan. It could have been go into the long, certainly, but it was easier to just get away from, you know, wanting to be short in the name. And oftentimes, and I've seen this with traders so many times. Like they have a concept or an idea. This is my technical reason for it being a short. You know, look at the reversal yesterday, and you know, go to the daily chart, and it's still in the downward trend, and you know, it pops into this prior support and its resistance, blah blah. So when it gets there again, of course, it's a short. I mean, all of that can be true, but you know what? The market doesn't care about your thesis. The market doesn't care about your levels. The market cares about price and reacting to what is new. And when we have this kind of a shock, basically sold right back off. Like there was, like we were saying, if we broke 117 and buyers above 117 on USO and oil went higher, that could signal some dropping in the market because we'd be outside of the range. When that gets instantly sold off, where it's like, no, oil's still falling, forget about that spike, well, that's going to be a little bit more bullish for a few things. And at the bare minimum, you have to at least reassess where you want your shorts. You know, back away from them, maybe try a long. Evaluate a new price, look for things that only hold the trend line. Again, you can have a great thesis, you can have a great morning, you can have a great 30 minutes, hour, or all day until we get to 2 o'clock. But sometimes there are going to be events in the markets which completely shake it up, and guess what? Your plan of action in the morning needs to be thrown out, or parts of it, and then you just go into the new environment, which is fine. Sometimes it's scheduled, like 2 o'clock. Other times, stuff just happens. And if you sit it out after that or you just back away, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're trying to preserve capital and trying not to be stubborn. It was just a crazy move that we just had in USO. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get another at 2:30. I tend to not want to be too active and when we're going to have a bit of a change when the Fed chair comes on. So I want to be ready for that other phase of trading. That's what trading is about. It's going from one idea to the next and understanding you're constantly in a changing and moving environment. I had the beef stroganoff, Joe. I'm giving it a 4.7. And I almost never give anything under a 5. I ate it because I was really hungry, but it wasn't the best. I'm just gonna leave it at that. The pasta was okay. The salad was great. Actually, the salad was pretty solid, like it always is. But didn't really love it. Let's go back to the midday. Thank you guys for the super chats, for the kind comments. We have just a couple of hours, and then we're gonna get the Fed first meeting for our new Fed chair. We'll see if he gives you that dot plot. He's saying speculation he might not. I don't know how the market's gonna take that. But for now, ES just got green. Not bad.
On the beef strogie.
Get it. Oh. Down for the count.
Short it.
Short the beef strogie. What food would you short the most?
Aside from beef strogie?
Yeah. I'm assuming that's not going to be the worst.
No, tilapia maybe?
Tilapia?
Yeah,
that's the worst?
Well, but think about it, bro. I had to message our lunch lady and say, yeah, don't put that. No more of that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What
you
was
didn't
the
read that
response,
email?
if you don't mind my
She
asking?
said, yeah, no problem. She's like, do you want anything else? Because you know our relationship.
Of course.
Yeah. She's like, hey, she's like, do you want salmon and stuff? I'm like, yeah, salmon, please, no tilapia. Thanks.
That's fantastic. I got to give you credit, bro. I got to give you credit. You know how to smooth over relationships that are hard to smooth over.
You know, out of like when I was growing up in like elementary school and
Libra in you, bro.
And in high school, all my friends, like moms and dads, loved me.
They all
the
loved
most.
you, eh?
Yeah, because I was the most polite, and I was just like
My friends' parents hated me.
Yeah, because you
we were always getting in trouble.
Yeah, you guys were always getting in trouble,
Constantly
man.
getting in trouble.
I remember as
and
a
then
kid,
university came around, then things changed.
and then you used smart. Shreve was just I know Shreve. He was the gifted kid in school.
No.
In school?
No. Me? I was gifted?
Like naturally, like
No,
smart
I
wise.
was really bad high school student, very good
But you were
university
smart. You were
student.
smart in high school.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that's what I'm trying to
okay,
say.
all right. You were.
No.
I remember I would always be like, yeah. Remember when you used to have to call? Remember when you used to have to call your friend's house on the landline, and I just always be like, yeah, may I please speak to so and so? And
Yes,
like,
I do.
oh, they're like, oh, you're so
Can I
polite.
give you an idea
Yeah.
of like how bad high school was?
For you?
Yes. There were 4 numbers that the high school had, and they used to use those numbers via an automated system that would call your house if you were absent or late.
Oh yeah, trust me. You don't think I know about that?
I had all 4 lines blocked.
That's crazy.
Blocked.
Man.
Right? And at a time where no one knew how to block numbers, bro.
Yeah,
like
that was crazy.
tough to do, right?
See, a student in your household has missed periods. One.
My parents didn't have a clue. And then you know what? What was funny about that?
Yeah.
Is things just changed overnight and for no reason.
That's
for
good,
no
man.
reason.
That's good,
like,
man.
I was just like,
bang,
oh,
you know,
crap,
then
I gotta
dang.
make my own money?
Yeah, and then
All of a sudden,
the
you know
switch.
what hit the fan,
like
so.
someone said, aren't all Canadians polite? Come to the city, man. Any major city. Yeah,
Toronto.
for the most part,
Oh.
like a lot of people are polite, but go to any major metropolitan and you're gonna meet people who are like, get out of my way. What are you looking at? What are you doing?
Get it, Bubba.
It's just yeah. Like yo, you really, literally, dude. So I went for a little heel toe express there yesterday, just down Yonge Street. I like going down there, and there's this truck honking his horn. Someone was turning left where they weren't supposed to, and obviously this person behind me like, shut the bleep up. Yeah, like you know what I mean. Just
And? Oh, yeah,
no,
you're demonstrating
yeah,
that.
exactly. People aren't kind here.
Brother,
Trust me.
Toronto is pure big city vibes.
Yeah,
and
man.
we're about, well, I think
out of the
like
way,
the
like,
greater
what do you
Toronto
do?
area, we're pushing 7 million now. So it's not a small place, not a small city. It's a big city
Yeah,
physically
man.
too, man, like end to end.
The most
There's a lot of people that
multicultural
live
city
here.
in the world.
All right, guys, let's all give Bovin a round of applause, a virtual round of applause, because he called it yet again. The OG Bovin, he strikes many times. Let's show him this, Fabian. Beautiful look here into 64.46. RUBI is the ticker, and it's all gas, no brakes right now. Looks like we could be trying to defend that 60 penny area. We've got support here right around VWAP. You'll see that's the white line. We're also holding prior bar low. Prior bar low is the 1205 candle, the low of which is 50.90. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. Current bar low, though, we've got 53.46. Again, pennies, not dollars. So about a 10 penny, 11 penny range right now with a 64.46 high on RUBI. It's quite volatile here for a 58, 59 penny name. Let's load this bad boy up on a side chart. RXT looks fantastic as well. Shout out to Texas Jet Fan. He called that one out when I didn't believe in it. He printed, I didn't. Shout out to him. GPUS is continuing to go as well, guys. But I want to pull up Ruby on the screen. Here we go again, Bovin. We're right back above 60 pennies. We're looking for that 65 penny area. Looks like there's some support here at 58-ish, because it was an area of resistance, at least on the one. You give it to 58. I'd be inclined to give it a little bit more. Let's go ahead here. We're going to give this one the old community college try, the JUCO try, as Joey would like to call it. We're going to go down to 56, Joey, okay? We're going to go down to 56. We're going to see we get there. We got 59s, sorry, 60s. Let me see exactly what I have here, because sometimes it just rounds up. I've got 59s and change right now, so nothing great. Let's go ahead and post at 62. We also want to post a little bit over here at 65. That is a high of day breach. So definitely interested in Ruby. Whether or not it stops me out, what is Bovin saying here? Ruby is 55, he says. I see 55, Bovin. That's the volume weighted average price. Don't disagree with you on that. I'm looking at this area here, though, Bovin. I would like this 58 penny area to hold. We'll see. If I get stopped out of it, that's okay. We can get back in. But I see your point completely that 55 is the volume weighted average price. Chris Prasad, he's dropping 20 nice ones in the chat.
Appreciate you, man.
Have some roti and chicken curry, my friends. I'm not averse to some chicken curry, man. Have you had Nando's lately?
Yeah, but that's like Portuguese, my boy.
A bit of a Portuguese twist, but it's also Portuguese Indian, right? You
Is
ever
it?
heard of
But
Goa?
since when?
Goa,
Is that
bro.
new? I don't know Goa.
Goa is like this area, I think it's an island off the coast of India. I could be wrong. It might not be an island. It was Portuguese. They had their colonization there, so there's some overlap.
Let me ask you this. West
You
Indian.
heard about that too, Assassino? Ah, because he's from Brazil, so there's a little bit of overlap there. Yeah.
Jamaican. Let me ask you this: Jamaican curry or actual Indian curry?
I don't think I've had Jamaican curry, brother. I've had jerk, obviously, but I don't think I've had Jamaican curry. Should I leave?
Yeah, I was going to. That's crazy.
Goa is not an island. It's on the coastline of India. Thank you, Gaurav. I wasn't 100% sure. Goa is a city in India, says Panuru. Thank you. I wasn't sure 100%. Am I accurate though about the Portuguese? Yes. Okay. Assassino confirming that. Yeah, that was my understanding there, but I didn't know a whole lot about it there. Guys, continuing to watch Ruby here. You know, there's a Nando's down the road, right?
Right there. Right there. There's one right there.
Okay.
Indian curry is the best, says Chris Prasad.
That's beef.
Hey, man, respectfully disagree, but I actually had some the other day, a roti and chicken. Selena got it, and I had one.
South African, not Portuguese? I was totally thought it was
I
Portuguese.
thought I completely.
Indian, man.
Somebody said it's Portuguese. Someone said that it's thing. I personally like Jamaican curry a little bit more. Obviously, I have some form of a bias.
Let's go.
All right, guys. $197.35 right now, printing on SPCX on SpaceX. I'm all out of the trade, but I know my boy Gorev is in it, and that's all that matters. Yeah, is it?
Specializes in Portuguese. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's a South African multinational
Portuguese
fast
thing.
Casual restaurant chain that specializes in Portuguese flame grilled. Okay, it cuts off here. Why does it cut off? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Peri peri style chicken.
Ooh.
The name is derived from the nickname for the male given name Fernando. in reference to one of the company's founders. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Got that one wrong, I
almost
guess.
there. You're almost there, Gorev. I think you're going to get 108 here momentarily, but I'm going to get that leveraged product, the inverse leverage product of SpaceX here momentarily. It's just a little bit north of the volume weighted average price, and then maybe we can take that back in, because I think this is just more or less a cover rally, not necessarily buyers being engaged one more time. Let's send things off to Adair. We got a couple more super chats after that.
All right.
Just be aware here, guys. President Trump's still talking about this deal, saying that it could be signed as early as tomorrow or Friday. We knew we were initially hearing the deal would be signed in Pakistan on Friday, but now Trump's saying it could even be signed tomorrow. He said he will be releasing the MOU so that everybody in the press can read it. Apparently, within this agreement, Iran has said they will not be producing a nuclear weapon, so nothing really new, but just be aware he's also talking right now about different deals. Now he's mentioning Russia and China. Lots happening here at the G7 summit. Back to you.
All right, so we got a couple more super chats here. If we can pull those up, Assassino.
Okay.
Nice trade there, Gore. I was out almost like $3 ago. Jamaican curry, always. I'm not going to repeat that because that is a swear word. But anyways, yeah, man, that's what I like. I told you guys that before, but I don't mind both. Well, that's not true. Anyways. Oh, my bro's limo driver in LA. Oh, my bros, I'm a limo driver in LA. Yeah, road rage is real. I just yelled at somebody yesterday, to be honest with you, while I was on the road. And he's like, I was turning left to go to the outdoor workout gym. Buddy's like honking his horn at me, and he's like saying, and I just said, do something, do something. But yeah, anyways, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I mean, you get into a firefight real quick in the States, but anyways, CIIT, which is pretty, that stuff is hectic, man. You don't want lead flying around. But as for, hey man, VRM, I'm looking for a small cap. Nice trade there on SPCX. Google's starting to move. We hit $108 here on Robinhood. We're going to wait for some form of a pullback because I think 110 can be in the works. You just need to wait for that correct entry on that bad boy. I'm not going to be chasing it all the way up here.
All right, guys. Loving all the comments there. RXT breakout near high 765. I see it. 759 high of day. Shout out to Texas Jet fan. Bizzle Rizzle. Sharif. Bro, I have been doing good for demo trading for 3 weeks now. What should I judge if I buy another prop account again? What should I judge? I mean, like, what metrics should you be looking at to kind of gauge your progress? I mean, well, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is P&L, right? Are you profitable, right? What kind of size are you taking? I personally would switch from sim into live, but I would start with small share size, right? Can kind of work your way up, just so you can get the psychological part of it, ironed out as well. Because it's not just all technicals. Well, I don't know you, right? You may be, cold as ice. I have no idea, right? But for a lot of people, the psychology, especially when scaling up, does tend to play a part. If that's the case, then you work your way up there. I would say number one, look for P&L. That's the most important gauge, I think, as a trader to judge your success. But I'd be also looking for other things. Did you choose the right names? Are you consistently choosing the ones that are going? Or did you choose some of these small caps or whatever you're trading, the ones that, didn't really have the juice to continue going? So how's your selection process? And then if your selection process is good, perhaps, and you're not still making money, then you need to refine your entries and your exits, stuff like that. That's what I'd be looking for. I think that's what most traders are looking at. Do you have you want to comment on that one as well?
Any plans? Can we get that? It was a super chat,
I'll read
right?
it. Oh no, it's not a super. It says,
chat?
I have been doing good for in a demo account. I think for trading for 3 weeks now. What should I judge if I should buy another prop account again?
Give yourself at least 2 months of consistency in sim. Just give it 3 weeks is like small potatoes, and you got to take into consideration the market dynamics are always changing. So 2 months,
right?
And really like do this, build yourself an equity curve, right, and see how it's been performing. That's what I would specifically do. Tesla is on the move. Okay, Tesla is on the move here. Let's see what we got going on. Pull something up here. Okay. All right.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just reading. Yeah, I'm just reading something here. All right, Tesla, guys, let's see what we got going on. 404.55 as this name breaks through the volume-weighted average price and really starting to pick up some steam and momentum. It's a pretty good-looking Tesla here today. I was thinking long this morning, but it took some time for this underlying asset to really get the ball rolling here. So eventually broke, trendline break, and then off to the races it goes. 404.70. Not too bad of a look on that one there, guys. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll head over to our news feed and see if there's anything specific stepping in on this name with Tesla and why we're starting to climb a little bit higher. What's going on?
ICCM is going.
Go ahead, man.
Get it, Tisha. ICCM is changing its tune, by the way. Let me see if I've got it up on a trading screen so I don't have to take it off. No. Okay, so it's not on the New York, Joey. It's on the NASDAQ, I believe. There we go. Yes, it is. Here it comes into 8. We've breached that prior breakout, that failed breakout high. I'm talking about the 1130 bar on the 5-minute chart, that topping tail that failed and lost VWAP. But here we go again. We're coming into 8. It feels like it's a rounded bottom, but it could also be yet another lower high. The tape feels strong here, okay? It does look like there's aggressive buying. And when you see a plethora of orange like you're seeing on the left side of the screen, that's aggressive buying. That typically means that buyers are asking or sending orders that are over the ask. So it shows buying exuberance. By the same token, if you see a lot of blue coming in on the left side of my screen, that's people selling below the bid. That's people trying to get the hell out of there. So it's indicative of exuberant selling as well. So it looks like we're getting some resistance here at 7 2/3. Back down into 7.5 we go. We just opened up a new bar, the 1225 bar. So prior bar low takes us down to 668. Prior bar high is 775. Current bar high, 777. So 3/4 right away, we know at least on the 5-minute chart is an important area of resistance that we need to get through. It's coming back down now into 7 1/4. Let's see what this one does with 7. Does it find support at 7? Shout out to Tisha. She called this one out way earlier. I wasn't a believer, Tish, just because of the failed breakout that we spoke about. I wanted to kind of focus on other things, but this one is showing itself to be a bit more resilient than I had anticipated. Seller at the $0.50 here, and no prints above the $0.50 locally. So I'm going to continue to watch this one. My entry point likely will be in and around $7. But I want to mention to everybody that we have a very special FOMC stream today. We're doing a special FOMC show. We're going to be rolling over into a new stream at 1 o'clock. Your boy Joey Options or Neil are going to take the helm again for the afternoon segment at around 1:45. Yep. But we will be moving over to a new stream and a special FOMC stream today to obviously inaugurate the new Fed Chair Kevin frickin' Warsh.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be doing that for you guys. We're going to have Adara at the big desk. It's going to be Joey. It's going to be Neil. It's going to be myself as well for some of that. And then we're obviously going to be giving you a lot more information. So hang out with us, but do expect the stream to roll over at around 1 o'clock in about half an hour from now. Just wanted to let you guys know. So shout out to everybody there. No, I'm not making a new stream, customer ATH. It is the Trader TV stream. Joey, we did breach that 777s area on the current candle. It's a 780 high right now on ICCM, but I'm not liking the look right now, man. We keep dropping into the $0.50 here. I'm gonna keep a close eye on this one. It seems to be the best of the bunch at the moment, but I've got some suspicions here, Joey. So I'm gonna pack my patience.
Good stuff. We have another. Okay, oh, Randy.
Randy,
We didn't even see our guy back
You're
there.
sneaky.
Sneaky
That's my
dog.
man, Randy. Randy, you know what I was saying? I know you weren't here.
The best.
When I said it. I'm gonna put the question to you just like this.
Wow.
And I already have an.
Are you gonna say what you said earlier?
I'm going to, and I know Randy's gonna have very vociferous comments coming out of this. Have the Germans lost their battery dead? Sorry, brother. Okay.
Yeah, all right, we'll see. We'll get back to Randall. Yeah, exactly. He is. Oh, I thought he was a go. Yeah, if we can listen.
Battery's dead. He's
if we can once again zoom in on our top supporters here today. That'd be fantastic, man. We want to make sure that we recognize these individuals. So unfortunately, a chair is in front of it for whatever reason that may be. That thing has legs apparently, but there it is. Chris Prasad, once again.
Get it, Chris.
Helping us very good. Number 2, a superstar sitting there. Sharif, I don't know if you see number 2 on the top supporters for today. And then we have Adam James Abroad, $12 as well on the Rail TV. And Peter, number 2 on our top supporters today.
Big Blard?
Dude, number 2 on our it's all right.
Get it, Peter.
But no, thank you all very much. Randy is now back, guys. Don't forget, we're going to be rolling over to a new stream at 1 o'clock, so a half an hour away.
Casey.
And be prepared. There's going to be a lot of good talk about this. Casey, she's just doing what she does.
Memberships as she usually does. Casey 526,
absolutely.
giving with both hands. The magnanimous woman that she is. Shout out to Casey 526. Ever the great small cap trader she is, Randy. But I wanted to put this to you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And just so I can preface this so people understand a little bit of your background, he likes German cars. He has German cars. He has a lot of them. He loves them. Randy, have the Germans lost their way when it comes to ICE cars? Not at the high end, like the 911s, but have the Germans lost their way?
Complicated question. You got to remember that the big German brands also own Seat and Skoda and like Spanish brands and other brands that don't fall under maybe so much the German moniker. But look, sales are dwindling. Platform refreshes are now not so common. It used to be every 4 years. Now it's like, maybe we'll hang on and.
Well said.
Sales are down. EVs in Norway, 90-something%. Like it's off the map. And with the price of oil.
Absolutely.
And tariffs and all kinds of other, So if EV adoption is going to, I'd say it's like this. It's just a gentle, in Germany, the demise of ICE cars is not imminent. It's not.
Okay.
There's still going to be new ICE cars coming. Mercedes-Benz announced one last week.
Right.
There's going to be new ICE and hybrid cars coming to the market.
Okay.
It's not over. The game's not over.
It's not over.
Yes, the luxury end will always be the luxury end, and you'll have a choice. The lower end, your Volkswagens and your Skodas and whatnot. I still think there's a market for them.
Okay.
Is it a expanding market? Maybe not.
No.
Don't forget, the roads are smaller, their fuel prices are higher than ours. So there's a lot of impetus to say, you know what, we'll bite the bullet and buy an electric.
Well, exactly.
There's a huge charging network in every country in Europe. It's fantastic. There was a big study on EV World there about a month ago about the charging network that's it's almost comparable to China. It's unbelievable.
So they have a lot of infrastructure there as well.
A lot of infrastructure.
Really? Wow,
built.
okay.
And BYD is planning swap stations. So if you've got all this infrastructure, what's holding you back? With the price of fuel, what's holding you back from making the switch?
And they're pretty progressive over there in terms of green, new energy vehicles. They're more progressive than us in general. My question to you was this. German cars were always known for their rigor, the quality of the build. I was giving the example earlier, my old man's Benz, way too much plastic. A friend of mine, I've been using their car. It's a new C-Class, a C300, plastic everywhere. Do you feel that's more because they're trying to protect margins now that everything is a dollars and cents game? Or is this kind of the new standard that we have to expect out of Germany?
Margins are thin. You got to be honest. I mean, there's decade-old cars that are still on the road with a third of a million kilometers on them. You want to go buy a new one, you're bound to find more plastic and more toys and screens and whatnot at the expense of the bottom line. 10 years ago, there wasn't half as many toys, I'll call them, sensors, electronics in cars as there is now.
Good point.
Those cost money. Somebody's got to pay for them.
That's a very good point.
If you're going to pay for them, expect maybe a slightly less interior quality. You got screens taking up the space of what formerly were leather dashboards.
And GPUs everywhere to run those screens.
It all costs a lot of money.
Well said.
And memory, how much is memory now?
Yeah.
How much are GPUs now?
It's ridiculous.
So the auto industry is fighting
That's a
AI
very
and
good
fighting
point,
data
dude.
centers to compete with memory chips and GPUs and wiring and
That's a very
electronics.
good
and
point.
all.
That's an excellent
So
analysis.
all of this adds to the price of the car. 10, 15 years ago, how many screens were in your car?
One.
This many.
Oh, well, 10 years ago, there was probably one.
Okay, maybe
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
So in this
I
day
see
and
what
age,
you're saying, though,
yeah.
man, yeah.
So
I see
it
what
all
you're saying.
comes at a cost. Even the basement bottom line cars, 25, 30,000 euros, come with a screen, come with a backup camera, come with a basic set of sensors, you know, traffic monitoring, blind spot monitoring, all this stuff. It costs money. You've got to be able to make money on these cars and sell them at a profit.
I
Or
agree.
else these car companies are going to have one hell of a time.
And shareholders are demanding constantly more and more
course they
profits.
are.
It's not okay to stay at last year's profitability. We got to do it better this year. How are we going to do it better? Let's cut costs.
And then you've got the cost of ICE car companies who want to develop EVs. Look at Volkswagen. You
Very
know,
good point.
They're 27 billion euros into
Right.
their EV program. That's Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen, the others. Where do you get that money? It's got to
Exactly.
come at the expense of profit. So to answer your question in short form, is there a demise? Is it imminent? No. There's a delicate balance going on here, and some of them may not have so much fun with this balance.
No.
But I mean, over time, I think we're going to see more EV adoption.
I agree with that.
And there will be a decline in ICE sales or hybrid sales as a component of overall sales
Right.
in the next, I'd say, 5 years.
Randy spoke.
But didn't we already see like kind of a transition? It's like, hey, we don't go pure EV, especially in some parts of North America because the infrastructure just isn't there.
Right.
We're more or less aiming towards a hybrid aspect,
The
right?
infrastructure has to keep up with the EV adoption rate.
Exactly.
And in some countries it's there, and in some it's not.
What was the crazy projection that the government had that we were going to be completely EV by 2020?
35, yeah.
so good.
But you've got to understand, it's not just the industry, it's the consumers.
Yeah.
So if I don't want an electric car, and I
Yep.
still want my V8 powered, pick your platform, so be it. I'm going to go buy one. Okay? So not everybody wants an electric Lightning or a
Agree.
Hummer or whatever,
Yeah.
big full-size vehicle.
Well, the
that's
Lightning
electric.
doesn't
I
even
know you want the
exist
Hummer.
anymore.
So if you don't have that adoption and people
Yeah.
still want to buy these cars,
Yes, sir.
the industry will sell them to you. Okay? If people live in a rural area and there's no charging infrastructure,
What are you gonna
I'm not
do?
going to buy an electric car.
Yeah, you
I'm not.
can't.
So you have to be able
Yeah.
to serve those customers and say, look,
100%.
we're going to build
We still
a
don't have the
hybrid
infrastructure.
and an ICE
Yeah.
and an EV. You can have your pick of the crop.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure has to follow. And
Agree.
The consumers
Yeah.
actually,
100%.
and the consumers are dictating this trend.
And you're getting it little by little. Like some of the service stations we have on the highway here,
Yes.
they're called what are they called?
En route.
En route.
V12.
They just started throwing electric charging stations. I spoke
have
to you
to.
about the Shell near my house. It's got 4 and they're fast. It's like 300 and something. So it's not a slow one. So you're getting a little by little, but there's no huge move like there is in China and Europe.
I think we also have to take into consideration too that people may get fed up with just having the fluctuating price of oil all the time, and especially
Absolutely.
with conflicts, right? So you head
Absolutely.
into these hybrid scenarios, and I mean, if you see what some of my like one of my buddies on my hockey team has a Tesla, and he's like, yeah, I paid like $13 to charge my EV in a month or something absolutely ridiculous.
Fantastic.
Right, I'm driving
If you go
1,000
supercharging,
I'm driving
you're gonna
1,000
pay.
kilometers
Yeah,
a
you
week,
don't-
and I got to fill up once a week.
Yeah, it's
So,
you know what I
for some
mean?
people the math works, and for some it doesn't.
Yeah.
But you've got to be able to deliver what the customer wants, and the
Yeah.
industry and the infrastructure has to follow suit. Period.
Well said.
Absolutely.
Randy has spoken. Thank you
All
very
right,
much,
man.
Randy.
Thanks,
Let's
brother.
cover some of these supers here. 'cause
Yeah, man, we got a
came
lot.
in.
Casey, hey, I was gonna say to Fabian, if we can get people who provide memberships as well too, I think that should be in our top supporters. Fabian, I don't know if you can hear me on that one because Casey's like, how am I not a top supporter when she might
said
be
that.
the individual?
How is she not? That's
But,
crazy.
but that's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
getting at here, right? I think we should put, if you gift memberships, that should be on the top supporter
I
as well
completely
too.
agree with that. I
Right? Not
completely
just
agree
the
with that.
not just
Well
the
said,
cash,
Joey.
not
Good
just the
job.
cash amount.
All right, let's do this. Casey dropping 15 memberships here, guys. Premium YouTube memberships. Go over to the YouTube homepage, click posts. And if you're a premium member, you'll be able to get my morning watch list every day. And then Adam James Abroad dropping 5 himself. Shout out to Adam James freaking Abroad. Hope you're having a great time, brother. And then Casey coming in fast, coming in furious with a $50 super chat there. Thank you very much, Casey 526. And she said, Bovin HYPD. Let's look at HYPD. I already pulled it up. Oh, is it HPYD? What the hell was the ticker there, Joey? HYPD. Did I type that wrong? I think I did. Sorry, guys. HYPD. I promise. What's going on here? Oh,
What's going on here?
Joey, it's not showing up. HYPD. Ah, there it is. There we go, Joey. I don't know what is going on. Hey, we did it. It's ripping, Casey. HYPD into almost $4. It looks like it's a 393 high. This is all gas. No brakes right now on HYPD. And I've already put it onto the side chart because it is looking very good. Let's include it in the side watch list as well. So it updates, not up big yet, 20%, 1.6 million shares of volume. It's extended away from the 10 EMA, which is around 375, but we could be seeing 4 sooner rather than later. So keep your eye here on HYPD, a hell of a chart pattern. And thank you very much, KC526, ever the most generous, one of the most generous people in the chat, and a hell of a small cap trader.
Yeah.
So if you're into that small cap life, you need to keep your eye out on what KC526 is posting in the chat, as well as Bovin, Grunfeld, Scott H. A lot of great small cap traders out there. TT Mass as well. Shout out to my man. Check out PDYN, he says.
Okay.
Check out PDYN. PDYN. Let's look over here. What are we doing on this one? Oh, not bad. Yeah, well, ripping PDYN up 15%. Good move off that looks like $6 area, now ripping into 690. PDYN going to replace somebody here. Probably Allbirds, because that's doing nothing. HQ as well. We can take that one off PDYN. Put that one on Joey. PDYN is ripping to the high side, guys. Pardon me, trade this carefully here. Fantastic day on these small caps today. There's a lot going. GPUS, HYPD, PDYN, RXT's back up there again. ICCM is not done. It's still into $8. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on these, Joey.
Good stuff, man. 116 million, excuse me. 116 million shares traded here on the day in ICCM. Why isn't that displaying? Oh, it's gonna change. 737 million shares traded on SMBR. Wow, this thing has been absolute. Wow. The chat is sweet,
Love
man.
it,
Casey, you're a darling and a doll. We love everything that you do for this channel and obviously your participation. So thank you very much once again. It goes without saying. All right, guys, we're getting a pullback here. Robinhood down to 107.25. Tesla pulling back. We're going to look to engage on this bad boy. SPCC, we're going to be looking for a potential curl around here. But again, buyers may step in at the volume weighted average price and send this thing north of that and then back into the mid 200s. But we also have someone pointing out, who was it? Was it the others was talking about NVDA, but someone pointed out a 210 wall here on SPCX. Let's actually pull over and head over to our options chain here, ladies and gentlemen, and see what we got going on through a couple of the names here. And we're going to go through NVDA once again, and we're going to go through SpaceX to see if anything has changed, if the narrative has changed on this bad boy. So some good stuff here, good tools on this front, guys. SPCX. Let's pull this bad boy up here and see what we got going on at 210. Open interest still sitting at that 15,000 marker, and volume really high here, and $200. Obviously you're going to see a lot of volume step in on that bad boy, so not too bad of a play. Go check it out right there, guys. 220 and 210. Trump to have questions after G7. Okay.
Noise.
Trump secretary is going to have a thing, and so there's on.
They're doing it live right now,
Of
Joey.
course, yeah. We're going to be heading over there relatively
Evian.
soon.
They're in Evian.
Are they? Where is that? In France. Okay.
Evian, the bottle water?
Yeah, the water,
I guess
right?
that's where that comes from? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Were you actually? Okay. Was he talking about it, or you talking about us? I see that you were. Okay,
Okay,
gotcha.
man. You're about that Fiji water then, eh, Sharif? I see.
Fiji water? I don't think I've ever had one. I don't think so. I know
Really?
that they're square bottles.
Yeah,
right?
square
Fiji
bottle,
water.
man. So yeah, we're going to take all the good water and bring it all on over here, Sharif. Volume, a lot of volume here at 210 on NVDA, guys. Go check this out. Options chain there available. So 210, 185 once again. A lot of volume coming through. And then as for the open interest, we're seeing a lot at, okay, that's incorrect anyways, on NVDA. So we'll hit a refresh on that bad boy because we hit hundreds of thousands of contracts at that specific zone. So I mean, watch out. Gorb And who else was looking for the potential short on SpaceX? We're not getting that right now. I believe this was just a little bit of a pullback, even though that was to the tune of $4. Now watch it breach VWAP and then wait for that curl over. That's exactly what my game plan is here. And we're going to use via SPCC, correct? Right, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
That's not the SpaceX.
It's okay. SSPC, Joey.
Oh, SSPC.
Yeah.
SSPC.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So there it is. Leverage 2x short. So we're going to be looking to go long at some point on this bad boy. We're going to have to be patient, wait for an additional rejection of VWAP, and then maybe we're going to get that green light to go. Look how hot of a mess the Qs and the SPY are. We haven't gone through our watch list here yet today. We're going to do that momentarily, but I want us to focus right now and put our attention onto the SPY and the NASDAQ, for we haven't done too much here today. Why wonder? I wonder why, because we are going to be waiting for that 2 o'clock hour. Also, don't forget, guys, 1 o'clock, we're going to be rolling over the stream. So make sure you join Sharif, Adara, and I for a special FOMC meeting here today. Kevin Warsh's first appearance as Fed chair. It's going to be really exciting because I want to see this guy's MO. You already know where I stand, data dependent or strategic. Dovish, hawkish, what is he going to lay? And is he going to dance to the tune of Donald Trump's drum, Sharif, and cut rates? Because I wouldn't be surprised. As soon as this conflict is over in the Middle East, you know what Donald Trump's going to either be on about, Cuba or rates. It's either one or the other. So let's see what this guy's got going on.
All right, here we go. We're in ICCM here. We're back into this one, Tish. Looking for a big move into 9 here. I'm going to be patient. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up. There's a seller here in the low 70s. There it is in the 80s. Big move. 90s is taking out all my prints, Tish. Back into 70 we go. I'm looking for a nice move through 9. Look, continuing to watch here. A bunch of prints took a bunch of prints. I did get a bunch of prints, is what I'm trying to say, but still some liquidity testers there through 9, unprinted. I'm going to have to pack my patience into this. I can't insist on a tight stop. I've tried that before and without success. So if I try the same thing again, what would be the point in that? So I'm looking to defend here, taking small share size initially. Let's see if we can get through 9. There's 90 again. There it goes through 90. And there is now a $9 touch, failing at 9. So I didn't get the print through that $9 area. So let's go ahead and wait at 9.15 above that. Continuing to watch here. There's 95 again. Aggressive selling, Tish, into that $9 area. Just have to load up my blotter here so I can get a gander of how many shares I have. Failing here, back down into 2/3. It's going to fail probably into the $0.50 here. Let's see if we get that continuity, though, through $9 as people take profits. Moving back into 80. Seller again locally here at 80 pennies, so we can't shake that seller. Just trying to take a look at the candle that's forming now. So this current candle, which is the 1245 candle, has a high of 898 and a low of 850. So we've got a 50 penny range currently on this candle. I'm assuming we're probably going to fail 50. If we do, I'm picking some up at the $0.25, right? That's where I see a lot of the topping tails, and I'll hold it into 8. So it'll have to hold 8 here for me to get to stay into the trade. Back into 60s here. We're putting in lower highs locally. Let's see if we can get back above 80. There's 80 again, 84, 89, 90. Here we go again, 95 again, selling at 95 yet again. So we haven't even got a 9 touch here. And I did mention that the current bar high is 98. So we're not really able to touch that whole dollar area. Continuing to watch, looking for a bigger move to see if I can get either an add or a break through 9. You're not getting either right now as we kind of dilly-dally around here. By the way, there's more that's going on. It's not just ICCM, PDYN into area highs, HYPD still hanging out just south of 4. So if you're not into this fast mover here with 120 million shares, there are slower mover small cap gappers that could be a little bit more predictable. 94, 98, there it goes through 9, boom. Big move up here into the $0.25. We got to wet the beak into the $0.33 Assassino. What a move up here for ICCM. We got 60s on. Let's go ahead now and wait at 45 to test that $0.50 area, right? That's what my thinking is here. $0.25 resistance. Into 30 we go. Trying to make that stupid trade that we had earlier. It's looking good right now. We got 60s on. The high of the day is 54, so it did breach the $0.50. but no continuations through said half dollar. In fact, we're below 9 again. But here we are trying to recover. Could it be an ad here into 9? Something you need to consider here. There's a good buyer here at $9, guys. Whether it holds strictly or not, the fact of the matter is people are buying in and around this $9 area. So possible entry point there. Maybe you don't even give it to below 9. Give it to 888s. You risk 20 pennies or so. There we go. Back into 888s and right back above into 9. Again, I missed that entry. I should have been adding into that level. So a little zig, a little zag here. But you get into 954. And my bias automatically is we're at least going to make an initial move into 10, if not more. Now, when I say 10, and I've said this before, you know, sometimes you don't get a strict 10 touch, right? You get, you know, like a 970 or a 980, and then you call that 10. Again, buying into 9 here. I want to see if the buying into 9 is going to be sustained. No, it's failing. Down into 75 we go. So this one does look like maybe it won't be a straight line. I'm going to get out here. Perfect. Right at my break-even point. Let's see if this drops a little bit more. If it can clear 9.25, I'll get back into this one. But this was a good trade. We took a little bit more on that one. Comes back into 875. Not a bad look. Not a bad look. Shout out to Texas Jet fan. RXT hit 762. Tisha says there's ICCM has room to 965, then 1148, and then a gap into 1360 to 1696. Oh my days. That would be nice, Tish. Watch out for prior bar low. Prior bar low is 952 on ICCM. Current bar low is 865. So you've got a buyer here at 65. He's being tested right now. Big buyer at 65 here, Joey. It feels like it might fail, though. 63's flash there momentarily. Here comes the half dollar. It's failing. So continuing to watch here. Let's see if the buyers step in at the half. Well, not strictly, but they're buying in the high 40s, low 50s, so a little zig and zag here. We've done 121 million shares, ample liquidity to go around, but we have now failed prior bar, and it's now bleeding down into the 840s. Watch out for the loss of 8, but a good move up here, man. Very, very happy with this trade. Shout out to my man, Gorev, Joe, Sharif.
Yo.
See you guys. Thanks for another great show. I'm off now to watch Ronaldo play. Enjoy watching them both probably for the last time. You're probably not wrong, brother. I don't foresee another World Cup for these guys. Man, guys, don't forget that Ronaldo played in the 2004 Euros, man. That's where I first got my glance of him, right? And then when I moved to England, obviously in 7, he was everywhere because he was playing for United at the time. But I remember Ronaldo from the 2004 Euros. It's 2026, man. So longevity is this guy's middle name. My days.
Bro, you guys in the best shape.
Fantastic shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Joey.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
You know what we're going to do now, though, right?
Not head over to that stream, the other stream just yet.
We're going to go to Xfinity. We're going to go and we're going to watch.
What's that? Oh, okay. I wouldn't know what's going on with that one. Who's Portugal playing here today? I can figure it out right now. I forget who it is. Portugal. Congo.
The Congo.
Yeah, Congo, the Republic of Congo. Yeah. All right.
Who you got in this one?
Congo.
You got Congo over Portugal?
No, man. Come on, man.
Damn, that's crazy.
Crazy. Assassino was like, man, why this boy's wilding right now.
Nah.
No, in all seriousness.
Can I say one thing, though?
Absolutely.
Senegal and France was a hell of a competitive game.
Was it?
In fact, Senegal played a lot better in the first half. Ended up being 3-1, but it was a very competitive game.
Man, Canada dominated, in my opinion, the game that you went to.
We have way better athletes than Bosnia.
We did, but dude,
way better.
It was domination, if you ask me.
Yes, it is domination in terms of scoring opportunities. Can't disagree with you on that. But what I didn't like was the easy giving away of the ball, the constant turnovers, the choosing of the low probability pass. You're choosing the wrong pass. It's ambitious. It's great. I like it. But you end up turning the ball over in key areas, especially in the midfield. It drives me crazy.
Fair enough, my
Anyway,
boy.
we got it going on. Ronaldo coming out right now with the mascot.
Cristiano Ronaldo. All right, guys. I want to talk about SSPC here.
As well.
Man, any form of a pullback, but he's Italian.
Vitinha?
Oh, I thought you said Katina.
No.
Oh,
Vitinha.
okay. All right. Yeah.
He's a fielder,
U.S. domination and hockey type domination. You know what? You might have to rewatch that game, my boy, because you have no idea about any form of hockey. I'll tell you that for sure. Wasn't even close. The game. 865, man. That's where we want to get involved with. I know he's just playing around and he's just trying to grind my gears, get under my skin, which he did a very good job at. And I know that I'm only joking, but let's be real, man. If you actually watch the game, it wasn't even close. They just happened to take advantage of their opportunities. Now we're gonna wait for this pull back here on SSPC, and then we're going to be able to take the long here and then the short essentially on SpaceX, which I do believe we're going to get some form of a curl over. The consolidation might be a little bit longer than what we're anticipating, which is good for me because then you get that nice turtle shell type price action and the curl over following it. So NASDAQ moving south here, leading into the meeting here, guys. Don't forget, we're going to be rolling over to the stream momentarily in approximately 6 minutes. So make sure you stick with us and get that prepared. I know you're only playing around. All love, brother. I know you're only joking anyways. SPCX, we're waiting for that. This might be the opportunity, 860. So at this point, we would have to give it 14 cents of risk right now. I just believe I can increase the risk to reward ratio, which is really important. But let's send things off to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. President Trump making some comments about bombing Iran once again, saying that when asked, what is the situation here with the deal? Why is the nuclear program not mentioned a lot? President Trump did say that if they say they won't have a nuclear program, they won't have a nuclear program. But if they, don't go with that, we will bomb them. So basically saying that, I guess Iran has to stop working on nuclear, or the U.S. will bomb them. Not making it super clear, I guess, some of the mechanisms of this deal, which is what the question was about. But regardless, just be aware, guys. President Trump still talking oil and Iran right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, for the individual who was asking for my scanner settings in the chat, I'm so sorry to have made you wait so long. I promised you so many times in the chat that I'd get to it, but I always seem to get sidetracked and distracted. For that, I do apologize. So let me take this opportunity to tell you that I am using a gap scanner. Now, depending on what platform you're using, the scanners may be named differently. Top percentage movers, top percentage gainers, gappers. There's a lot of synonyms to this. But the one that I'm using is called just top percentage gainers. So right away, I'm just using that pre-made scanner. However, I have my own little adjustments that I make to it. So let's get right down to this. First adjustment is I filter by price. I want to know everything trading above 25 pennies. It wasn't always that way for me. I always used to filter everything below 85 pennies. I've since changed because I'm trading now these sub $1 stocks. So price filter of 25 pennies. And then I also have a volume filter. I'm asking for 1 million shares. Now, I wouldn't use that amount of volume if I was trading in the pre-market. But because I'm trading during, the midday, it's got to do at least close to 1 million shares. Maybe I should even drop that down to 500,000. We'll see. But for now, I've got it at 1 million shares. So I'm using 2 filters here. I'm using a price filter and a volume filter. And then beyond that, I've got my own little nuances here when it comes to the layout. So let's get to that. Obviously, there's going to be some stuff that you're just going to put automatically. The ticker name, you got to see the ticker, right? And then the price, obviously. And then the change percentage. We're like, what is this up or down on the day? But I want to make very clear that the percentage change can be a little bit nuanced here. So allow me to make this point even more clear. So change percentage can start from one of 2 times. It can start from the aftermarket yesterday, and I'm talking about 4:01 p.m. if it was doing volume then, or it can start at 4 a.m. this morning. So if it wasn't doing anything in the aftermarket, typically the percentage up or down will be from 4 a.m. on. If it broke out in the aftermarket after we closed already the day prior, it will show up as well as a percentage gapper. So it will actually populate from the day yesterday, not from this morning. But I want to make that point clear. So change percentage can be a little bit ambiguous here. In next to that change percentage category, I've got another column, and it's called change percentage since open. You may or may not have this on your own. And the reason I use that is this one tells me what the stock is up or down on the day since 9:30, since the market opened. So oftentimes I'm able to compare what something is up or down on the day versus what it opened up as. Case in point, let's go to this one over here. Let's just take NIVF, bottom of your screen. It's up 13% on the day, but when you look at the next column there, it's down 24 2/3% since open. So what does that mean? That means it gapped up at 4 a.m. or 4 p.m., and then when 9:30 came about, it's now down 24% from the price that it was at 9:30. That one I can immediately filter out. I don't want to trade that. That's below the opening print. That's not what I'm going for. I'm going for momentum movers that are long. We're going to pause for a second. I couldn't even hear Assassino. We got to go to Adara at the big desk with news.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. Keep an eye on Meta. META Axios reporting that Meta's Alexander Wang attended an AI-related meeting with Dario Amodei of Anthropic. We know that some of these AI leaders were supposed to have a 2-hour lunch meeting, was what I was hearing. Sounds like Meta's Alexander Wang was also in attendance, so be aware. President Trump also still talking, guys, about oil, Iran, etc. So stay here for any big headlines. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, let's continue on. So beside the change percentage since open column, I have the gap percentage. Gap percentage also is, so if it closed out, let's say at $4 yesterday, and then it opens up today at $6, that percentage change, that's going to be reflected in the gap, okay? And then beside that, you got prior close. I just want to see what it closed out at yesterday. That's a quick reference point for me. It's not, mandatory or anything. So just by example, SNBR, the one that we were trading, closed out at 17.66 yesterday. Pennies, not dollars. It's at 52.70 now. Beside that, I've got 3 different volume columns, all with their own kind of indication here. Total volume on the day, that's easy. That's just how many shares it's done since 4 a.m. this morning. For SMBR, 774 million. The average volume is right next to that as a second volume column. The average volume for SNBR in the last 365 days is 9.91 million. So right away, I can see we're doing huge outsized volume, RVol, relative volume, some people call it. Right away, I know this is a big day for SNBR because it's doing way more shares than it had prior. And then beside that is the third volume column. It's the 5-minute volume. How much volume has this SNBR stock done in the last 5 minutes? The reason I have that there is I want to know if the volume is coming in recently into this name, or was it doing, a lot of volume earlier? And I can kind of gauge whether I want to trade it or not. And then the last 3 columns here are sort of, dealer's choice. I put shortable shares as the column next, only to give me an idea whether this specific name is easy to short or not. So what do I mean by that? So to get shorts, you got to get locates. You got to locate somebody that's willing to loan you their shares so you can short it against the market. So sometimes you'll see the column empty. For example, ICCM, there's no available shorts on IBKR here to borrow. So that gives me an idea that this one likely not as easy to short. Compare that though to FTHM, which has on my platform 485,000 shares available for short. So I can make the educated guess there that this one might be a thicker trade because there may be people piling in short that don't necessarily need to find locates. They just have available shares for short there, like we do with Apple or Nvidia or all the other ones. So another point there I want to make. And then the second last column is the spread, just so I can see immediately whether this is a name I'm interested in or not, given how wide or tight the spread is. Case in point, look at this one over here, S-Dot, 26 penny spread, typically not for me. Compare that to ICCM, which has got a 2 or 3 penny spread. So right away, I can look at the scanner column and know whether this one fits my profile or not. And then guys, we are rolling over now on the new stream. We've got a special show today. We're doing an FOMC show. So just go on to the other stream.
It's right here.
We just did. So thank you. Pardon me? Just stay on the stream. Stay on the stream. Sorry, Assassino.
All right.
So just stay on the stream over here, and then you'll roll over automatically. So special FOMC stream today. with the incoming new chair, Kevin Warsh. Last but not least, SSC, I just want to show this chart over here. So the spread column is the second last one. And then the third, again, optionable. It's a range. So these rectangles here, they give me an indication whether or not we're trading towards the high end of the day or the low end. Let's give an example. Look at how ICCM, very close to the right side of the screen. Compare that to this one over here, LNKS, pardon me, which has got a red rectangle and it's towards the left side. So that means it's trading closer to the low of day than it is the high of day. So I can just immediately see on my scanner where we are relative to the day's price action. Are we towards the higher end or the lower end? Those are the settings that I have on my scanner. I occasionally add and remove things, Joey, just to keep it fresh and keep it relevant. But as a general rule, that's kind of what I have.
Good stuff, man. All right, guys. Yeah, so it did roll over here. Guys, be patient. You might have to open up a new chat there, Sharif. I don't know if yours is still moving there, but there's a lot of new people in there. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. This is the new one. Yeah, go to the new one, my boy. Hey, it is what it is.
What happened, Joey?
No, as for looking for this potential long here, there it is. All right, so another uptick. If we can catch the top end of the range, so if we're going to correlate this with the actual underlying asset, guys, look at the bottom of my screen right here. Top end of the range is around $198, $200 call wall, starting to come back in. With that being said, we can post up at 862 on this bad boy. Oh, man, look at Robinhood go back up to 108.74. Yeah, this thing is going to hit $110 here momentarily, Sharif. I think by the end of the day, look at these micro pullbacks, and then off to the races it goes. Now, again, so you see me within the small cap land playing these high of the day breaks. This isn't necessarily going to be the case because why? We don't have that momentum and that volume. Even though the volume throughout the intraday session has been nice and steady, that's not a high of the day break scenario for me within Robinhood, all right? So actually, this is one thing that I want to do. Let's pull it up on our chart so we can get a percentage metric on what we are up here today within this bad boy. It's a big time move in Robinhood, Sharif, so I'm happy about this one. Boom, bunch of tailwinds with this bad boy. How much are we up here today, Sharif? 12% on Robinhood, man. Man, oh man, what a session. A name that has been hit heavy down to the tune of 60%. So no one, Paulie. I don't know what you on about. Good to know. It says, cool. Paulie want a cracker? What's happening, Joey? That's crazy. Anyways, we'll head over to the options chain for Robinhood and see what we got going on there. Here it is, man. Robinhood. 96.6% implied volatility. 1 DT. This is crazy. I don't know how correct this is. We might have to hit the refresh or something, but the chances of there being... what the hell is even that? Assassino, because 23 contracts, 12 contracts, 100. This is small potatoes. We're heading up to $120 free roaming. No one's standing in front of this with shorting contracts, man. That's a big time move, and I like seeing that. We'll head over to a further expiration cycle. That's going to be 9 days away, and once again, nothing from an open interest standpoint. That's going to tell me we're going to remain bullish on Robinhood, rejecting it. This is what I'm talking about. You don't necessarily want to be playing the high of the day break as it rejects 108.80. Let's send things off to Adara.
Couple things to keep an eye on here, guys. Let's start with GME. GME, GameStop, just spiked here to new intraday highs. I'm seeing some speculation. This is going back about an hour ago that during eBay's investor meeting or annual shareholder meeting, which took place at 11 a.m. Eastern, they passed Proposal 4 now. Apparently, Proposal 4 would make it easier for large investors like GameStop to potentially rally shareholders and force changes. People are saying that this Proposal 4 pass that happened at the eBay shareholder meeting earlier today could be a good look for GME. Again, this happened a couple hours ago, but just circulating now. Furthermore, AMZN on watch here. Keep an eye, if I can pull up the ticker here, on Amazon. The information reporting that the company is seeing more interest in its Trainium and Inferentia chips as companies are looking beyond a single vendor NVIDIA GPU strategy. So Amazon and GME on watch. Back to you.
1-0 Portugal, baby. They're already up. How come it's not showing on my thing over here, Joey?
You don't got the score, my boy?
I do. It's not even updating, my guy. What's going on over here?
Give it a couple of seconds, man.
Couple of seconds? We're already deep. All right, who scored, Joey? Can't even see, man. This is really bad over here.
I'll tell you one thing. I
don't even know who this guy is.
I used to live in Little Portugal.
Little Portugal.
No, I'm being dead serious.
St. Clair and
no,
St. Clair
Bradford, Ontario.
That's Little Portugal?
Dude, the majority of the town is Portuguese.
Seriously?
And these people would flood the streets. And my boy Jesse knows me. It just made me, I would get so pissed when these guys would win. Oh, you know who I used to, I don't know, man.
There's so many of them,
there's
right?
just so many of them. Who's it? Benfica, right? Everybody was all about Benfica.
Of course, and Porto.
But Benfica, man, crazy.
Let's go to Adara, Joe.
Yeah.
I think there's breaking news.
Absolutely.
So the market is dropping here, and not sure if it's connected to these comments, but it sounds like President Trump's last answer here during the Q&A. He said this would be the last question. He said he might stick around for the Iran signing, but it also might not be the type of document that the president wants to sign. When asked by the reporter if it's something that, maybe he'll just put on the vice president if it doesn't go well, he kind of joked that that would in fact be the case. So it sounds like President Trump saying this is not 100% solid, as we already kind of knew here, this memorandum of understanding. It's not a deal yet. Not sure if it's a document he wants to necessarily be seen signing. So S&P 500 fluctuating a little bit. We're also getting a senior U.S. official reading out the formal text of the MOU. This just came out. So some of this formal MOU text, again, this is the U.S. and Iran memorandum of understanding. At a minimum, Iran would be agreeing to destroy its enriched uranium stockpile through downblending. They're also ceasing efforts to cut off traffic in the Strait of Hormuz ahead of the signing. Apparently, the MOU has already been signed, but either side can walk away until they get a binding deal. Again, they're apparently going to be taking 60 days to negotiate that. There will only be sanctions or relief if the U.S. gets to a final deal and if the Iranians, quote unquote, behave. The Switzerland meeting will be critical. Again, senior official reading out the formal text of the Iranian MOU. Back to you.
With that being said, and everything Adara just brought us, there was a volatility spike within the overall market. You can see the increase in volume here on the SPY and on the triple Qs, guys. This is going to be the largest print that we've seen in the past couple of hours. So the volatility is going to continuously kick in, and we know with the FOMC meeting, we'll have those volatility spikes as well. I'm going to be patient and wait for around 3 o'clock or so before I look to engage in any specific direction. You're going to have the Q&A. I think that's going to be a big one, and it seems like that's what you're looking forward to as well, Sharif, with Kevin Warsh himself after the rate decision.
Yeah, let's hear how he answers questions. Let's gauge his tone.
Yeah, this is
his
really
sentiment, right? Where he's leaning, what side he's leaning onto, and let's just see what he has to say. This is his first formal press conference as the FOMC chair.
Now, do you think...
So we can make a whole bunch of predictions ahead of time, but why do that? Why don't we just,
allow him
react,
to... Yeah, absolutely.
And let's let him make a...
Okay, so then I won't ask the question that I was just about to ask then.
Go ahead, man.
I was going to say... No. So do you think that Warsh is going to be more strategic or data dependent, like Jerome has stated on multiple occasions?
I don't think it has to be to the exclusion of the other. It's just how heavily one person sways to the other as opposed to the other side, right? So you're saying he's strategic or data dependent. I don't think it's one to the exclusion of the other, right? Whereas, Jerome could have insisted that he sees certain data before he takes certain actions. Perhaps Warsh's Warsh's threshold would be a little bit lower in terms of the data that he needs to see in order to take certain actions or to make a certain decision, right? And so it's going to be, how, like when Papa came in originally, right? Nobody knew exactly how he was going to govern as day one. We picked up on his patterns and how he did in certain scenarios. And then, we react to that. So that's kind of like, my thing is let's just wait to see how this guy acts. And what better way to judge somebody than when a crisis ensues?
Yeah.
And then to see how they sort of navigate that crisis, what kind of decisions they make. Okay.
I'm going to miss JP.
Pardon me?
I'm going to miss JP.
He's not gone, brother. He's still.
I know he's still, but
he's not the head anymore.
Yeah, he's not the Fed chair, man.
We'll see if he ends up leaving. He said he's going to stay on so long as the investigation is active. So that's the way it is. Okay, guys, there's a lot going right now. So let's get down to work. RXTs, all gas, no brakes. Shout out to my man, Texas Jet fan. And there goes ICCM again, Tisha. I see you, Tisha. There it goes into 9.25 again. We still got that staunchy seller in and around 9.5, but ICCM is moving bigly. So is GPUS. I was trying to get Bovin to jump on this one. He wasn't having it. 39.90. It can't seem to shake 40 for whatever reason. I've been watching the price action here on GPUS. I like 37 to 37.5 as a dip buy area to hold the 10 EMA. Also PDYN, the one that KC 526 called out. You might be getting a buy area here. Comes into the 10 EMA. Also, this is the area that we couldn't close above in the pre-market. I'm talking about that 7 a.m. high. It's not the candle high, obviously. It's a closing print high. So again, 6 3/4, 6 2/3, an area support here on PDYN. It's trying to trade back up. HYPD as well is interesting. Let's see if this one couldn't hold the 10 EMA at around 3 4/5. It's got a wick into 4, but it hasn't closed or printed above 4. And then AMC, man. Adara was telling us that GMC was moving. AMC's been moving all day. Shout out to Scott H for trading this one. He picked this up, I believe, at the volume weighted average price. And he's printing, obviously, on this one with a 283 high, showing some resistance here at 80 at 277. But, man, RXT and ICCM are both going simultaneously. Here comes $8 here on RXT. Shout out to Texas Jet Fan. Great trade by you. Way to stick to your convictions, brother, especially through that flat top break at 760. Way to stick to your convictions, Tisha, into that 9.5. Both y'all printing. Couldn't be happier for either of you, for both of you guys. Fantastic look. RXT, high of the day, Momo. I'm calling it out right now, Texas Jet Fan, man. I'm shouting you out right now. I don't know if you're listening or not, but good job on that trade, Joey. I'm going to keep my eye here on GPUS and the bunch. He is, hold on, Joey. You want to hear this?
Yeah, Texas Jet Fan.
$20,000 in the money. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I'll tell you something right now.
Hold on, Joey. You know how much
SSPC.
34 million shares.
34 million shares. 20K of that going into Texas Jet Fan. So you live in Texas and you're a Jet fan?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I was a Jets fan only because I had a lot of their players in my fantasy league. So this was early 2010s.
Yeah.
It was Sanchez, Santonio Holmes, I didn't want Mark Sanchez, but he had good numbers that year.
Mark Sanchez was dookie, bro.
He was pretty dookie. This year, that year actually they went to the AFC semifinal. They went to the AFC final. Sorry.
Yeah.
So they ended up losing to the Patriots, I think. But hey, man, he took them to the AFC final. So and the Jets defense for that year was #1. That got me the most points. So I had Santonio Holmes. I had. I didn't have Green at the time, but I had Sanchez and I had the Jets defense, and those printed me some good.
Oh, idiot!
Some good. All
right, man. You're
that year I actually had AP as well.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, of course. I had a bunch of other quarterbacks as well, man. Neil, what was that quarterback that used to play for Tampa Bay? He had a bit of a substance problem in the early 2010s. Yeah,
not Johnny.
Say his full
Johnny
name.
Manziel?
No, not Johnny Manziel. I'll get the name in a second, but I had him as well that year, and he didn't end up doing anything.
Yeah, well, when you're addicted to a little substance abuse.
Oh no, ICCM is halted down. Oh my days. Where is it? Sorry guys, can't even find freaking stock. Did I take this off? I think I did. GPUS, there we go. ICCM, ouch. It gets into that high of the day. Now it is halted down. 7:05, halt time, 1:15:29. Earliest open, 1:20:29. Tap, showing 660. Halt price, 7:05. Ay, ay, ay. It is a normal day for small caps, Tish. That's kind of the way these ones go. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Trade these carefully, Joey.
Netflix new lows. Yeah, I mean, man, listen, Sharif talked to me about the Jets. We by accidentally add double the amount of shares over here down there, but I just got out immediately. I'm like, what am I doing even trying to short SpaceX at this moment? We're going to have to wait for this trend line to be broken in order for us to find any form of engagement. But at this point, it's like uptrend, flat top right there at 198.08. I think we're going to just break through. Going to wait for the NASDAQ. I know we're going to get some plays off of that, and I can't wait for the imbalances here. here later on today. So that's what we're going to be looking forward to later on around that 350. So another couple of hours away. So let's be patient. We had a beautiful trade on SpaceX earlier that really just put us right back into the game. And that's what we wanted, right? Like we take a couple of losses. This one removes the majority of our losses here today on that one, bang. But then we end up taking another one on SSPC, which is totally fine. We kept that contained and kept the virus contained, as they would say in some of the other scenarios. But
oh no, that's so bleak. The COVID, it just reminds me of COVID.
Well, I was more or less saying 28 like days later and 28 weeks later, the containment aspect of things. But yeah, virus. We did not keep that overly contained for a couple of years.
It found its way out of Wuhan. I mean, my bad.
What's wrong with that? But that's where it came from, apparently. Anyways, you know, I was leaving Dominican Republic at the time, and like all this thing was on the news, and me and my boy were like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, comes to the point that I come home a couple of days later,
March?
and like,
was it the March 2020?
Yeah, and everything was like shut down. And it's crazy. I went to the last. So this is how wild I used to be as an individual. Come home from a hiatus in Dominican, and then proceed to go to an all-day party in the city of Toronto on the 19th, and then the next day everything was shut down. Everything was shut down. So I was like, hey, at the time I was really happy that I made it to the last party, but then we proceeded to throw some more at the old condo there throughout COVID and everything along
Did you get a knock on the door? You never got a knock.
No, man. We had some good. I told you, man. COVID was unfortunately, aside from everything, COVID was an absolute great time for me, man. I had a great time during COVID, man. It was one for the books, that's for sure.
I did not, Joey. I did not. All right, guys. Let's talk about RXT here, because there goes RXT through $8. Shout out to my man, Texas Jeff N. Yes, John, you were thinking of Josh Freeman. Neil found it as well as, who I have to shut them out as well. Dark Skin Vern 7595. Yeah, he caught it as well. I just forgot Josh Freeman's name. Anyway, I hate to remember him as the quarterback with a substance abuse problem, but you know, it's how I remember it. I'm sure he's a lot more than that as a person. So shout out to him. I think a bit of a short career there. He had a lot going for him, I think, in college, but it is what it is. I had him as well, and he didn't end up doing much for me that year. Who else did I have, man? I had Santonio Holmes as one of my wideouts. I had AP as a running back. Who else did I have as a wideout, man? I can't remember. That was a while back. Gives you an idea how long it's been since I've been in fantasy here. So I haven't played fantasy in a minute. All right, I've worked my way into GPUS. I'm looking for a 38 hold, okay? Got 39s on here. I'm looking for a 38 hold. In fact, I'm gonna add into 38, and then if it loses 37s, I'm out, okay? All right. Jets fans are sustenance abuse as their owner owns Johnson & Johnson. That's why stock is up. We depressed. Oh boy. Scott H. ICCM did an offering at $3. Okay, let's pull that up. Thank you for that. That's probably why it's halted down. Here it is. Great call out, Scott. Thank you very much. Show everybody what's going on. This is why it dropped. That's typical of these small cap gappers. As soon as they have a price move up, they're going to take advantage of the secondary offering that they have on their, is it the S1? I think something like that. Anyway, here it is. iCure Medical, developer of minimally invasive cryoablation technology that destroys tumors by freezing as an option to surgical tumor removal. Today announced that it has entered into a securities purchase agreement with a single healthcare-focused institutional investor for the purchase and sale of 1.833 million ordinary shares. Series D warrants, okay, and then there's warrants as well. So an offering, there you go, guys. About $5.5 million at about $3 a share. That combines ordinary shares and pre-funded warrants at a combined price of $3. So if you're wondering, well, what the hell does that have to do with the price action? That's typically the reaction that you get when a small cap gapper like this does an offering. The market doesn't like that. So it usually sells off at that point. So thank you guys for pointing that out, giving me the opportunity to mention that to the newer traders who may not be well aware of these small cap gappers right now. So I'm going to continue to watch GPUS and RXT, Joey. I feel like these might have an opportunity to go here. What do you got?
All right. Yeah, so thanks for pointing this out here. We have USO to the downside, guys, and it looks like it's going to continue on that path here, breaking through 114.48. Market to the north side. I want to go long here on SpaceX once again. I don't know what I was thinking about going short just yet, especially we didn't get that curl over and that turtle shell look that I was specifically looking for here on this one. So let's get this thing off our screen and start focusing on the actual underlying asset once again. There it is, bang, we'll pull that bad boy up. And then here's USO, $114 all the way down. And listen, this isn't anything like silver. I did not trade USO well whatsoever throughout all of this movement. And that's what just really led me to not liking this asset whatsoever. It's just bang, 114 to the downside. But throughout all of this hot garbage here, it was just not fun for me. And I couldn't wait to see the decoupling between that specific asset and USO, or the market, sorry, I should say. Now let's head over. What we do have to wait for is a trend line hold on SpaceX before we engage. I thought we were going to get this curl over in Tesla. Doesn't seem to be the case right now. Pull back into the volume weighted average price. 401.26 would be an ideal entry point. But look, guys, volume spike in decision print on the NASDAQ, and now we're slowly starting to climb higher. And I mean, there it is, a triple almost bottom on the triple Qs here, guys. And wait for the FOMC. Q&A at 2:30, which I believe is going to have a lot of influence within the market and which direction that we're potentially going to head in. And that's exactly what I believe a lot of people have been sitting on the sidelines here on today's intraday session. Robinhood up to 108.64. That's been looking pretty good. And then you're getting the slow recovery in SpaceX. Google hasn't been performing well. Gorb, I know you were talking about a NVDA short. Oh, Gorb's long gone. He's watching Portugal at this point. But nice call out from 209 all the way down to 206 on that specific name. Listen, there's a lot of open interest at a specific zone. Let's head over there and take a look at some of those calls that are currently open at that strike price, because this is going to play a massive influence on what happens in which direction we're going to head in the near term with this name. Now, what do we have to look out for? 127,000. Where's the open interest? Oh, okay, so that was different. I mean, there is a call wall at 210, but what we do want to wait is for the rollover into the next into the following expiration cycle. Okay, that's going to be a massive teller. And if those contracts continuously roll over, then we're going to see that downwards pressure within that specific name. Now, I want to look at the daily on it because it's just been chopping around. You had that breakout, and for a while I was calling it Microsoft 2.0, Sharif. I think it might fall into that neck of the woods. It just doesn't give me recovery vibes with what we're seeing right now. Maybe you get somewhat of a pullback and establish a lower high. But I think it's inevitable that we break this 197.71 level on NVDA.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, ICCM, it's trouble here, guys. Where is it? Oh my days. Here it is. Sorry. Wow, trying to hold 6. Gap down pretty aggressively. The halt price was around 7. It's trying right now to defend 5 3/4. Back above 6 it goes. It's still up 190%, but it has lost.
That's a big, no, I'm just saying that's a big, it's a
tough,
big move there.
That's what a midday offering does, right? It's lost VWAP. There was also that area at around 5 3/4. I'm talking about this area here, 5 3/4. It is being defended for now. That was a local area low when it lost VWAP, and that's kind of why I didn't look at this for a while, because we were in initially, and then it lost the trend, so I got out of there. But here it is, trying to get right back above 7. It's at the volume weighted average price right now. Limit up is 743. That just flashed. Obviously, we got to get through 7 before we start looking at 743 here, but keep your eye out on ICCM. I'm in GPUS. I added into 38, as I said I would, and here comes 39.5. I've got 38s and change on this one. It's really had trouble clearing through 40. So we got a bit of a range here, about a 2 penny range, man. Holy, 38 on the downside, about 40-ish to the high side. Keep your eye out on that. But RXT continues to go. Texas Jet Fan into 31.5% and through $8. It hasn't done a lot of volume, but it's been very predictable for the majority of the day, especially the breakout, guys, through that 7.5. So yeah, 7.5. We got that at about 1 o'clock. What a rocket ship this has been. 8 1/5, almost 8 1/4 here. Only done about 37 million shares, and it's only up 31 and change. Like, there's not a big mover, but a very, very steady state We haven't even had a red candle here on RXT on the 5-minute chart since 1250. It's almost 130. So keep your eye out on this one. Very good trade by Scott on that. So shout out to him. Let's quickly go back to GPUS. No new prints. No new prints on this one. ICCM, is it back above 7? Negatory. Back down into 650 it goes. Just want to remind you that the current bar low on the 5 is 575. If that fails, we could be headed a lot lower. I'm going to say something around 3.5 to 3 2/3. And let me give you my reason why. So this is an area of obvious support. You can just draw a horizontal trend line there and be able to see that quite clearly. So that bottom wick on the current candle, it has precedent from before as an area of support, right? Let's say this area fails though at 5 3/4. Well, the next obvious area of support is right here, the area low during the pre-market. And we broke out from that at 9:30. But look at that area low into 3 2/3, 3.5. This area fails, this could be a gnarly looking double top. In fact, the shape is already manifesting similar to a double top. It only requires one thing, that we fail the middle part here at around 575. Be on the lookout there, guys. It's stuck in a range, 575 to the high side, low side, and about 7 to the high side here, Joey.
Good stuff, man. Let's head over to our scanner actually here and see what we got going on. We had a volatility spike in Tesla where we punched through the high of the day, and then it comes back in immediately. Let's keep an eye out on this bad boy. See, look at this volume really uptick. I feel like it just liquidity grabbed some individuals up there and then decided to take a little bit of a move to the southeast. Now we're going to hold 403. Excuse me, that could be a good potential entry point for us here, but we have double topped on Robinhood at 109.20. This is going to be a key pivot, 107.27. If that breaches, then you might see a little bit more of a pullback, but it's been an absolute monstrous session for this name. You're up 12.5% at one point, and there it goes. Los Polios, I haven't seen you in the chat since Gaurav left, but that was a good print at some key support levels on the NASDAQ, and then now you're climbing above, and you're trading right at the volume-weighted average price, so watch for some volatility to step in. Maybe we break through some resistance zones, maybe we break through some support levels, but I want to focus on the detail within this price action. You can see that we have that volatility spike, but then look what happens minutes after. The previous 3 minutes stair step down on the pullback, so that might be able to give us some conviction within this trade here, a support level hold at 404.20. Maybe you get a little bit of a push back up into that 406 marker that we rejected pretty aggressively only minutes ago. Now, as for SpaceX, this wedge is starting to form, guys. At one point, we're going to break. We just have to be patient and determine which direction that's going to be. And what are we going to do with that being said? We're going to follow the volume. If it breaks to the downside and the uptick on volume steps in, okay, we buy SSPC. It breaks to the top side, volume kicks in, we buy SPCX, okay? So we have multiple scenarios that can happen, and I'm looking forward to see which one, because it's still in play. Don't forget that. What I want to do is actually head over to the options chain just to see over the past couple of hours how much our implied volatility has started to compress and decay, because that's something important. That can't be real. Wow.
Seriously?
No, it is. It's very real.
Dang.
We were talking, so 2 days ago, Sharif, we're talking about 230% implied volatility. That's now down to 95%.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's a big time drop off. And that has a lot to do with that, just that cool price action within this rally up here, guys. So, yeah, a pretty good look in SpaceX. And especially if you're an options trader, you're having a really good time because you're collecting premium hand over fist at this point.
Oh.
Now, brother, I am long Elon fully today. Wow. We got some good stuff. SPCX 190 and Tesla 401. Let's go. Attaboy, Los Polios. God is listening to our prayers. Protect our puts, says Jesse. What are you guys short? Let me know. I'm curious to what it is. Jesse, I hope that everything is going well for you here. What we want to what I want to see is JPM. How have you been holding up here today?
Get it, Joey.
Oh, 336. Oh, Sharif, we put in it. No one's talking about this. How dare we? All-time high on JPM.
We got all-time highs?
Yes, man. We got all-time. Yeah, man. It's been a great little run here in the past couple of weeks within JP Morgan and Chase. Guys, man, shout out to Chase Bank. Do you bank at Chase?
No, I don't.
I know, obviously.
Aren't they absorbed to JP Morgan?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Did that happen?
That was a meme, so shout
I'm
out
so
to.
That's like, hold on. What's the other one? Lehman Brothers?
Yeah,
I
Lehman
bank
Brothers.
at Lehman
I
Brothers.
thought you'd say it's
That's the
SPP.
Lehman Brothers. What
Shout
a
out
great
to those
company.
guys. Yeah, great company over there. $337 was the all-time high on JPM. You know, we've been talking about this for quite some time, and how I don't want to talk about Google, to be honest.
Talk
with
about
you.
it,
No,
Joey.
and I don't want to.
You don't want to talk about it?
No, I'm going to talk
about the fact that it's the best performing Mag 7 name of the
we
year.
don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need to talk about
16
that.
and 2/3, Joey.
Is it?
Yeah.
On the year?
On the year.
Bang.
Second best performing,
Yeah.
NVIDIA, 11 and change. Third best performing, the dead one.
On the year?
On the year, 11 and change on the year.
What about AMD?
That's not a
Oh
Mag.
no, it's not a Mag. It's not-
AMD's up 144%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. Okay, so how do you? What are your criteria to follow? Because I see you got big tech. I see you have.
I know. I include Uber and Netflix there because I didn't have anywhere else to include them, but they're not strictly Mag 7, obviously. So the Mag 7 starts from Meta.
Bro, get
then
Uber
NVIDIA,
out of
and I
there.
put
Hey,
SpaceX.
get
I
Netflix out of
I'm
there.
invested in Uber, brother.
Oh, is that why
I got to keep my eye on it.
That's right. So wait, so once AMD hits $1 trillion, is that going to be included in your big tech?
It's like right below NVIDIA.
It's
so,
close
I mean,
there?
It's really, it's
All
like
right.
in eyes view, right?
It's eyes view, all
And then Broadcom right below it. Broadcom up 5 and change on the day. Have you seen my friend though, Joey?
Who's your boy? ASML, yeah, man.
Another 6,
dude,
Joey?
brother, you didn't hear me all day. Look at
did hear
Applied Materials and ASML today.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Applied Materials.
And we
has
got to
been on
shout
a
out to
run.
Katina Men as well. His
Why?
Marvell is doing pretty good. 6 1/3 on
Okay.
Marvell, back close to 300. Broadcom's closing back in on 400 as well, up 5 and change. Who else is outperforming? Let's bring in so everybody can look here with us, man. ARM. Well, ARM usually does this kind of thing because it's such a small float. 7 1/3 or 7 2/3 on ARM. Intel with a headline today with their 18 AP up 4 1/4. Good strength in the semis today. As Neil mentioned, though, in the morning, the semis did get clipped yesterday. And you're also getting good moves here in Bloom Energy, up 3%, trying to close back into 300. But FCell recovering nicely. This is a swing trade that I have, up 10.5%. We were worried about this one for a moment, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Because it did break down, right? We were looking for a couple of bull flags. I didn't add into this position, full disclosure, but we're still nicely in the money on FCell. I lament not having added, but that's neither here nor there. The ADRs are mixed. Crypto, ooh, we're closing in on 66, Joey.
Oh.
65.8 right now on BTC. What else do we have here? We got any outsized names? The miners are all green. You're also seeing, what's it called? Coinbase as well. Is it green? Where the hell is coin? Did I lose my coin there? Oh, my days. You're going to have to add it back, Joe. I don't
Add
know
it
where
back,
went,
man.
Oh, it's right there. Up 2%. The military names are also interesting as well. You're getting some greenery there. And then as we've been talking about, AMC's up 10 2/3 today. Cybersecurity names, Pandub up 1 1/5. CrowdStrike up 1 1/4. They're both doing well on the day. Uh-oh, did you see Pandub? Up 53 3/4. Now CrowdStrike's up 46 3/4. They zig and they zag a little bit. You're in the lead. I'm in the lead a little bit here. Hood, as Joseph has been talking about all day, 12 1/4, back above $100.
Man.
The weed names are all riding high as well, man. All
riding
green as well. mRNA, Moderna up 8%. 52-week highs.
What?
I don't know. This is legit here on the Derna. Back into $60. Well, substantially below the 400 it was trading at during the pandemic, but hey, it's up 8% on the day. Let's continue to look down the watch list over here. Solar remains green except for FSLR, but you got Sedge, CSIQ, Enphase, Sunrun all in Greensville today. The aviation names as well, all green. Joby, that hot garbage, back below $10, 9 3/4. That one's going to give me an aneurysm, man. I just have so much of it. I'm out of the money. Yes, I'm not usually out of the money on positions, and this one has been, I'm not going to sell it. I just won't. Because I know the second I sell it, it'll rip up. They'll have like some sort of military headline, and it'll get cleaned out. RXT dropping here, says Texas Jet Fan. Let's load up RXT. 834 area high, dropping back down into 8,798 could be a buy area, brother. That's a 10 EMA on the 5, but it did precede with a topping tail candle. Now watch out. This one is not strictly a small cap gapper. So my analysis earlier about topping tails, this, that, and the other, this is a $2 billion market cap, right? It's not strictly a small cap gapper. So watch out here for the loss of trend on RXT, but it was a good one nonetheless. And ICCM, my days, this one defended quite well. What a hold there, and right back above into 8 1/4, but down now into 7 2/3. But hey, man, I was writing this one's obituary. I'm like, okay, we're going to go down to 360. Good hold here on ICCM. Adira putting a headline: Israel seeks to fast track Lebanon talks and reach agreement before full U.S.-Iran deal is finalized. I heard President Trump speak pretty aggressively, more aggressively than I had heard him speak in a while, about Prime Minister Netanyahu's actions with respect to the Lebanon part of this conflict. He reiterated that they have a good relationship, but he also stated that he was bamboozled and bewildered with some of Prime Minister Netanyahu's choices and actions about, the conflict in Lebanon, especially how it filters into the Iran deal. So I think he was pretty open about that. And, he made pretty aggressive statements that Israel is nothing without the U.S. And he tends to be quite, he has a tendency for hyperbole, obviously, but, those are not some things usually U.S. presidents do say. So it was quite
Yeah, I mean, there's no filter on that man. That's for sure. He'll just say whatever's on his mind.
Talks.
You are always on my mind.
Oh, boy.
You know that song?
Which one is that, Joe?
Yeah. You are always on my mind. I think it's like this is the chat will know. You're always. It's an older one, man.
An older one.
Yeah, thanks.
Voice of an angel.
Yeah, I know. It's Elvis.
Oh, my mom loves Elvis.
There you go. We're getting a lot of different things here. I don't know if it was Elvis, though. It was Willie Nelson. Yeah, it was Willie Nelson. Assassino, what are you talking about, man? It was Willie Nelson. You lying now. You're lying now.
Get him, Assassino.
I'm not even gonna lie. Jesse kind of annoyed me here today. I asked him if he would eat a poutine. He's like, ew, no, never. Like, bro, you don't even know what it really consists of, man. This is man.
Come on,
good
find
stuff.
out what it is first.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Oh my God. Why does it always do that? Anyways, let's go over our portfolio tracker, something that we haven't done in quite some time. Sean leading the way, still 74.7%. Obi still sitting in that second place with 38.9%. Your boy Joey O right here, 17.8%. The next person in line is going to be Adara at 4%. Then we have Randy at 3%, and then Ramin holding on to a quarter on that bad boy. So let's see what else we got here. We'll go over the trade. No, Obi's in second place, but he did have the most days at the top. Katina Man with 257% to the top side with Marvell. That's going to be hard to beat, but we're all green across the board here. 47% in CrowdStrike, 3% in JP, and then we also got Walmart finally starting to recover right here. Whoa.
Happened, Joey?
I might be the only lad. I am the only lad and the only individual here who has all tickers, all 3 picks green, my boy. Let's go diversify. The diversifier.
Diversifier.
That is me.
It's a superhero name.
Yeah,
right?
man, there it is. But no, in all seriousness, guys, all my screens went away. I'll send it over to Sharif, but there's a couple of names that I want to talk about.
Absolutely. We're holding Gupus over here. GPUS seller at 38. There it goes. What do we have on this one? We got low 37s, looking for continuation up possibly into 40. GPUS with an aggressive sell. I did get the opportunity to add a little bit over here, but this is not good enough just to add at technical areas, right? Especially if you get a nice bounce up. We need continuity, man, especially through that 40 penny level. So continue to watch GPUS as we get into the midday. Time is 1:42. Do not forget, today is the second day of the FOMC meeting, of course, and we will have the new chair, Kevin Warsh, come on the podium and be taking questions, of course, after his prepared speech. All starts at 2:30. But before that, we're going to get the FOMC decision, widely believed to be just a hold of the current rate environment. So we'll probably get some reasoning after that in the prepared speech, as well as the questioning from the press of the newly appointed Fed chair. and it's going to be all ears. We're going to be listening to hear what he has to say.
I'm gonna go over there because we're gonna roll over it. Yeah,
absolutely.
you get,
I forgot about
145, my brother. So
All
I'm
right,
gonna
so Joey,
head over there. I'm gonna
on
grab
the other
some water
side.
and then head over
Do
there.
your thing, man. Do your thing. We're going to be sending it over to Neil and Joseph in just a few minutes here. We're going to be rolling over, guys, at 1:45 as we typically do on the FOMC day. I hear Adair getting lit up at the big desk, and that usually means some news is at hand.
And lit up is actually a great word to use, Sharif, because the ticker for this is LITS or LITS. The company is Light Strategy, and they just announced on their social media about 9 minutes ago that they're going to have an announcement tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. So again, penny stock right now, LITS. Pre-market announcement tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Likely going to post a reminder for this for those who are interested on X at TTV Research. And speaking of X at TTV Research, I have a glut of Fed-related content that's been posting over the last day or so, but especially over the last 2 hours. So definitely check that out on X at TTV Research. Going to try to hop on the wall for you guys to do a quick look at Warsh ahead of the meeting. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'll give you that decision live and in person on Trader TV Live.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. We're all looking forward to it, of course. Stick with us, guys. I mean, this is kind of what we do. You're not going to get, those watered down headlines. You're going to get exactly what is being said, who's responsible for saying it. And you're going to get an objective view from all of us anyway, right? We all have our leanings, but we all try to be as objective as possible. Here we go. There we go. GPUS recovering. Good green candle here on GPUS. We got some good size on this one as well. We got 36s and change. It says 37, but that's because it doesn't round down. Here we go. Looking for a little bit more now as we inch into 39.5. Good print there at 39.4. Looking for more. Here's 39.45. Looking for that half penny to come in. It is not readily apparent why that will show up. Let's go, man. We want 40. We only got a couple minutes left on the stream. I got a print on this. No, I'm kidding, of course. Not on my timeline. It's on its timeline. So let's just take some more profits there. But that is a gnarly looking green candle here on GPUS. I feel if we can take out that 40 penny level, we may catch some shorts offside if we're able to get through it. To me, that will create a bit of a bias that we can go into 50. And that's a decent move here for a 37 penny name to take 13 pennies. So that's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for an aggressive move above 40, and then my bias starts changing, and now I'm thinking the $0.50. Here we are again, 39.5. There's a seller here at 47s. Can't shake it. Here's 49. Big size showing up at 49. Looking for a bigger move. Let's go ahead and post that 40, and there it goes into the high of the day, 39.90 now. Let's see if this one wants to pick up. Man, I'm fumbling the keys. Jeez Louise. How many shares do we have? Yeah, okay, good. Let's go ahead and post here. Still not above 40, but here we are again, accumulating right into that 40 area. Guys, we've done 305 million shares, albeit on a 40 penny name. But there's ample liquidity to get in and get out. Big size. And you're not really going to get hit here on the spread because the spread has been tight basically the entire day. So fantastic look here, Joey. We keep making new area highs, so keep bringing the good juju over here. So we're continuing to watch GPUS try to climb into intraday highs. Shout out to my man Scott. Neil, no smack talking about our Dallas Cowboys. Ain't that right, brother? I don't know, where did that remind you of, Scott? He hasn't talked about Dallas in a while. Were you talking about Dallas in the chat, Neil?
Don't worry about what I'm talking about.
I'm going to have to go back and look what he said.
What I want to talk about.
Objective on the markets, but not on football. Go Bills, down with the Cowboys. Get it, Neil. Look, man, I don't even hate Buffalo, but he hates the Cowboys. That's the thing. I don't hate the Bills. But to be fair to Neil, if you lost 2 years in a row to the Cowboys at the Super Bowl, you might feel that way as well. So I completely sympathize with Neil in that regard. But hey, it is what it is. All right, guys, 147. Joey's at his desk. Neil's locked and loaded. Adair's at the big desk. We're going to take you into the FOMC starting at 2 o'clock. But let's throw it over to the boys. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
We're back. back. Thank you, Sharif. Well, I mean, Joe been here all day, so we're locked and loaded. We have just over 10 minutes. And of course, that's not my GPUS position because I'm not in GPUS, the penny stock, but that'll roll over. I'm flat before the Fed. We're expecting no rate change here, but it is the first meeting for the new Fed chair. Walsh, I do suspect at 2:30 it's going to be one of these. You get the no change, and then at 2:30, once he's on the podium, we'll get a little back and forth and really just get a sense of, hey, do we get him on the dot plot or not? And if we don't, what does that actually mean for the Fed, not transparency, but in terms of the Fed letting us know what's going on in the future? They like to telegraph. We're used to getting telegraphed, and that's what's at stake, I think, with this meeting today. Will they still be as upfront about their forward look, or, as Walsh has preferred, do they want to keep things more flexible and not just give their projections so that they're more likely to stick to it? So I think that does set us up with a little bit of excitement here today. I can already see Adara's getting locked and loaded. She's always got something for you guys to prepare for our big Fed meeting.
Indeed, I do, Neil. Quick to the window, to the wall, coming through with you on Mr. Kevin Warsh. This is the new chair of the Federal Reserve. I posted this on XTV Research. I reposted this about 20 minutes ago. You can certainly find it there if you want to read this, obviously, in better detail. But here's Mr. Kevin Warsh, and I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background because I do think it's pretty important. It's funny that people will think that he might lean towards rate cuts, generally speaking. We know President Trump wants rate cuts because this man was known for being really hawkish during his first tenure in the Fed. That's right. He already was a Fed governor. In fact, he was the youngest ever Fed governor in 2006. I believe he was 35 years old at the time. He later resigned in 2011. So he has experience in kind of a wartime, for lack of a better term, Fed. He was there during the economic crisis, the great financial crisis of 2008. So keep this in mind as well. He has ties to companies like UPS and Coupang as a board member, though obviously he had to give up a lot of these ties as the new Fed chair. But interestingly, yeah, again, hawkish I think is really key to remember, worth noting. And they even said in 2012 he thought the iPhone 5 would have a greater impact on the economy than the Fed's QE measures. So he's not necessarily been pro-Fed over the last couple of years, writing some not great articles, I believe, in the Wall Street Journal about the Fed in the spring of 2025 when his name started being circulated as a potential new Fed chair. But regardless, this is Kevin Warsh. We're going to hear in his own words about how he feels about his tenure as new Fed chair in about 40 minutes or so at 2:30 p.m. with that conference. But at 2 p.m., we'll get the rate statement. I'll head right over to that desk so we can give you guys all the Fed coverage you need. This is To the Window, to the Wall, and we're going to go back over to the trading desk.
Do you have any idea how much we want to finish the rest of that lyric? You can't do that
is that a...
Well, I mean, I can't finish it either, Dara. I don't want to, you know, it's a family. It's not really a family show. Our trading community is a family, so it's kind of a family show. No, let's set the stage for where we're sitting, right? Like at this point, you know, the Nasdaq is basically flat. Like looking at the cues here, total and 100% inside day. No break of yesterday's lows, triple top at the highs, sitting at VWAP. What's actually strong, and I think might be more of one way or the other, more of a mover, you got the IWM, the Russell up here, more rate sensitive names. I think there's a lot more at stake for the Russell. Yeah. They're holding off the highs. I think that's where the moves might be. Bitcoin, bit of a recovery, that could be interesting. Gold, silver will be on watch. USO's chilling, so we don't have to worry so much about that. I mean, headlines are always the thing, but after that spike we had in the middle of the day, I don't think we have to worry too much about oil futures. So at 2 o'clock, we should get the no change. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be looking at IWM. I still have some symbols that I like. I'll have IBIT up there. I'll have SpaceX up there. Still, it's right around that $200 level. But again, it's really just about, I think 230 is going to matter more.
Yeah, again, it's going to have his stance, I think, right? We're going to understand where he's going to be leaning, I believe, in the near future. I think the big question looming is because he's appointed by essentially Mr. Donald Trump here at this point, Neil, is he, again, I said it this morning, is he going to be an individual who listens to it? Is he going to sacrifice the Fed's independence to kind of listen to Mr. Donald Trump? I think those are some big questions that I'm looking forward to see because they will be answered. If Trump calls for lower rates, Warsh lowers the rates. You know the conversation's going to be brought up. Oh, where's the Fed's independence? Where's the Fed independence? Which is supposed to be a completely different entity than the government.
Look, the Fed's independence is supposed to be a lock. Somewhat how I feel like, I mean, Portugal's supposed to be a lock too.
Yeah, you seen that? You seen that? Yeah, let's go DR. Let's go DRC.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No, I can't believe that's one. But anyways, no, I think it is a lot at stake. But I think no matter where rates go, the appearances are going to end up mattering here. Even the appearance of not being independent. That's the kind of thing that has shocked the bond market regardless. And, when that happens, the market tends to, it doesn't ignore the bond market forever. That's the one thing you contribute. By the way, we're getting a little bit of a, hey, there's some buy-in stepping in here going
Yeah, there's a lot,
There's
man.
still 7 minutes to go, and the NASDAQ just did a little bit of a shot to the upside. The Russell just broke the highs of the day. So, I mean, congratulations here. I mean, the rates are going to hold. I don't know why we're getting so exuberant, but the bids are starting to come in. We're going to go back up to a dare. We still have 7 minutes to go, but nice little move up in the markets.
And as we get this move up in the market, as we wait,
Who scored?
Warsh, we have some comments from Societe Generale, specifically their U.S. head of research, making some comments about the Fed.
We'll get back to Adara quickly once we get the mic issue fixed. But we still have 5 or 6 minutes to go. As we said, there's not going to be any change. But let's go with the market. How about Nvidia too? Like everything's really starting to jump. Nvidia just busted through VWAP and looking pretty good. How's our good friend Tesla doing? Strong day for Tesla. That just went green.
Yeah.
Somebody wake up SpaceX at $200. Sideways at $200. Let's see if it can go. I walked past on the way back to the floor. I was walking past one of our algo guys, and he's like, "Yeah, surprise rate cut." I mean, if we get a surprise rate cut.
Who, Jose say that?
No, it was Antcard.
Oh yeah,
that would be crazy.
That's crazy, man.
Now, what do we have? SocGen U.S. research head says no major Fed changes expected, but warns dot plot could move markets. Well, I mean, that's kind of what we expect. And the dot plot could be the lack of some dots or a dot on said dot plot, which, if you don't know, that's where each member puts their forward projection via dot on where they think rates are going to go, and then you get a broad sense of what the Fed is thinking based on what like the average is for each of the dots.
Well, Fed's Kashkario, I know that guy is a hawk left, right, and center, man. Kashkari, that guy is definitely going to be on the higher end of the.
Yeah, and he's actually one of the 3 Feds that voted in a more hawkish way in that core decision last month.
I seen that. I seen that at Adara. There's a couple other ones there. Exactly. And I'm like, Crash Kari, man. Oh, that guy can grind your gears. But yeah, he's definitely a little bit more hawkish.
Don't trust a Neil that can't spell their name right. I don't care. You can't trust that.
Oh, okay.
Can't trust that.
Oh, how do you spell it? N-E-I-L?
N-E-E-L.
Ooh.
It doesn't even make
really, boys really kneeling over there.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Can't trust
all right.
Oh, no, look, ultimately.
Neil Team 6.
It is Neil Team 6 around here. Shout out to Jesse Martinez.
Was that Jesse? I don't know if Jesse did that.
Was it Jesse?
No.
Jesse, was that you?
Yeah, I don't know.
But the Neil Team 6, I like that. I saw the logo too. Hold on a second. Let me find that if I can.
Sean, I don't know. I have to say something. I don't know if our boy's listening here.
It's just straight up. There we go. Neil Team 6.
Yeah, Neil Team 6, man.
It looks like me and everything. Boom.
Oh, it is you.
Let's do it.
What do you mean it looks like you? That is you. I don't know, man. I hope our boy Katina Man's listening because we literally have a whole room full of chairs, and I think Sean picked the most questionable chair here. Like I don't know. But yeah, market's starting to come back.
Don't get to complain.
Why?
I told you before the show started.
Yeah, but you know how heavy
probably
this thing is? I helped him move it over here. It's actually pretty heavy.
Such a ridiculous take. It's shorting the markets right now.
Yeah, it is. Did you see the breakup in Bitcoin, Neil? We had we're up about 0.6% on that one, and then the market finally finding its way. It feels like, but we're still kind of stuck within this consolidation pattern right here, guys. Look at this. It's going to break one way or the other. It's just a matter of time until we determine how many more minutes until the decision. 4 to be exact, and then at 2:30 we're going to be listening. Actually, I better grab my thing so I can listen to what our new Fed chair Kevin Warsh is going to have to say here today. SpaceX to the downside. We're now south of $200.
That too.
Yeah, it can. We're now south of $200 once again here, Neil. Applied Digital finding its way and recovering. I mean, man, oh man, this would be a name that I would like to own at some point, but I just want to allocate too much. Applied Digital, unfortunately, not making the allocation list for us here, Neil.
Yeah, there's some names that really did some decent spikes in there. Like basically everything but SpaceX caught a little bit of an early bid. Just be careful. Just because we bumped up before 2 o'clock doesn't mean you have to get continuation. So you want to be a little bit cautious here. Now, ask if on the outside chance that the 99.9% chance that there is no move in the rate, if that turns into a surprise cut, my guess is any attempt to get long will be missed because the algos would eat up. But you know, you can have your fingers on the keys just in case. I would suspect that like the Russell would go ham in that moment. Just about anything you try to punch would probably be a good long. I just don't think we're going to get it. You can be ready for it. If you're in position, you can have stops, that sort of a thing. Now, I wouldn't be trading without stops. I don't like being in position going into 2 o'clock because oftentimes like the first thing is like the rubber band trade where we just fly in one direction. We'll see if that even happens today. We fly in one direction, then get a quick revert. So when I look at something like the Qs, it gets like you get up to like this 735, maybe even press a little bit into the highs, and then it reverts, or same thing into the downside. One of the stocks I'll be looking at, rightfully guessed by Scott, is SMCI. Like if I'm looking to fade something, it's probably going to be SMCI because there's some obvious levels that I can work off of. Or, as I said before, the Russell. We have 1 minute to go here. Might as well just stay with you because we have the decision in less than 1 minute, Adair.
Yeah, and I'm going to be here to take you guys through the decision, which is why we're right here. It is currently 1:58 p.m. Soon it will be 1:59 p.m. It is now 1:59 p.m. And in just now, 55 seconds, we'll be getting that interest rate decision forecast here, 3.75%. We're also going to be getting the next year forecast, the next 2 years, the long run, and the current. So right now we're seeing the next year, it'll be 3.375%. Next 2 years, we're looking for 3.125%. Long run, also 3.125%. And the median rate forecast, 3.625%. All these numbers that I was just listening to you now, those are going to be in the SEP, or the Summary of Economic Projections, often colloquially referred to as the dot plot. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get into the number itself. Once I get the statement and the SEP, I'll give those to you guys and I'll show them. But right now we're going to focus on the number. Again, guys, now just less than 20 seconds until that print. We are looking for 3.75% is the forecast. This will be interesting too because as of late, the CME FedWatch tool is showing that we could be getting rate hikes in December, not much chance of a cut. 4 seconds now. Will we get rates held in place as expected? We're going to find out now at any moment, just waiting for that number to populate for us. And then we'll take a look at the market. Sounds like the market is dropping, and the number is, I'm seeing already these SEP numbers, actual print here, 3.75%. So as expected, no change. I repeat, no change. For the rate forecast, we're actually expecting the next year higher than expected, 3.625% versus 3.75% expected. Next 2 year forecast also higher than expected. The only time where you get a lower than expected rate forecast is going to go in the long run. So market dropping here. Again, some of these rate forecasts down the line, specifically in the near term, higher than expected, but the number itself, no change as we expected.
So look, no change is expected, and the Russell just got moked to the downside. That means it went down a lot very, very fast if you're not into the Urban Dictionary. No, the Qs as well, absolutely flushing. This is what happens when you want it to pop so you could fade. Instead, like the rubber band is having to try to catch. What do you feel comfortable catching a bid on? Q's about to go red, Adara.
Yeah, and I think the bigger thing here as well is that the Fed has removed their statement reference to additional rate adjustments. I guess in their earlier statement, and we know this was a bit contentious at the last meeting, there was a reference to the possibility of moving rates further. That's gone. So that suggests that they're at the very least are going to hold for a little bit longer here. It was a unanimous vote, though. So the first unanimous vote after 7 votes of some kind of dissent. So interesting look here for the Fed. I'm waiting to see that full statement. I think I'm just pulling it up now. So give me a couple seconds to go through this.
This unanimous to hold is the market's not going to love that. I think you probably wanted to see some dissents that might have wanted to cut, but not in this particular case.
But
unanimous?
You can't though at this point.
I'm not saying you can't.
Because with the increase in energy prices, right? So I think that's just really the narrative now. Is it temporary? I believe so. Once the price of oil continues to fall off like it is, but really what I was about to say here, Neil, is at these times, I think if Jerome Powell were to be at the helm, you would see it'd be like cue Donald Trump truth coming out right now. But I think he knows where he stands right now. He essentially created this increase in inflation, so he can't scream lower rates because now is not the time. Energy is too expensive. The cost of gas is up there, and hence why we've seen a little bit of an uptick in some of the CPI data print. Now it's completely different. It's definitely completely different if you X energy and the cost of food. Completely different scenario. But there goes the market.
Also, we didn't get a dot from
from Warsh. Yeah. No. I didn't think we were gonna get one. We are. So yeah, there it is, guys. The Nasdaq to the downside. The SPY putting in a new low a day, and everybody's screaming, "Protect our puts." There's nothing to protect now. These things are very, very strong, and you can see off to the races we go in the overall market. So, guys, this is a big-time move in the Nasdaq, crushing through some support levels, and the same thing with the SPY. The market will find something to sell. Now it's only a matter of time. Our boy Gorv and Los Pollos mentioned this yesterday, that we are going to be sending over, or we're going to be filling this gap. Yeah, Dara.
For 1 year, half of the Fed members currently penciling in a potential for a rate hike in 2026. So that is 9 of 18, one half. Let's talk here, Wills, about this rate statement. It's on your screen. Let's go through it. So one of the biggest thing here is that they're saying that job gains have picked up in recent months. That's interesting. They also say the employment rate has been little changed. But then they get rid of a lot of statements here about the possibility of adjusting rates, which you mentioned earlier. They also got rid of the entire fourth paragraph, which is about assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy and monitoring the implications of incoming information. This suggests they're not really looking at incoming info right now. They already have their outlook more or less set in stone, which is A, interesting, and B, maybe a bit of change of pace from what people were expecting from Warsh, who doesn't generally like to be too forward-looking or too committed in terms of what he's going to say going forward. So interesting look here from Kevin Warsh. We're now apparently seeing additional Fed tightening after the dot revision, which, as Neil mentioned, included a dot from Warsh. I'll also pull this up for you guys. Here's the SEP, not the dot plot, but just in terms of how they think things are going to go going forward. Change in GDP, they're seeing 2.2%. That's actually lower than the March projection for 2026. Unemployment rate actually seen a little bit lower, though, versus the March projection. PCE inflation, guys, this is notably hotter. 3.6% here is the projection versus the March projection of 2.7%. Core PCE inflation also seen as hotter than it was seen prior. So interesting look here. Back to you.
Yeah, remember the implications of him not giving his dot was that he could advocate for basically getting rid of it altogether. That's the kind of transparency the market likes. The market doesn't like uncertainty. And if we're going to get more of it, and meaning less of, not transparency, but less of the forward look from the Fed, yikes, and more yikes. It's not about the fact that they didn't cut or raise rates. We knew it was going to be a nothing burger. It's a fact that it's somewhat reaffirming that we're still in the chance of rate hikes, and you might not be getting that future signal. So more uncertainty potential going forward from the Fed. That is going to be a spicy meatball. I'm trying to grab, if we get, look, I'm not chasing. We always talk about the rubber band and that 230. I still feel like the 230 is usually the bigger one, but I'm looking for Intel bounce and VWAP here, but we're really starting to fall.
Look at this. Bitcoin went from up 0.5%.
Just getting smoked.
Just getting absolutely destroyed. Man, Bitcoin, absolutely disastrous. With that being said, we have to look at some, at the very least, Neil, we have to look at some of the financials. A big-time session here today, still holding up okay, not with the tech sector. The Nasdaq and the SPY absolutely getting destroyed here, guys. Almost an implosion at this point. Now, 335 cracks through that support level, but we're still holding on to some positivity. And here's Bitcoin, right? Like, look at Bitcoin. I don't know why I have to do that. It's not that complicated here. And now I have to click multiple buttons. Bitcoin, just absolutely, like, think about this. From 9:30 in the morning, you grind higher. You go up 2.5% from the intraday session. That is gone. All day grinding, Neil, gone in the span of 10 minutes. Now, I have my eyes on the Nasdaq. Be prepared. You're going to have to extremely size down. But at some point, I do believe we're going to get a little bit of that elastic band effect where we snap back a lot of volume, allow that selling pressure to cool off. And and then you might be able to find somewhat of a move back in towards some resistance zones. But I just think with the amount of volume that has stepped in with the market here today, that it's wait until we completely curl over and you'll find some form of continuation to the downside. You brought up the IWM not too long ago. This is absolutely disastrous for the Russell 2000 if you ask me. And if we're talking about rate hikes, this is one of the major averages that are going to get hit the heaviest here, Neil. Down substantially off of that 295. You're now down to 291 with that 297 all-time high. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more selling in the Russell 2000 in the coming days.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised either. And you're also seeing it with the metals. Gold, GLD just dropped $7 here. From cruising and strong all day to losing 400 and continue to go down. We got SLV as well. That's even more distinct here. That just dropped 3%. If we're getting the rubber band effect, this might be a spot for like a scalp trade here. The other thing I'm looking at is I want to be able to get the short pop in SPCX and SMCI. But once I see a bottoming tail on SLV, I'm going to take a quick shot. I think the rubber band trade at least until 230 is going to be the plan of action. That either means something gets bounced distinctly, I can look for a short, or just try to grab something quickly off the long side. I'll give you an idea of what I'm staring down with SMCI. I short this earlier. This 29 in here, the even dollar bottom, or if I can see even a small curl up at 29.25. Those are the two spots that I would look for. Yes, TX Jets fan. I do see Rackspace, RXT making some moves. All right, there's some buyers starting to step in.
Yeah, they are, man. Big time.
Just wanted to see this finally show buyers above that low and then try to jump into it. Again, it's still got a bit of a gap, so I'm not letting this pass the low of the day because the actual gap is way, lower as we say it. So that'll be a quick in and out as SLV just goes slam down. All right, I guess we're gonna stick with the short to pop scenario. So that just came out and SMCI just came in. So looks like we gotta stick with the original plan, which was to fade SMCI. I do like rubber band trades, but we'll go back into something which we've basically been looking for the south side the entirety of the day. Oh, and keep in mind, everybody, we still have 20 minutes until Warsh. Oh, the fixed position board. Until Warsh hits the podium. You'd never really know what is going to get said and what is going to get asked, but I feel like what I want to be locking in on is the notion of, is the Fed going to be letting us know where they're going to be going in the future? I think like to me, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Where are they on that? Is he going to get rid of the dot plot? Is he going to advocate for that? Like, forget about rates for a little bit. I know that matters, but I feel like that's going to be more. Like, what kind of a Fed are we going to get? And if he talks heavily about that in the wrong direction, meaning we're not going to have the dot plot, I think the market won't like it. Adara?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
That was just
thing. Okay,
PIMCO Global Economic Advisor declared a Fed getting the U.S. ready for rate hikes. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by this here, Neil. Employment is strong. Yeah, we're seeing the increase in oil prices as well too. So I wouldn't be surprised, guys. Quarter basis point hike potentially on the horizon. I don't know if they'll go 50 bips, but I can definitely see a quarter coming into play. They don't want to raise too aggressively, and then unfortunately you're going to see the initial jobless claims start to climb a little bit higher, and the unemployment rate definitely start to uptick a little bit, especially if they start to raise rates too heavily and aggressive. I don't think they'll go more than 50 basis points. Yeah, 25 by 3. I can see that happening slowly. I think I can most definitely see that. But what is that going to mean for Warsh? What's Donald Trump going to have to say about it if Kevin Warsh is the one who's being a little bit hawkish, and which is kind of weird to say it's hawkish and raise rates? I don't know. It's definitely a tough position to be the Fed chair, that's for sure.
That's the point.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
It's very much
Crimea River.
true.
Like that's the point. Like you get to decide something. I'm not going to go on a very large rant about free markets, and then the one most important thing when it comes to markets is money, and that the thing that controls money is debt, and the thing that controls debt is interest rates, and that is not free ranging. It's literally controlled.
Yeah.
So how free are the markets really? No, that doesn't really matter. But you want to be in that position, then you got to make the tough decisions. So
yeah, absolutely, man.
Like we'll see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard something from the president this afternoon. But
you think he's gonna X something out here, truth something?
It wouldn't surprise me. I predicting it or waiting for it is something that I feel like is not the right approach, because if you're waiting for him to say something that might boost the market or whatnot, and if it happens, it happens. But I think you got to keep your ear to the ground. We've got a Dara locked and loaded behind us, so we know we're going to be ready to go with more or less everything. So it took second shot at SLV, probably could have scalped it, didn't. It's like, yeah, on Fed day, Neil, when you can take 20 or 30 cents, maybe you should. So this time I will if it gets back up into the 40s, and I'm just going to hang with SMCI as long as it holds underneath these prior lows. It's already got one topping tail, so if I see it start to reverse, then I'm going to maybe jump some more shares and look for a retracement back into the bottom. So we're looking for a rubber band on SLV because it went so far to the downside, but more of a continuation on a theme that I just liked on SMCI. And one more thing to watch. Somebody's been selling the boat on SpaceX at $200. Like, it just couldn't get past that in the morning, couldn't get past that pre-Fed. I think that's a good level to watch this afternoon. Just needs to creep a little bit closer, and then I get interested in some SpaceX. Obviously, SpaceX has been like the vehicle to trade. Are they any more rate sensitive than anybody else? Not really, but it's in play because it's SpaceX and it's still a hot thing.
Absolutely, I agree. We took some Robinhood, Neil. I'm just trying to put myself in a position of strength here. I mean, we had that pullback. It didn't sell off as aggressively as the rest of the market. So with that being said, we clearly know that there's buyers engaged within this name. You get that pullback through key support levels, and what happens? You have buyers step right in. So you can see we're in at 107.63, and then we had a high of approximately 108.24. Now we want to wait for 108.60s before we take anything off. Why? Because I have to give it $1 to the downside to prove that I'm actually wrong. Could we have gotten a little bit better of a price? Absolutely. But here with Robinhood, we're at the highs, we're up over 12%. Now let's see if we can continue on that path. I don't want to talk about APLD too much because I personally don't own it. I don't know if anybody here does own some Applied Digital, because this thing is an absolute sleeper, man. Yeah, I would love to know if you do own Applied Digital for your long-term or swing account, please put it in there and let me know. So, ooh, that was an aggressive one. That was a dark pull. Don't forget, this thing gets a little finicky at times. We'll hold on to this. Keep your eye on the tape. If you're looking for genuine prints, we got 10 cents right now. Have to be prepared to get out. I'm more or less waiting for the imbalances, Neil. I think they're going to be a really good one here today, and then we'll look to take advantage. Maybe put on some mocks. I got to make sure my mock keys.
Remember, tomorrow's witching because of Juneteenth.
Oh wow, I don't have my mock.
So that changes everything. You don't have your mock. No, so tomorrow ends up being witching because it's a holiday on Friday.
Not on this one.
So you've got the end of the week, options expiration, all that good stuff. All right, is it going to be round 3? I might take a third shot at this. I'm willing to go.
Oh, okay, I do have them.
But as long as this holds, like, this is the gap fill I'm looking for. As long as we hold on to this, like, the rubber band trade is like VWAP is $1.50, and I want a piece of it if we can get it. Adara, just.
Yeah, let's talk here about the Fed vote. This is significant. This is the first one, again, after 7 meetings of dissent where we had zero dissent. So this is pretty significant. All Feds voted in favor of no rate change. What's interesting, too, I was reading as well some of the interpretations of the rate statement, which, as I mentioned, was massively overhauled. It got a lot slimmer. They took out a lot of paragraphs. The Fed under new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh is going to be viewed as more resolute and less dependent on data than Fed's Powell. The language here is a lot sharper. It's a lot more concrete. So this is going to be kind of an interesting look here to see what Kevin Warsh says during the press conference. Already here, kind of no nonsense here. We know the dot was absent from the dot plot. I mean, we don't know who didn't submit a dot, but it's easy to assume that it could have been him. We're going to have to wait and find out. I'm sure that probably be one of the first questions he gets asked at 2:30. We're 15 minutes away from that meeting. I have the stream on the second that goes live. I'll keep you all posted at 2:30 p.m.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's him. I don't think we're in a stretch. The speculation, he spoke out heavily against some of that leading stuff before. So in my opinion, it was always going to be him. We thought that was going to be the case, and then he ended up not doing it. So, well, somebody ended up not doing it. Presumption is that it's got to be. It absolutely has to be Warsh.
Yeah.
It's what it means for the future. Like, does anybody abstain the next time? I think that, in my opinion, that's bad. I think that would be bad. Not bad for the markets. My opinion doesn't matter. I think that would be received as bad for the markets is the best way to think about it. I don't think the markets would like it. I don't think the bond markets would like it. Whether or not I don't really have any strong feelings about it personally, to be honest with you. The argument that you want to be flexible actually makes a ton of sense. And you can't argue against human nature because one of his points was if you put a projection out there, you are more likely to adhere to it. Think about it as a trader. Like if I sit down in the morning and say, I like this stock at $100, and like no matter what happens in the market, it gets to $100, I'm going to want to buy it. But what if everything about it at that price looks terrible and stupid? You're still more likely to make that mistake because you did that. So I actually, like from that standpoint, I actually agree with his reasoning. I just still don't think the market will like it.
I like the fact that Adair brought up the point that they're speaking is that, hey, he may not be as data dependent as the previous chair, right? So what does that mean, in my opinion, Neil? Is he going to be more strategic? Is he not going to wait for certain economic data to come out? Like, is he going to try to front run maybe some initial jobless claims, CPI increase, and then base the rates off of that? I think that's what's really important because we know that Jerome Powell, throughout his tenure, was stating that he was data dependent. And at times, I think that's what really gave him the name too late because inflation did rise up to around 11%, which is probably a little bit too late. And that's because they had data dependent.
I mean, if you guys think you got it bad, at least you in the U.S. recovered better than we did in Canada. It's like, Don't get me started. I know I've already started. Just a quick housekeeping. The third attempt is bouncing, but I just want you to have a look at where we are at on the Qs. Like the Qs back to 30,000, like SLV, which I think fell, from what I was looking at, probably near the most, is really slowing down. Might take another leg out here. There's still a full 10 minutes plus until 2:30. So if we think the big moves are at 2:30, then the scalp trade will have to wait and be done. And yes, you're right, big lion. Canada went into technical recession mode recently.
Yeah, man.
That's just how we roll.
The economy is literally not growing.
It's just how we roll. Hey, man, when you've got oodles of natural resources, right? All the fresh water you could imagine.
The most on the planet.
All the energy you need.
Yeah.
When you've got it all, that's exactly why you should have the worst recovery from the pandemic. That's
well, there is things that are kind of, at least there's a lot of regulations.
We're kicking butt in hockey.
We're not even we're not even winning. It sucks, dude. We really aren't winning.
Woosah.
We really aren't. We really aren't winning. You got to understand. There's reasons why we can't just exploit all of this stuff, all of our natural resources. There's.
I don't want to get too.
No, we're not exactly, but there's reasons why. And listen, it hinders the country. It hinders your growth, especially in times of need. That's just where we stand as a nation. So yeah, if you want to win, probably do the opposite of what we've been doing for the last little bit.
Oh, here comes the IWM back into.
There goes like Robin Hood as well too, north of our target at this point, Neil. Let's see if
Robin Hood is a beast, man.
Yeah, it is a beast. I want to just put myself in some places of strength here. Let's see if we can get another additional move up to 109 potentially. We're really starting to pick up some steam. So with that being said, don't want to get too greedy. We were talking about target. Let's take it off there just where we did. Neil, there's only two things that are sure in life, right?
Two?
It's these two.
Wrong. It's not just death and taxes.
Oh.
The undying and unquestionable love from your kids, if you have them.
I don't know if that's. Are you sure? Like that's 100%?
Huh? Excuse me? Huh?
I know, but this is a genuine question, though.
Yes.
You did. So you.
Yes.
So you think that it's the one of the most sure things is that as a child you love your parent?
Don't shoot don't crap on my moment.
But I know, man. Okay, but
that's just how I feel. But yes, that's how I
feel. Yeah. It's a little.
Look, man. Maybe it's not realistic, and maybe I'm being but I think so. The other thing that you can guarantee, at least this, is that we will have to answer every super chat because
absolutely.
We got to. Thank you, Eclectic Passions. $3.33. If there's a deeper meaning behind it, let us know. Uncle Wash, wash out, good for the spy bear. Go Joe. Uncle Wash. Is that what we call it? Are we calling him Uncle Warsh?
I'm not a spy bear though. I'm the opposite of a bear, man.
Adair's coming back to the desk. She has an idea for a nickname. What are we gonna call?
Yeah, what are we gonna call him?
Look, man, you need a nickname. You gotta have it. It makes it fun. Adair.
Today he's Warsh Sale. Oh.
See, now that's a trading nickname right there. Warsh Sale. I mean, if you're a trader, you should know. Uncle Warsh is in there. I don't know. I just know that we need to get rid of. We have to do something about this button because there's no point calling the ex-Fed chair on the phone. Like, what we talk about? Golf? How much is he going to charge on the speaking?
Yeah, I like
trail?
that one. Slow motion show. Wart.
Yeah, I'm starting to think. I'm going to look for the other direction now. This SLV.
Yeah, we're gonna. Again, you get that pullback. You have the elastic effect, and then you eventually start to curl over here once again.
It's only 7 minutes to go until the podium.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're waiting for here. In the meantime, I was listening to Death and Taxes by Daniel Caesar because someone mentioned that stuff, so I figured we'd put that on. But I'm looking forward to hearing this man's first speech as the Fed chair. I think
Kevin Harsh.
Kevin Harsh.
Yeah, nicknames aside, sorry, I just want to take a quick look here at the CME Fed Watch tool because right now we're seeing the possibility of a hike in October, 44.2% chance of a hike. Now, as far as I've seen, this is the first time since we started seeing these hike odds that we've seen the chance of an October hike. The earliest I've ever seen here was either December of 26 or January of 27. Again, guys, October 26 could be a rate hike. As far as the June meeting goes, we've got a 98% chance rates will be held. No chance of a cut now until June of 2027. So that was the same that we were seeing before this decision. Again, guys, the hike odds are getting ever closer to the present. Back to you.
As usual, Adara, but I should do it this way.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Maybe we can get an ad in this position.
Green Day. I bet he does not say transitory.
That's fair. Do you want to head over to the poly markets to see and Kelsey to see what he might say
I'll
on?
throw it to you, and we have a quick look if people are interested.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people are interested because now we're all about the prediction markets here, Neil, to see what we got going on there. I'm looking for an ad opportunity, guys. You see that we got 12 1/5% roughly here on the Robinhood. The Robinhood is crazy. On Robinhood itself. Long from 107.63. A pullback, and as long as we hold my entry price, we can breach the support level at 108.20 and then come back in, hold 107, and then I'll just double up my position for that break of the 109 level here today, which I think has the ability to be breached, considering it's definitely one of the stronger sectors of today. JP Morgan's Michelle, I think it's possible to have 2 rate hikes this year. Now, I want to say something. When I first started, trading, Neil, and this is in January, like full time, when I had the ability to sit home, listen to certain news feeds, and hear what everyone had to say. Now, it was insane, and we're going through QT at the time, Neil. So you had rates being hiked, and I heard within that first year, people predicting 6 cuts. And it's just like, how is that even possible? It's not possible. And I don't think that's going to be the narrative. I think one thing that will remain is that you don't increase rates one meeting and then decrease in the next. So it would be higher for longer or lower for longer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think you don't want to be in a flip-flop mode.
No, you don't want to be in flip-flop mode.
I would agree with you on that. But at least for now, the market, look, the NASDAQ just I don't want to say regained, lost the 30,000 again. So remember that 30,000 level? We just lost it again on the NASDAQ, heading back down. I cut the silver long, and we get what we got going into VWAP and SMCI, and I'll just look for this to bounce off the lows. Because there's still 5 minutes until we actually get the press conference, I do want to take some profit and make sure we get profit because anything can happen once 230 hits, because I think that's where you get your bigger moments. With some curiosity as to what is guaranteed to be said. Unchanged, of course. Projection, 87% oil. That's the boring stuff. The stuff that is chalk is boring. Like, what is he not going to say? Recession, he's not going to. Trump, he won't. The president by name, that makes some sense that he might not. Quantitative tightening, probably not. Volatility, he might say. Tariff inflation, he'll avoid. Yeah, I'm trying to think what is down here that he might actually say. Crypto, no. Dissent, he probably used different wording. He definitely is not talking about the renovation. He ain't gonna want to do that. His wife. Okay, you know what? I don't like any of those long
Go up. I like this one here, Neil.
What do you like?
National debt.
National debt?
Yeah. I can see him saying that. Or stagflation as well.
Oh, I think you'd want to avoid using that word. You want to hear that word out of, if he says that word, we got a problem.
Stagflation?
Wow. Okay. Well, you see what happens if he says the word. If he says stagflation in the context, I guess context does matter. But yeah, if he says it in any way of acknowledging the possibility of it, just watch us drop. Just watch the market drop if he does that. So I guess he's not going to say that. But
I got a good question for everybody. Let's all pretend that we are Kevin Warsh here, and I am going to ask you guys all the lovely question. Neil, get your vote in there. Adara, get your vote in there. I should have put a third option. But anyways, this is more fun. Do you want to, 1, lower rates, or 2, increase rates? I seen what you just did. I wasn't going to put the third one, Adara. I didn't want to put the third one. We're not going to put the third one.
I think the pause here was the right decision.
But that's not what we're not putting there, because everybody, I don't think, that's key, because we got the pause, so we want to go see 1, lower rates, or 2, increase. Let's see what the people think.
Also, we're thinking next decision.
Yeah, next decision. We'll go with next decision. Okay. Let's see what everybody's got. How many votes we got here today? Wow, it is a neck-and-neck race here, ladies and gentlemen. Man, it is really close. A lot of people. Adara, did you vote? Let's see what we got going on. She doesn't have. I think she wants to keep rates how they are right now. Lower rates, increase. That's fair enough. The votes are flying in. There it is. We're starting to. I mean, it's starting to become. I wouldn't say lopsided, Neil, but you can see lower rates start to take a early lead here. 55.4%, climbing up to 56%, and I haven't even voted yet. So watch out here on this as lower rates is taking the lead with 90 votes here today. So make sure you guys get those in, and we'll have a little bit of fun.
Dave in the chat, thank you for the super chat, Dave Zed. Going to prompt Opus 4.8 Max to create a HTML-based video game based on Trader TV Live with all the hosts and chat OGs as characters and have it built by the end of the show today. Okay, that sounds interesting, Dave. You know what? That's why we have the greatest community out there. I can only imagine how hilarious that will end up. And it's all in good fun. We don't take ourselves too seriously. So we love when you guys have fun with that. But let us know if you get that done. I think that would be a heck of a lot of fun for everybody. Just let us know. Look, personally, if you're of the camp that you believe that the war is done and the strait's going to open up and all of that is good, then at a bare minimum, I think that would take the rate hikes off the table, at least in the short term. And if you're not allowed to vote, like you can't vote for nothing, which I still think is the right decision, because we don't know if the deal's done.
I mean, we could always add it and modify it.
No, it is what it is. I just feel like if you're believing that the war is done, which I'm kind of want to lean on that side, then I don't think you can be raising rates at the next meeting. It'd be a little bit too early, but it is what it is, and we will see. Let us know in the chat. It was 50-50, which is a little bit surprising there for sure. So.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, I mean, hey, now it's 61% saying lower rates, while 38% are saying.
Little Dragon asking my thoughts on Meta. Individual stocks today are probably, look, you're going to move with the market to a general sense on Fed Day. Like almost a lot of things you're just going to stay tracking to the market. But Meta is in the,
yeah,
C600, really lose 600. What we talked about yesterday when it was bouncing. Can you hold $600? If yes, like. If no, hate. So like Buck Nasty said in the Chappelle show, hate. No, I don't really hate them forever. I just think right now I'm pretty bearish on them. Madeira?
Warsh has stepped onto the podium. He is wearing what looks like a navy blue tie, and he just said good day. So he's already switching things up from Jerome, good afternoon, Powell.
He was 67% to say good afternoon. So he's already giving the long shots their win. I don't know that the time matters, but he is now on the podium. I think this is the moment where it'll get a little reactionary. We want to see what types of questions he's asked, and we'll keep you abreast of any of those answers. I just might take another.
That was crazy. There was literally a volatility spike.
There was a volatility spike to the upside just now.
Behind,
not a huge one, but enough that I want to trim. I just trimmed a little bit. A little bit of a vol spike. Not huge, there on the cues. I'll zoom it in for you. But he hit the podium and there was a little bit of a bounce.
Oh, there goes Robinhood all the way up to 109. We'll take a little bit more. Yeah, this thing has been, I wish I put on, again, I'm not even going to say it because we could have just put on more shares, but we didn't. And then this day would be completely different than what it is right now. Still slightly red, full disclosure, and we've had a couple of good trades here today. There it goes, man, 109. We're going to tap into 110 momentarily here on Robinhood, man, oh man, what a nice trade on this one, guys. If the SPY hits 742, I'll eat poutine. Well, I'm telling you, we don't even need that to happen, brother.
Yeah, but poutine is good.
Exactly. He doesn't know, man.
I just do that.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know. It's everything Americans like gravy, French fries, and cheese. How are you going to tell me that you don't like that? All right, Warsh is speaking here, guys. Listening to what he has going on here, I'm really intrigued with what that's going to be. This guy, he's a little bit different than I thought, man. I never got that close-up look here, but Kevin Warsh definitely dyes his hair, I feel like, at this point, man.
Well, I mean, I won't.
He does.
Of course, I mean, come on, son. You looked, of course he does. Of course he does. Not around here. I stay gray.
You stay gray, man.
But no, another spike up. We were just, you see that? We were just blasting back down a little bit. It's just crazy volatility. We're just going back and forth inside of a range. Like I'm watching SMCI, but you could look at the cues too. Like it just dropped a couple of bucks after rallying. So we're all over the place early just when we're getting his opening statement. Right? Like all you're doing is getting the opening statement, and it's like all this crazy volatility up and down. That just tells me that no one knows. I don't say no one, but the market doesn't really know what to expect from Warsh at this moment. I think that's all we're really. That's what I'm getting from it. Usually, you don't have that kind of a crazy reaction to the opening statement there, but that's what we're getting here.
Stating that capital investment within the United States is strong, sounding kind of dovish here, Neil, to start things off. Obviously, mentioning the conflict in the Middle East.
Warsh is kind of hinting at it. I don't want to say regime change of the Fed, but he's hinting at changing things. He said it's anytime there's an organization or new leadership in an organization, it's always good to review what's working and what can be changed. A little bit more emphasis here, potentially what could be changed. So we're going to have to wait and see here. As you can see on the screen as well, he said inflation, as we know, is well ahead of the Fed's 2% goal. So right now he's mostly kind of been focused on what he wants to do at the Fed and how things were at the meeting. I think it's more about path forward versus what happened at the meeting that we just had.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is like the changes or the kind of stuff that he was, I think, presumed to be advocating for before, which had a lot to do with we don't need the dot plot. We need to stay more nimble. We shouldn't be committing ourselves to what we say out in the press and what we lead the market into believing. And this is what I feared the market wouldn't necessarily like, because the market likes certainty. Everyone out there, all the money and analysts, they want to be able to say, okay, this is where things are going, this is what we expect, so we can price things correctly. Good for volatility, but the market right now is not really doing much with any of this.
Yeah, Warsh confirming that he didn't participate in the SEP because he has issues with how it's currently structured. So that indicates maybe like people were thinking he'd get rid of it entirely. The way he put it here, maybe he just wants to restructure it. Either way here, he's just going over the SEP, which again, he did not participate in. He's also saying, quote, policy statement is shorter, simpler, and just the facts. I mentioned he cut out multiple like paragraphs and half paragraphs of the statement. I guess that's why.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I heard him state as well, too, here, Neil. He's working on one half of the mandate anyways. He hasn't mentioned anything about maximum employment, just price stability, and the Fed will achieve that. So I find that interesting because we heard on multiple occasions throughout the majority of his meetings that Jerome Powell was stated, hey, our dual mandate, we're going to stick with that, and that's price stability and maximum employment.
Yeah, well, of course. And I think, that's something that you can't waver from. But, I mean, restructuring without getting rid of it, I suppose that might be a little bit better. But for now, if you had to say what is happening since he took the podium, it's just a little bit more lower highs. It's not definitive that we're falling back down, but it is for now. It's been lower highs. The buying has been able to hold the support. If you're looking at the Nasdaq here at about 292, so every time I see that, like I just go over and I trim a little bit more of SPCE. It just doesn't want to fall, and I want to respect it.
Oh.
Like you're still holding a higher low. Like there it goes again. So now it makes me want to get a little bit more.
There goes Robinhood, man.
Robinhood's a different beast, though. Robinhood was the strongest stock in the market.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. Maybe.
Yeah, bro. I mean, what other?
Exaggerating a little bit, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, but
out of the things that we usually will watch, Robinhood was the beast today. Not some crazy
absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, that's why I decided to go with it. Like, if I'm gonna put myself in the right place at the right time, let's take it all out here now. We're all out of Robinhood, so that's a little good one. There obviously would have liked some more, to be honest with you guys, but it is what it is. We'll take it. Still listening to Warsh, he actually brought up maximum employment at this point, but I think on the trajectory that we're on, guys, we're going to hit $110 here on Robinhood. It's been an absolute fantastic trader here today, and as a shareholder, this is exactly what you want to see. Man, it's still, wow, man, what a big-time move. Let's head over to Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin finding any form of recovery here, Neil? I think that's going to be a big question. Increased rates, not good. And you know what? Over the previous couple of meetings, I thought that when we were going through QE and you've seen the Fed lower rates, that we would see stronger price action within Bitcoin and some of these cryptocurrencies. That was not the case whatsoever. We actually went in the opposite direction. Now, we had that happen, I wouldn't say necessarily before the meeting, but we did right at the flat rate, sorry. It sold off aggressively, so Bitcoin really in limbo at this time, Neil, because it doesn't climb higher with the increase or lowering of rates, and it's selling off with the flattening of it, no decision.
Darren?
Yeah, Warsh has come out here and he's saying that there are going to be 5 task force to re-examine areas of the Fed. They're going to focus on Fed communications, Fed balance sheet, existing data sources, productivity and jobs, and the Fed's inflation framework. Now, he didn't announce who he's appointing to these task forces yet. But what's really interesting, he said it will be people both inside and outside the economics profession. So that's going to be really interesting. You have to wonder what spheres he's going to pull from. He's already mentioned AI for at least one of these task forces. So either way, the idea of overhaul and re-examining and trying to maybe change or refresh aspects of the Fed, that is 100% prevalent throughout Warsh's prepared remarks. Back to you.
That's interesting, at least. Non-economists. Look, the AI thing, that makes sense, but if it's not economists, what's it going to be? I'm going to tap out of SMCI. It was okay. I'll put it more of the okay trade. But if you're going to put in a higher low and then start breaking up, and never want to fight direction after 230. So I can get back into the trade if we confirm VWAP or something different. But reporters are beginning to ask Warsh some questions. This is where it gets a little bit more spicy. So I want to be flat and ready for that. As we'll see. Like, this is an absolute wild card. Remember, it's a new Fed chair. You get used to, the old. With Powell and his way of maybe not answering things, and we'll see how Warsh is. I expect the Communications Task Force to recommend an SEP change. Well, that's what you want. We know that's what you want, so I am shocked that the Communications Task Force would recommend what you want.
I am floored, Neil. Stunned. Flabbergasted, dare I say.
Of course. Well, literally. I mean, you are the Fed chair, so your task force is probably going to come back with the result that you are looking for.
You would hope.
I'm just saying.
You would hope. But
at least he's Captain Obvious.
But how do you think Donald Trump feels appointing Warsh and then him not getting the rate cut that he was looking for?
Well, he appointed someone that historically didn't lean in the direction he wanted.
Yeah.
So there is that. Like, should it be that big of a surprise? I don't know that it would be. If you look at him historically, I don't know that people should have been expecting that. But the market is seemingly liking this. The Qs are back into the upside. Hood's got to be pretty good. Bitcoin, what are we at? 65 change, 65 half or so. That's through VWAP. That could be a little bit spicy. How are silver and gold doing? I almost went to silver first because that's what I trade, but GLD off the lows, maybe not that great. That still looks relatively weak. How's silver reacting to this? Did we get out early? Nah, I don't think so. It didn't go too much further, so I still think that was probably the right decision. SpaceX is at that $200 level. So this has been a big wall here on SpaceX. So I feel like if this wasn't a Fed day, be looking for this level. If we get any kind of a fail break, I'd want to jump short. But if the buyers jump in, you don't want to be fighting this thing on SpaceX. Came in this morning looking short. Flipping into the long was probably the wrong idea because obviously the short was even better. But a key level here for SpaceX looks like it's already rejecting off this 200. What do we have? Another update Fed Chair Walsh, I see no reason until we have delivered the 2% goal to revisit or revise that goal. I guess revisit that goal.
That's crazy, man.
Until we have delivered the 2% goal to revisit whether you should change it. So he wants inflation down.
I will, but I don't know. I don't know how you feel about that. I think you should because you almost got
like getting in at that moment that he just posted that.
I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. Like, you're going to wait till you hit that goal to, I mean, maybe to see what the landscape around you looks like. But I think they should revise it now and go over and talk and say, hey, is 2% still realistic? Because how long has 2% inflation been the actual goal for the Fed? I think that's a question that needs to be exactly. So it's been a long time, and is the nature or is the landscape still the same that it was pre-COVID and all those other times? I think the world has changed, and I think that's something that you would want to revisit a little bit sooner because it's been how many years now, and you still haven't had the ability to reach that goal.
This is why I hate SpaceX. Like, SpaceX is the only stock that I will put a stop in at an even dollar and then get stopped out at a price underneath the even dollar.
Yeah.
I threw a stop above $200 and I got out underneath $200. Well, you know what? When that happens, we've seen it before.
It's
like a get back in and then move the stop a little bit above. Like, that's all you can really do. But yeah, we are starting. Like the Nasdaq. Look. Just because I like SpaceX at 200 for a fade, I don't want to get past the fact that the Nasdaq is absolutely blasting while he's up here. And you've gotten, if that's what you were looking for, you know, you wanted to see if this guy was going to be Big Papa Pump. I guess we can't really say that because Powell was Big Papa Pump, so we got to give him a different nickname in there. Well, so far so good.
Just tune in, Adara, because just I mean, yeah.
Yeah, as we expected here, guys, Warsh is being really cagey about providing any forward guidance. Warsh, new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh actually said, quote, I can't give you any guidance on what we're going to do next. So anyone of these reporters who was trying to ask him questions about where are you seeing things going forward, what are you looking for, he's really not answering any of those. So it's going to be a very interesting conference with that in mind. Again, in addition to not participating in the SEP or the Summary of Economic Projections, it doesn't sound like Warsh will be giving any indicia verbally of where he's leading either.
I like what you had to say here, Peter, in the Corosos. You're right. If you can't meet expectations, just change them. Who cares? That's not exactly what I'm saying, because that means you're kind of giving up. But I think what needs to be looked at is the duration that it takes to hit that goal and at what cost, right? If you're being extremely stubborn about this 2% goal, it's been how many years now, and they still haven't had the ability to achieve it?
Well, I think that cuts both ways. There's going to be, you can't know that conditions are going to change. If you think a certain level is optimal for the economy, then that's what you believe.
Which is fair, but the economy is ever so changing. Like, you have increase in GDP, right? Like, you're going to be printing numbers never seen before. You have these mega cap names spending an insane amount of money, and what does that mean? Eventually, you're going to get the trickle down effect, and it's going to fall into other people's hands too, right? So I don't know. I think it needs to be reassessed.
I would agree that you have to be open to reassessing, but I don't think it's automatic that you have to that you would have.
No, absolutely, absolutely. At what cost? But what are you willing to give up to achieve that goal? And is it the same thing?
It's definitely a fair question.
Yeah.
Put some more thought in it. But the real story for now is the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
I know, I'm looking at something which is not blasting. There's Nvidia blasting.
Is it good, man?
Well, I mean, blasting is relative to what it was doing before. Apple, not so much. I think it's just more, if you're looking at what's going, it seems like it's more on the lines of our growth tech stocks. And then emphasize the point, look at the Russell. The Russell is absolutely almost given the entire, or not given the entire move up, almost pulled back and V-shaped the entirety of the move. As I said, SpaceX for me was just, it has less to do with, whoops, what do I have a second bid there? That should be at VWAP. It has less to do with what I think about Warsh and more to do with the price level than anything else. It's just the fact that it's at 200. So I'm just looking for a scalp trade off the 200 level because it's a big one. Lozo says Caterpillar is at 1,000. It'll get to 2,000 eventually. Oh, the debate about people. Why were there people in the chat in the midday show saying that Caterpillar wasn't an AI play?
No, it was somebody on CNBC said that.
Someone on CNBC. What? Someone said that Caterpillar was not an AI play?
Yeah.
Okay. On a professional network?
What's up, Adara?
Yeah, Warsh is talking about press conferences. He was asked, do you want to do these going forward? He said, well, this one has another 15, 20 minutes left in it, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. Implying this will only be about a 35-minute conference, much shorter than what we're used to seeing with Powell. But yeah, I mean, kind of again, an answer that doesn't really imply that he really enjoys these conferences, or that is something we'll be continuing to do lately. He did say, though, that it's important to give American households information. So kind of, to use a pun, wishy-washy, to borrow a pun from the chat here, when it comes to what we're going to do going forward here with these conferences. And I also want to let you guys know here, with regards to the conferences, Powell was, to my knowledge, from what I've heard, the first Fed to do them every single meeting. They didn't used to do them every meeting. So Powell already was more conferences than we had with other Fed chairs. So we're going to have to wait and see if we go back going forward. He said he doesn't want to prejudge the outcomes of the communications review, so we might get more updates on the presence of conferences or lack thereof after that task force.
No, the task force. Well, if you bet on that word, I guess you would be right. Big Sky, Sharif. Sharif's taken off. I know he's probably watching football right now. Thanks for OBAI. 9 trades and 18K profit on OBAI. Are you kidding me? I was gonna hit this one on OBAI, and I'm only gonna presume that if you had the first one, that ended up being all you needed if you got the $1 break. But you could have shorted the top. There's a lot that you could have been doing on that bad boy. So congratulations on that. Small cappers, this one's not moving anymore. If there is something else moving, like Rackspace, I know. Wow.
Dude.
Wow. Look at Rackspace, 35%. Yeah, remember that breakout? Oh yeah, that breakout broke out.
Oh.
I guess that's what breakout is. Go Rackspace. That was another one from yesterday, looking fantastic with the AMD partnership. The reason why they're going. So yeah, good shout out there. Some small cappers running, but the market, a little bit of a pullback, but it's still trying to hold higher. You know, your Nasdaq is still, we're pressing into that morning high and then not really doing anything with it. So pull back into VWAP here as Warsh says some changes to come, maybe worthy of press conferences.
Oh no.
Maybe worthy of press conferences. Okay.
Wow, that's interesting. Maybe. Okay, let's not fall into one of those individuals who are obsessed with the press. That's for sure. Neil, you and Hood on the personal account, brother. I guess you weren't on the. No, sorry. What did you say?
No,
you and who? Oh, yeah, exactly.
Who likes press conferences?
Yeah, we don't know anybody along those lines that like press conferences. Jesse asking me if I'm in Hood in the personal account. Brother, I bought this name like a long time ago, or I shouldn't say that, in April of like last year. We're doing the Hood dance. No, but in all seriousness, Neil, I find this very, very weird, and I don't know if this is incorrect information, but this is making very little to no sense to me. For all my fellow options nerds out there, is this correct, and are you seeing the exact same data? Because if this is the case, we are now north of $110. So where we had a substantial amount of open interest, the second most amount from that $100 marker, we're sitting on 23 contracts in our way, potentially, from 111 all the way up to 113. You got 23, 12, and 113. There has to be some form of an error there, because that is I've never seen that type of open interest on an underlying asset like this. Neil, this makes no sense, considering, like, if you go down the chain, 26,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 10,000, 700, 700, 700, 13,000, 23, 11, 113. Like, I can buy this right now. I could literally absorb this here, and
what would you chalk that up to? Like if you had to speculate.
So I would say we're going north of $113 at this point. There's nothing standing in front of it. Like there's that room to run because there's no defense. And what I'm getting at here is,
if I punch long and you're wrong, I'm slapping the face.
That's great. Hey man, I know you're obviously joking, but that's what I'm getting at. And I'm saying by tomorrow, look at the trajectory that we're on right now, Neil. I mean, are you going to bet against that for tomorrow to lead north of those levels and head possibly into 115 bucks, I'm going to be trading this name throughout the rest of the day. And let's see what the imbalances brings us as well, too. Because you can get a big time buy imbalance and think, next thing you know, this thing is at $114. At the end of the day, you're up 14%. Who's to say we can't continue to find?
It's still going since you said
like, it's still going, dude. I'm telling you, there's no defense there. There's nothing defending it through those 3 levels. So, I mean,
I'm telling you, Robinhood is going through even dollars like any player with a pulse.
Yeah, man.
James Harden's defense.
120 hood. A lot of people
Straight
saying,
up.
careful, he's
Or like the Dallas Cowboys line.
Yeah, oh yeah. Someone said, be careful, you're a Navy SEAL.
Huh? What?
Remember this NEAL Team 6?
Oh, I'm not. I will. No, that. Look, first of all, I appreciate. We love the viewers and all that.
Yeah.
Obviously not. Like I would never pretend to be something I'm not. It was just a fun thing that someone put.
Yeah, but I mean, you say, yeah, obviously we were joking, but yeah, at the end of the day, NEAL Team 6. I'm trying.
It ain't gonna be me doing those stolen valor nonsense.
Yeah, it's
be the last person on the planet to do that. Because I actually think that stuff is. Anyways, it should grind others' gears more than it grinds mine. So, but it's all in good fun.
No, it's not serious. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. People know, man. Trust me, no, he's not fronting on any of that stuff. So, all right, let's go over to it, Dara.
Yeah, this is a really interesting comment, guys, from Warsh. He was asked, how is the market supposed to know how to react to data if you're not giving forward guidance? And he actually said that he believes markets perform best when they're reacting to data themselves and believes that financial markets perform less efficiently when they're worried about how the Fed will react to data. So this implies that he's really trying to keep a lock on any of the Fed's opinions on things getting out. Now, this also, of course, will make you wonder how Fed speeches will work going forward. I guess the communications review from that task force, 1 of 5, will probably give us more info. I'll let you guys know if we get more info. But yeah, either way here, interesting look from Fed's Warsh, basically implying that comments coming from Feds can actually muddy the waters when it comes to market reactions and knowing how the market is responding to certain information.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No.
Let me hit the button.
Yeah,
hit that button every single time.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Thank you very much.
Market's trying to get it down, but you know what? SpaceX is holding VWAP pretty well. Like it's managed to pull back into like the 198 half range, so like get that like the scalp into VWAP, but no follow through. Maybe we're just a little too strong here. By the way, Joe.
Yeah.
Robinhood, I guess maybe it is slowing down. It was on this collision course with every single even dollar that we were just joking about, but all of a sudden, like this, the top got made. It's like it ran into the brick wall that is the Bills defense, and now is pulling back.
Wow.
Well, I just have to give my reference.
There's something fishy going on there. I'm going to call it now because those numbers don't make any sense.
So, but you're basically what you're saying is you read that as once 111 goes, it's kind of like it's a free reign to 113.
Once 110 is held, then it's
free reign to 113.
It's it's free game all the way up into 115.
Okay, but have you ever seen that before?
All the time.
And okay, interesting.
That's why I play it, and that's why I bring it to everybody. So I'll use this example, Neil. A couple of quarters ago, with the exception of last quarter, so the previous 4 quarters, and throughout the duration of just me learning options, as I was observing open interest. Anyways, I'm going to use the example of NVDA, the 200 call strike price over multiple quarters, because it was consolidating within that area for quite some time. Now, at that strike price, there's a substantial amount of open interest, and the stock and the underlying asset actually had the inability to breach that level. Why? Because there's too many. What I find, I don't know the definitive answer, but what I can observe, what I've observed and what I've learned over time is that there's too much supply, classified as a supply zone, that there wasn't enough demand to absorb the supply. Now, what I'm getting at here with 23 contracts, that's not very much, right? There's not supply, right? So someone can absolutely absorb that without any question. But I think it's a little bit fishy because look at everything compared to here. It's in the thousands, and you even get tens of thousands of contracts. Why is there only 23, 12, and 113?
You should make sure you're showing that for anyone that didn't see this already.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this, look at, with the exception of these 3 strike prices, it's all thousands, tens of thousands of contracts. Why is it through 11, 112, and 113, 23 contracts? We literally just had somebody in the chat say they had 60 contracts of Robinhood and made 60K. Like it makes zero sense. So there's something fishy going on through this this grouping of strike prices: 111, 112, and 113. And if this is genuine and what it's being displayed, then that can be absorbed because it's not very much supply whatsoever. And that's what I'm getting at when we use and we go through our open interest in the morning. Is, hey, where do we see max pain? Where is the open interest laying? Where can we find potential floors and ceilings, and where we can play potential ranges within the actual underlying assets? So something's fishy going on, and if it's genuine, then we're north of 113 by tomorrow.
That's what I like to hear. Well, the market's not going to help that thesis right now because we're still, we made that top. It ends up being like pure rubber band. Get down. Right up to the highs, right up to the morning highs on the Q, right up to resistance and almost resistance on the SPY. IWM, I think we already showed you guys the Russell lower highs as well, and we're going right back into the downside. Adara?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Neil. Kevin Warsh saying that he's not going to offer any commentary in the market reaction today, saying that they've given the market a new chapter with the Fed. So interesting look there. Again, Kevin Warsh saying that they're not going to talk about how the market's reacting. Yeah, I guess more comments that are hinting at some kind of plans for wider change at the Fed.
Right, like this is, we had an idea that this might be the theme of today. Like it would end up leaning more toward what kind of a Fed are we going to get communication-wise, as opposed to, hey, well, where do we think rates are going to go, or like that type of question. Yeah, it'd be interesting if nothing about Powell. I guess they'll try to avoid the whole Powell thing, but kind of thought there was an outside chance that might come up, right? Like how are things with Jerome still sticking around?
So you're telling me there's a chance?
It's just a weird one. It's like when the team drafts a quarterback in the first round, and the veteran's like, huh? What?
Yeah.
Just sticking around in the
Who did that?
meeting rooms? No, it happens. It happens from time to time.
But someone did it recently, though.
Yeah, the Falcons did it. It worked out terribly for them. But I feel like it's, at the end of the day, like this market still is the market has no idea what to do. We go up, we head right back down. It's good if you just reverse. I think that was a reason to have looked at some of those highs. We are right back in to some of these lows. So as the NASDAQ gets down to the bottom here, try to remember we just broke the 30,000. There's a crazy wick, but there's this like 29.8 that was the higher low. If I see buyers step in at that price, I'm going to consider, well, especially if I haven't gotten the target, which is down in front of 95, 94, 95, then I might just take the scalp trade here. When the market's at that low, you take what you can get. And if it's 250, it's 250. If it's 3, it's 3. Whatever it happens to be. I'm just kind of expecting we might see a little bit more of this indeterminate rubber band from the new Fed chair. Take it while you can get it. I don't know if you're like, so now we are bouncing.
Listen, I'm no soccer guy. Neil, sorry to interrupt you, but I was looking at the lines here for football, whatever you guys would like to call it. Portugal was plus like 4,000. And these guys are about to tie 1-1. Like, what? I don't know, man. Bruh. Yeah, bro is right.
Wow.
What stuff, man. What garbage.
That's a fail.
Man.
But, I don't know. But if you're an England fan, then you're probably not rooting for Portugal anyway, so
you tie, man. I don't know.
No, but that's pretty nasty. All right, I just got out. And Scott, I don't have that key. So what I can do for you, because I should have stuck with SMCI. Went over to SpaceX, and look, SpaceX might have moved from 200 down to 197, but it's a $200 stock. So that moving $3 is not as good as SMCI moving like 70 cents. SMCI was way better. So whether it worked or not, I don't have the money, but I can give the power up for you. I can do that one. Boom. I mean, that key, like I don't have any gray hair in that one, which is probably why I like to hit that key so often. So shout out to you for sure, Scott. That's the thing, like you make a determination. Obviously, when I'm building that SMCI and then getting a bunch out for small win, and then we get out flat, didn't make much, didn't make much on the trade, but was up on it. If you stick with that, that's just a bigger move. 80 cents on this thing is a huge move. Fed Chair Walsh asked if he had conversations with Trump. I don't have anything for you. It's kind of ambiguous. Yes, no. Well, he didn't say no. He just didn't want to tell you.
Yeah. Don't be rude.
Oh.
Don't be rude. I like that. No, but in all seriousness, sometimes they get asked questions like, what do you think he's going to say? Oh yeah, I spoke to the president, and he let me know about all of his concerns about where rates are headed, and then I told him my thoughts on what. Of course, he's not going to tell you anything, but I guess they have to have their moment and ask a stupid question anyways. Yeah. I think that's just it is what it is. But there's certain questions they get asked that are not true. We did get this one from Big Sky already. We have John Tarzan made $60K on the hooded one. Still have 62 calls for tomorrow. Well, if we're paying attention to what Joe was throwing down, there's some room to 113 or
all the way up to 1.
I guess past that
it.
13 into 14, 15.
Yeah, man.
So there's still some room to go. This is definitively held that 200 period. Really happy with this. Remember, every time, one of the things that I've always said on the show, if something is in a downtrend, I'm more interested in finding the consolidation and the rounded bottom and then the reclaim of the 50 period moving average, and like that's the turn. Instead of trying to be so good that you have this, I'd rather just be in here. Right? Like it gives you somewhere to get out. It gives you some conviction that you're making higher lows. It doesn't mean that that's right, but it's way better than the alternative. And I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to. Because when I'm trying to make the example, all I can do is think of the first stock that I can that only goes down, like a Lululemon. I'm not trying to pick on Lululemon, but it's just the point. Like if you keep trying to pick the bottom, and something continues to go in the downtrend, you're wrecked. Like I'd rather take a shot here, get it to the 200 period, and be able to know that you're wrong and not lose on the trade, then just try to pick the low. Pick the low, pick the low. It's a really, really tough way to go. Nick W. with the super chat here. Hey guys, appreciate the commentary. In one of my best trades recently on a long and mRNA. Options, I should have finished this before I said congratulations. That was a good trade. Options swing at 64 target, looking at SoFi 23 target.
All right.
Well, if you think Robinhood's going up, a lot of the same logic helps you with SoFi, no? Like they're not the same, but they are similar enough. PDT is going to help them as well. The finance is getting a little bit of a turn back. It's a similar hold the low, regain the 50. It did fail $20 each time it's done this. So, you got that out there. But yeah, I don't see why not. And I said this, Sean bought, he'll be back tomorrow. Sean bought SoFi in this consolidation. I bought Robinhood. It was basically, if you look at the chart, they're eerily similar. And this going to 22 would make the same amount of sense. I mean, you said 23. It's right around the 200 period moving average. It's close enough. That's very similar to what the Robinhood move is. So it almost doesn't matter.
Oh, SoFi's only up 3 though, 3.5.
I know. It's lagging the move. I think Robinhood's just seen as the leader. And thank you for the kind words, Philip. Neil talks like trading is so easy. I don't talk like trading. I hope not.
Who said that?
Okay, so here's the thing. I've been trading since 2003. So it's at the point where like I can look at a chart, I know what it is that I want to say, I know what it is that I'm seeing, so it can sound like I'm making it look easy. What it is to me it makes the setup and what I would do with it easy. Whether it wins or not is a difficult, that's not easy at all. Like look at SMCI a couple of minutes ago, right? Was that easy? No. Because I was in that short, imprecise on the entries, right to get out of it, but then didn't re-enter the trade and went into SpaceX instead. Thought the 200 trade was going to be good, and then that gives a bit of a muted move. Yeah, like I knew what I was going to do at 200. I knew what I wanted to see, and I got it. But it still was the wrong decision not to trade SMCI. That's not nothing easy about that. It's just that it's being definitive when you see something in front of you is different from that actually being easy to accomplish. Those are two very different things. Like I've been doing this way too long not to be able to speak confidently about it. But I wish the execution part was super easy. The setup,
you know what I have to say about that, Neil?
Reading the charts, like that stuff tends to come naturally after a while.
You know what I have to say about that, Neil, is trading doesn't get any easier. You just mold and adapt to the situations that you're in.
True.
So if someone says that, maybe because like the guy's been doing it for 23 years. It's like think about it when you're just continuously lifting weight. It's like, okay, when you first start out, incline bench press on like 30 pounds may seem heavy, but you're 5, 6 years, 20 years into the game, that's nothing to you, right? Yeah, but you see what I'm getting, right? You see what I'm getting at is that as you progress,
30 pounds.
the weight doesn't get any lighter. You just get a little bit better.
30 pounds.
Yeah, man, 30 pounds. Hey, man, I remember us hitting 30 pounds like way back in the
You don't have to talk to me about starting from fresh because I know you just had your ACL. I tore my Achilles 2 years ago. If it's not a great experience coming back from a major injury. But what I will tell you is this, and it absolutely applies to trading, investing, and life in general. When you have that kind of, because you have to build back from close to nothing, when you set yourself toward that task and then you start to see results, it is one of the greatest feelings that you can ever get.
Yeah, man.
Because it's something that you're just not accustomed to having to do it. You get that and you just feel like you can do anything. Like I remember like the first time I like kind of hopped on, all I did is hop at physio. And man, we were high-fiving. Like it was, trust. It's a great feeling. You don't want to have to do it, but it is a great feeling. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know the name, so obviously I can't. I don't even know what language that is. Hey, I would love to know your thoughts on Lunar. Ooh. Okay, so intuitive machines. I think we've all understood what's been happening here, which is after there's like before SpaceX and the run up into it, and then the aftermath. We have seen what is going on with the aftermath, and I did this as a lesson of the day yesterday. Aftermath of SpaceX, sell, still looking weak. This is like a post earnings. Like imagine that SpaceX, sell the news, was like an earnings move. Show like when's it gonna hold a low and show that it can hold that bottom and then bounce. That's the way I look at things after earnings. So it's like trend down, proven until it's not. You saw the run up in Euphoria and a whole host of names, and they're now just getting the sell off because that money had to go into, I shouldn't say had to, but did go into SpaceX. And remember, you know, like maybe it catches a bit at some point. I personally like Rocket Labs a little bit better, but that's just me. We are still monitoring if we get anything interesting out of the Fed chair at this moment. But as we were saying earlier, it's as if the market can't decide what to do. We've just retraced back in the range. Whether or not we can get back to the highs, I think, is the next step. But we're into power hour. There's less than an hour to go. Typically speaking, I want to say they're on the podium 3:15 to 3:30 is generally about as late as it goes. So I think at that point, if he wraps up, sometimes you get a reversion at that point. Is that about right, Adara?
Well, yeah, he said he was going to end in 15 to 20 minutes, and that was about 23 minutes ago. So he's actually a little bit over the time he thought he was going to end. But Neil, you are correct. Generally, they do 3:15 to 3:30 in a Powell conference. But we're in Warsh's world now. So who knows? It's the man that said there's a task force for that at one point to answer one of the questions. And I was joking in the chat, maybe Task Warsh is the nickname here. I don't know. But very obsessed with task forces. We'll have to wait and see how long this whole thing goes.
We got a winner. Task Warsh. Of course.
Task Warsh.
Task Warsh.
Okay.
It's that until someone comes up with a better one.
Task Warsh.
Okay, so that's you guys out in the chat. If you want us to call him something other than Task Warsh, then you need to let me know, because that's what I'm going to go with from now on. Mr. Westermeyer, where do I think SpaceX closes? Well, I thought that dump yesterday was going to have it close under 200, and that was dead wrong. Like it definitively broke less than 200. But then look at the buyers come in en masse. So I feel like I want to say under 200 again, so I believe under 200. But as right as that was directionally, that was so incredibly wrong by the end of the day. Warsh of Wall Street's not bad.
Yeah, I like
Warsh
that
of Wall
one.
Street?
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay, so TX Jet fan, obviously we're not going to agree on everything, right? Because as much as you're a valued member of our community, and that is a fantastic name, clearly you get at least one thing incredibly wrong as a Jets fan, which is cool. That's fine. You're probably from there, which is okay. Nobody's perfect. I like that one. Warsh of Wall Street.
Warsh of Wall Street. We like
I feel like
one.
we could. If we get enough good ones, I'm going to throw a poll up there. We get a couple more, and I'm going to make a poll, and then we can come up with it. And then from that point on, that's what we're going to call this guy.
Yeah.
Because we already have, this poll is 62% for lower rates. I feel like I can end that, and then we can move on. Jump in it, Dara.
Yeah, so Iran's official news agency, now to completely switch things away from the Warsh of Wall Street for a minute here, they're saying with regards to the MOU or Memorandum of Understanding text that the two parties, so I'm guessing U.S. and Iran, have committed to reach a final deal in 60 days of negotiation. That can be prolonged. So we were initially hearing 60 days was it. That's all. President Trump said earlier that they'll start bombing, quote unquote, if they don't get a result in 60 days. But Iran's official news agency is saying that the 60-day negotiation period can be prolonged. So just be aware, guys, that's happening here. Warsh is still talking for now. Now President Trump saying that Iran deal will be signed over the next 48 hours and that, quote, all right, that they held rates, whatever. That's what I'm seeing apparently that he said. I guess he's on Air Force One here. So yeah, saying, quote, whatever, that rates were held.
Whatever.
That's crazy. That is insane, 98. Man, that is wild, man. All right.
I have only 3. We've got Warsh of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Task Warsh.
Yeah.
Wishy Warshy.
Okay.
What else we got going on here? Brain Warsher, says a guy from work. Do you like that? Brain Warsher?
I'm stuck between one. No, I don't like that one.
You don't want me
I'm
to put
stuck
Brain
between 1 and 2.
Well, I want to give another option. I'm not going to put it up yet. I want a couple more options.
Whoa, really? What else are you gonna get?
I don't know. Let the viewers come up with something. It's fine. I think Spin Warsh, whatever Warsh.
Star Wars.
Star Wars, but that obviously I like that. But
Yeah,
it's not really
Star
market
Wars,
related.
man.
No, the market's not liking this at all.
Oh, that's mad disrespectful, John. He said he got hair though. That's crazy. Super chat question from this morning.
Damn.
D. Westermeyer, I didn't see your super chat question from this morning. Otherwise, we would. We don't want to miss that. Trump, if other countries have ballistic missiles, it's a little bit unfair for Iran to have none. I think that's understandable, but that's not the same as a nuclear.
I know. I just wouldn't have expected.
These guys still have to. Well, I mean, you can't strip them of everything, even though you would like to.
Can't you though? Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
Yeah,
you know what? It feels like the market is not really liking the latest out of Iran here, because for the most part, we were sort of like we were holding those lows as the conference is close to wrapping up. I think he's still answering questions, but we're not completely done yet. All right, now we're catching a little bit of a bit. Like that last push down felt like it had a little bit more to do with what we just heard from the president there, more than anything else. So it's only 313. There might be one last pop to try to fade. I'll probably look to that 200 again, or if I can get back into SMCI.
Warsh is done.
He's done? Okay, so press conference over. He's now finished. And there you get your bump in the market as we head back in to the upside. Overall, I don't want to call it quiet. There was a break of the low, right? Like we broke the low of the day, we broke the prior day low, we tested the high. Overall, you have to call it somewhat of an inside if we're able to hold on to this range. Like we're right back to flat on the NASDAQ, which is nuts. How's Robinhood doing? 'Cause I gotta suspect. Is that at your levels again?
No, Christopher Jones, see what he said. Yeah, but I mean, it's coming back, man. I wanted to get in at 108.50.
I can't put that on the
No, obviously you can't put that on there. Oh, 108.50, man. I was waiting for this. It was a really good one, 108.50. Man, and off to the races it goes. It may not hit today, but I guarantee. Listen, I would put a bet, and I will, if I have to put my money where my mouth is. Let's see how much these contracts are worth, Neil. If I have to buy one, just to see if we get any form of appreciation in it right now. No, yeah, I'm not spending that for something that potentially won't work out in tomorrow. Even though they are out of the money, the one that I would look to buy is the 113 one, which is $90 right now. But I mean, that's a donation that I just don't feel like giving away. I'm not saying that we're not going to close above that. I'm just not buying something that's going to lose the majority of its value to decay. It just doesn't make any sense. I could go further out, but I already own so many shares that I don't really need to play this via options because we're in at a really, really good price. So no need for me to get involved. 108.50, that's a nice move here, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if we really start to curl over. Sorry, not curl over, continue on this path. I don't think we're going to get that curl over right now, so an additional pullback, and then we might rock and roll on this bad boy. I'm looking forward to the imbalances. We still got another 35 minutes or so until we hit them, and I'm prepared. I got my keys all set up, and I want to see something heavy step in because I think there's going to be the opportunity to do so. We had a lot of volatility spikes. The market, like, listen, it just went from trading in one range to another, right? Like, you have this all day up until 2 o'clock. Then you sell off, you have a couple of spikes here and there, and then just end up trading within the exact same range. So, yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a trend day other than eastbound, I guess, is a trend. So, yeah, I don't like the NASDAQ on today's session. USMC won't be sticking around. It gets terminated. Yeah, well,
that's not good for us.
Well, hopefully that drives our country to build its own refineries.
Yeah, I mean, like that's.
It makes zero logical sense.
Is that going to be a huge market mover? Maybe not.
No.
Like, what does that mean for maybe like a Magna or something would be moving on that, but that's barely even. Nah, it's just moving with the market. The Warsh, okay, that's number 5.
That's kind of. Zamito YOLO says Canada sucks.
That's cold. It's got to be like that. Well, okay. All right, it's going to be like that. Thank you from TikTok. Now we got 5. All right, everybody. All you have to do is, this is not whether you like Warsh or not. What are we going to call him from now on? So type 1 in the chat. First of all, if you're not in the chat, get in the chat. Jump in there while the water is warm or cold if you like it cold. Whatever works for you. Jump in the chat by hitting the subscribe button, like me is doing, showing you to do right in front. And number 1, Warsh of Wall Street. Number 2, Task Warsh. Number 3, Wishy Warshy. Number 4, Warshing Machine. And number 5, the Warshinator. I am still in love with, I don't know. I feel like Wishy Warshy is too funny. I was going Warsh of Wall Street.
I feel like we should have put in
Wishy Warshy for sure.
I think we should have put in Star Wars.
Star Wars, but it doesn't. Look, man, I love Star Wars, but it's.
No, it's not a name. I voted 2. What did you vote, Neil? That's crazy. It doesn't even really make that much sense.
Kevin to a Warshawk. Look,
like,
man, it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be fun.
Well, then, if that's the case, then
it just has to be fun.
Star Wars has to go up there.
I like Star Wars.
I voted for my own Task Force. I'm going to be honest, because I think if you're looking for a nickname that's accurate to what Warsh gave us at this meeting,
yeah,
I think that's it. He said we have a task force for that. He kept talking about task forces.
How many times he
I think until the task force is
I voted Task Force.
At the end of this year, I'm going with Task Force.
I voted Task Force too. I think that was Task Force 2.
If he doubles down on that, again, the market doesn't seem to be reacting terribly. We've seen worse, I guess. I know we're not really bidding up or anything. We've seen worse than this, but we did end up in the red. It wasn't, remember we said it was an inside day, and we're now pressing underneath yet. We closed the lows yesterday, so anything under the lows is going to be us in the red. And yeah, look, I get it in the chat. There were a few names that I wasn't gonna put in there. All right.
This is the best one.
Some of them were absolutely hilarious. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. Some of them were freaking hilarious, everybody. But I wasn't gonna put them on.
This is the best one. This is the best one.
You knew some of them weren't gonna get put in the poll when you typed.
You got deleted. Worcester sauce.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good one.
That's a good one, man. Yeah, that's a good one, man. Yeah, that stuff makes me laugh. All right, let's get right back into the markets, man. Let's keep an eye out on some of these strike prices through 111 all the way up to 114. We love the chat. You're now at 108. Now this is going to be my green light. Yeah, it's my green light to go here momentarily. We're going to wait for May the Warsh be with you. That's good as well. Man, this guy's going to have a hard time, that's for sure. We're going to re-engage here on Robinhood as there's a key support level. We're going to wait for one more liquidity grab. We're locked and loaded here for the imbalances and prepared to take something, because I think there's going to be a hefty one, whether it's on some of the mag names, NVDA coming out with an imbalance, which I think it will. What do we got? It's too early. Yeah, I was going to say, we could pull it up there.
Pinterest is already 2/8 to the sell side.
Is it?
Yeah, Pinterest is 2.8 million sell side. EWZ is early look 1.3 million to the buy
TFC
side. Owl sell 1.2 million. Lumen 1.1. Disney's 1 million sell. But yeah, there's already a little bit of open interest here. And remember, EWZ is like the Brazil ETF. Not really sure where that would be a buy at all. Random oddities. Neil, thoughts on the Dixie compared to similar move June 5th, crash day? Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't even pull up the DXY. Probably should. I have no idea what TradingView just wanted me to do, but I'm going to ignore them because I got stuff to do. I don't think we had that big of a move. If we even move that much, let's put a 5. A 5 will do good. It's pretty solid. I'd say pretty solid. I don't remember. Was it this similar? Didn't we move more? Didn't we move much more on the crash day?
And it's freezing in here.
Reset chart view. Didn't we move more on the crash day? It's a good size move, right? Like I think that's probably what, I mean, gold and silver getting absolutely smoked because the dollar goes up, but the market's not taking it as badly, this move up in the dollar, as you'd expect. But I did feel like we moved more than June 5th. But there is a similar feeling to it, which is part of the reason why I'm a little bit surprised. Like we haven't really broken down too much worse on the cues. Like it's bad, but it could be a heck of a lot worse than this. Warsh mellow because he's soft. There's a lot of them out there. It's hilarious that after we do the poll, suddenly we get a lot of really funny ones. Go figure. Like, where were all of these 10 minutes ago when we were actually making the poll, everybody? Nowhere. That's where they were. But y'all got jokes. We have a great, fun community. But, yeah, it's a washout right now. I see you. Absolute washout. Volatility's headed higher. So we're not getting saved. You ain't Big Papa pumping it today. That's for darn sure. Of course, I got out of my shorts. And what's weird about it is typically, too, like, even if you were in winning trades, oftentimes it's the whole once off the podium, that's the time to get out. Yeah. Because you get, like, bounces or reversals. No, we're getting continuation after he leaves the podium. Not good. So there's UVXY popping to the upside. I think that makes sense. Dollar higher, volatility higher, literally everything else lower, except maybe Robinhood.
Yeah, no, it sold in the 107, but I got in right there at that 107 hold. Yeah, bang, just like that. Yes, let's go. Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was waiting for there, Neil. We got a bottoming tail. Now, whether it works or not, I think is going to be a completely different story. But 107.29. Let's see if we can hold this up into 108. I'm going to be optimistic on it. I didn't get a complete. Oh yeah, I did. Okay, I didn't think I got a complete fill on it, but yeah, nice little move so far here, guys. In Robinhood. I do have my eyes on TFC. I don't know if you've seen this imbalance here to the buy side, 2.9 million, Neil, and it only has 5.7 million shares traded on the day. So
which one's that?
TFC.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's Truist Financial or something along those, Trust Financial or something along those lines. I'm not too familiar. But yeah, let's see if we can get this rebound here in Robinhood. 108 is going to be my primary target. Cracks 107, then we just get out of dodge on this bad boy. Okay, there it is. Some strong upticks. This thing is really... it fluctuates quite a bit, so you have to keep your eyes on the time and sales just to see the actual genuine prints. We're printing 24s. Now, I want to see the bid in the ask continuously get lifted out. Now, we're printing 30s, 35, 36s. Okay, nice look there. Let's see if we can print 50s. If this bid continues to lap, we're at 44s at that marker, so 41. Let's see if we can lift one more time. I like to see that the bid hit the ask there. Oh, no. See, yeah, it's kind of chopping around right now, so no need for my play-by-play commentary on this bad boy. The longer it takes, the less probability that it is going to work. But again, I just want to put my names in places of strength, and that has been Robinhood throughout the whole intraday session. So let's see if this one works out. This is actually some of the larger size. This is 4 times the amount that I had actually on the previous position. 3 times the amount, I should say. No, 4 times. Yeah, sorry, sick math, Joe. I don't even know how many. 4 times the amount that I had on the first position.
Get it. Yeah. And people still come with the name, but I was just asked, someone just said, where do you think SMCI is going to go? Clearly lower than I anticipated. That's the first answer. But the other thing is, get ready for me to tell you that I'm looking short on this tomorrow. Because that is I'm not on the page. A flat bottom break. We still don't have like a breakout one. So I feel like we hit a key for that when things are breaking down, but we should have one for when things want to go higher. But it is what it is. You're losing support in SMCI. That just means until proven otherwise, I'm feeling continuation to 26 tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow's the end of the week because Friday's a holiday. So it is the end of the week, options expiration, all that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit different. You're now, again, like you're through the low here at 28.4. So if it's a where is it going today, 28 even, like it'd just be guessing at this point. Where it seems like it's headed on this move is down toward that 26, and I think that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, what are treasuries doing? What's TLT doing? Obviously, yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to have some volatility, not too much. TLT is the 20, and that's not really moving as much as you would expect. It's really more about it's the dollar. It's that Dixie that's really flying around the most, and what it's doing to gold. Like if you think, the market, if you think the market wasn't doing well, like have a look at what's going on to gold. Like we are down at 388, down 2%. Remember, we're up. Gold was up. and has been trending down. The U.S. dollar strength is really weighing on gold. For those asking where the poll is at, Warsh of Wall Street's winning 32%. To wishy-washy number 2 at 28%. Kind of a tie between Task Warsh and the Warshinator, with Warshing Machine bringing up the rear on the poll. I'll end that in about a couple of minutes here, but it is pretty close. Warsh of Wall Street looks like it's going to win out. Chunks a pat? New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Peace deal signed Friday. Is it? We'll see. MU hold above 1,100 before earnings. Should I hold by 7:51 calls July 10th over the long weekend? Look, I can't tell you what to do with your trades. We're not here to give financial advice. All we are ever here to do is tell you what we see, look at some price levels, tell you what we're trading, and the why of it. I'll give in regards to Micron, I'll let you talk if you want to talk about the options, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Now, when it comes to Micron, all I've been saying this entire time is the last earnings, it dipped 25 to 30% despite blowout numbers. And the last pullback off the highs was a similar pullback. So in the regard that it seems like it's trending back up, I'm just looking at this trend line. If we continue to go higher, then a pullback on earnings will kind of lead you back into the trend line. If it doesn't go higher, then we lose trend. On a reasonable dip after earnings. I just don't, like when I look at what's been happening, and this is throughout the history of this crazy parabolic move up, doesn't it feel like Micron's where NVIDIA was at 2 or 3 reports into the great move? Where we know the numbers are going to be gigantic, but the market just stopped caring, and it started getting sold off or just not moving at all. This is where I feel, it just feels like that's where Micron is at. Are they going to blow out earnings? Yeah, probably. Are we going to go gaga over the numbers? Yeah, almost certainly. Mm-hmm. Is the market going to reward it with double digits? It hasn't been doing so. But it's been rewarding you with the buy the dip. So that's where I stand. I just like the pattern more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm going to just give it to you, just literally plain Jane, man. Come up with a plan. There's nothing wrong. If you have the ability to extract profit from the markets, take it. It's that simple, really. I'm not going to, we don't give you financial advice, but I'll tell you one thing from experience. When the opportunity presents itself with a lot of things in life, you try to take advantage of it. Here it is on Robinhood, guys, 11 and 4/10. Let's see if we can get this bounce. We're going to get out break even. I did remove half of the position up here waiting for the imbalances. So that was a really nice trade for us considering. But now it's starting to come back in. So if we don't get that rebound, I got to get out now there. Bang, as a Prince 30s. We're flat on it. We took half off. I wanted a breach of 108. Doesn't look like it doesn't look like we were going to break it at that point. But a nice little recovery on this bad boy. Now we're going to probably head to the south side. How many more? Oh, okay. Yeah. There. Anytime. All right, guys. We're going to send it over to. Listen, this is the new hot commodity here. It's Juan and Adara.
We saw him at 11:30 to talk about the European close. Now here he is, as every day, 3:30 to talk about the Asian markets. How are you doing this afternoon, Juan? What can you tell us about these Asian markets? I'm doing well. Thank you so much, Adara. So here's a little bit of a recap on the Asian markets. We saw a lot of major capital rotations, investors favoring that of AI hardware as well as semiconductors, especially in South Korea and Japan. We see the South Korean Kospi up by 1.58%. It's a new peak. SK Hynix, they jumped by about 5.8% on high bandwidth memory demand, and also the upcoming talks with OpenAI's CEO, Sam Altman, coming up. So that's something to watch out for. However, the Hang Seng in Hong Kong, they fell down to an 11-month low. And that liquidity exit was mainly in Tencent and Xiaomi. Funds were shifting from regional hardware leaders. So what to expect at the open for the Asian markets later on today? Of course, the Fed policy watch, that's going to be a huge topic. We got to expect some spike yields as well as maybe some challenge in the tech giants, especially in South Korea and Japan. And the Nikkei 225 also expect, strong export data suggesting that it might breach or push past the 70,000 mark. So that is something interesting to look out for. Lots to watch at that Asian Open. Thanks again to Juan for being here with us. You can catch him again 11:30 a.m. every day for the European close and 3:30 for the Asian market review. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Juan.
Newest member of the Trader TV live team. We're always getting bigger and better.
Yeah.
Always.
To,
That's how we roll. That's how we roll.
You know what I call him? I call him Soto.
Oh, yeah.
That's his name. So,
Well, I like the, we got Obi-Wan.
yeah.
Obi-Wan.
You know what they said? Get it? Did you see what they said? So Obi-Wan Genobi.
Obi-Wan, oh my God.
Obi-Wan Genobi.
I like it.
All right.
I'm a Star Wars
Who's
person.
the Kenobi?
I'm
You
Genobi.
need to
It's
find a
Genobi.
Kenobi
It's Genobi. It's
Oh.
Obi, it's Wan, and it's Genobi.
But you're not Jen. You're Joe. Like, I don't know. I feel like that nickname confuses me.
Well, look, it's close.
Sucks, Joe. All right, man. Thanks. Yeah, I'll stop. I'll
Did
stop
somebody
a lot,
say it
man.
sucks?
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll stop a lot,
Cold.
man.
You know sometimes the chat can be cold.
Yeah, I mean, not sometimes, all the time. They're very cold. But some days we tolerate it and we have a lot of fun. Because I know some people are only joking. If I know you're in the chat as a regular, then I know when you're joking. So yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. A nice little move on Robinhood. Now we're going to be looking at some of these imbalances. I don't know how TFC's a buy right now, Neil. I'm not going to get into it. Maybe you can give a little bit more context and answer to it. But 2.47 million to the buy side. We have 6 million shares traded here on the day. So that's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on. Maybe we get a little bit of a continuation to the south side on this bad boy. How many more minutes? 18 more minutes until we get these imbalances. Yeah, it's bleeding, man. That's why I'm going to be looking to short it here, maybe leading into the imbalances. But we'll find what pins. Have you looked at Pinterest here today, Neil? Pinterest. How you doing?
I don't think anybody looks at Pinterest. Except for my wife,
Oh, really? Yeah, I've never. I don't even know what it is, to be honest with you. I went on that website.
What do you mean
once
you don't know what it is? It's okay.
No. You want to hear the honest truth?
I know what it is.
I went on Pinterest only because we were talking about it one day after the earnings report.
You know what it is. Don't tell me you don't know.
Brother, I don't know. Like, what is the objective of Pinterest? Like, you can see like designs, like interior design and stuff like that, like recipes and stuff.
I don't need to know what the objective it is to know what it is. I know what it is.
Yeah, it's a website. I can tell you that.
I don't use it, so I'm the wrong person to ask for the objective.
This chair is crazy.
I understand.
As I look at the two shot, this chair is crazy and not doing any justice.
I
It
told
makes
you
me
with man, Sean was complaining about that chair all day long. We sat down in the morning. I'm like, you might want to switch that chair. She was like, what? I'm like, yeah, Sean was having issues with that chair all day long.
Bro had a room full of chairs and picked this one.
Well, and yet
Like, literally.
and yet you sat down on it.
Yeah,
and still
I know,
sitting
man.
on it at 3:30 at the end of the day. You can't complain.
No, I can't complain.
You chose this. It's like we can't complain about the new Fed chair.
Ooh.
You chose this.
Oh.
You chose them. Market doesn't like it. Meta down 5%. We keep falling. Qs, low of the day. Yuck, and more yuck. We are definitively in the red at this particular point, so like pretty much nothing's held up here. SPCE is going to be nasty. NVIDIA, dive. Didn't fix those dark pools. Tesla, good point. Tesla breaking lows, loses the $400 level. Tesla, yikes. This is not great for Tesla because on the SpaceX we rejected the 200. Now we lose the 50. We could be consolidating underneath this 50 period instead of what I thought we had a chance to do, which was look at this little downtrend on the daily and break it out. I thought we'd be doing more of the break it out side. That's the good thing about a breakout. Hey, guess what? If it doesn't get through resistance, you don't have to take it long. So it's looking pretty nasty. And that's why cash is a position if you raise some.
Yep.
Some things are looking pretty good, though. Just going to throw this one out there.
Oh, that's crazy. Pull up JPM, Neil.
Boy. JP Measy,
Yeah,
JP Morgan.
JP Measy.
Jock and JP.
Ooh.
It's up 0.3% today.
Oh, man,
But
what
the
happened?
daily chart is it's impressive.
Oh, it fell from grace.
It did lose the all-time high break, though. That is a rejection. That's a rejection.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is 100% true, so let's throw that super chat up here.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with this.
Well, I don't know who Adair
I love you,
is.
Gina. I don't know who Adair is, but Adara is. Obviously means Adair.
Obviously means Adair,
Obviously
yeah.
Adair.
But
Thank you to person in the chat.
I love
Appreciate
Gina.
I love you, Gina.
I love you, Gina, always.
I love you, Gina.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. He probably made that for it sounds like,
like
their partner or their spouse.
Or maybe like your daughter. I don't know. But
What if
that's
it's-
really cool. That's cute.
Yeah.
And obviously, we all agree with that.
What?
The Dare is the goat.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. That
Well,
didn't matter.
actually, there is another goat.
That's so scary.
Where's he at? It's not even a goat, man. Like that's the. It's if you look at it really closely.
It's a cat.
Look,
It's a sheep, man.
it's a sheep.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. Maybe we need to get a new
It's so,
version.
and it's blatantly a sheep too. Like it's not even close.
All right, you ready for this, Neil?
Yes.
We're gonna
No?
try. We're gonna try this right at the volume weighted average price.
Context?
We have Robinhood.
Okay.
We're gonna try for a little bit of a bounce here and see if we can catch that. Bang! There we go. A nice little uptick. I mean, this is a big time counter trend trade with not too many signals displaying, hey, we're ready to bounce. But we have an out, right? Like that's like 40 cents worth of risk. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a movement here for us today, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. We're printing 90s. That's pretty good. We'll take that right off the right out the get-go. A VWAP bounce on this bad boy. But running into the back end of this trend there, Neil, is this specific name. So let's see if we can break and head a little bit higher as we are now nearing in on the imbalance is approximately 13 minutes to go, blast off. As my one little cousin would always say, he's hilarious, to the rescue. And let's see if, yeah, it's so cute, man. We just say running around with all his toys, to the rescue. And then there it is, Hood, 10.5% to the top side. Let's go, break the trend line, sit on the backside at 107, and we're gonna be looking to take a little bit of this position off, Neil.
I am looking at that TFC. I almost have to. We looked at the early look imbalances. We said Pinterest 2.8. Oh, where'd it go? Now it's gone. Okay, so that TFC is no longer a buy imbalance of 2 million shares. Well, I was interested because it was a buy imbalance in doing that. But it is now gone. Truist is no longer on the low care. I don't see it anymore. You do have, I mean, AMC's there for 800,000, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to move it. And suddenly Pinterest, or potentially, I mean, wow, that's a bit of a crazy move from rocket companies, as that's getting absolutely flushed. But it's on here for a 2.3 million buy, so tend to look for things that are at like a buy that's at the lows, or a like a sell imbalance that's at the highs, are one of the things that I like, because then you take the reversal trade. So that one is setting up like it might be RKT, but we still have 10 minutes to go
Selling pressure
until we get the imbalances for sure. Sam's, is BTC doing another nice rejection of the 20 EMA on a daily? I don't actually even have the 20 EMA, but I mean, if you're asking me what it's doing with an indicator, we can always look for ourselves. I don't use a 20. I try not to clog up my charts. On a daily chart, you will only ever see, well, I can't say, I don't want to speak in certainties, and maybe I'll change it at some point. I use the 50 and I use the 200, because I just want to see the big overall trend levels and not necessarily overreact. But that's just me. But if you like the 20, then keep the 20, for sure. No way SMCI just broke again. Of course it did. And now 5% down. Well, 4.5%. 4.5% down. Like, is there anything that's holding up? I thought there could be. Nothing is holding up. SpaceX down at 192.
Yeah, nothing.
That's getting pumped. I think we already looked at Nvidia losing 204. At least it's above 200. AMD was strong this afternoon. It's still green, but now down at 512. They're absolutely getting smoked. Like, what? Is there anything? What about the SOX? Like, what's just the SOX L doing?
Lit up right now.
The SOX L, this is 3x. It's 3x, but it doesn't really matter. At the low, trying to break down. Not much is holding up very much. This is crazy. Yeah, well, not the best day. Hood's already at VWAP. Oh. Now I'm wanting to try this.
Well, I already did, Neil. The momentum, the momentum to the downside. Like, listen, so yo, what's up, yo said.
FOMO on that CI short.
What's up, yo said, where's your stop loss, Joe? And I'm like, yo, what's up, yo? My stop loss, yo, is at 106.37, yo. And there it is. That's when we get out. It was only a couple of cents worth of risk. I wasn't going to hold it.
Another time.
Well, wait, I mean, his name is What's Up, Yo, so I figured I would put as many yos in there as I possibly could. Otherwise, we don't really talking at that one. But yeah, no, we got all out of that, man, relatively quick. It was either going to bounce. It did work in our favor, but then we just get out of that one as quick as possible. Someone's asking me about Microsoft. We'll pull that one. We'll pull that one up there and see what we got going on. I don't know why I went over to the scanner, but Microsoft is a stock that is down 4% today. Holy Warsh.
And for anyone that's wondering why we're going down,
Why?
look, there was never going to be a change, and we didn't get a change. But the fear for the new Fed chair, not the fear, but the concern or whatever, at least some of the chatter, was going to be that he was less about the Fed giving the dot plot, which is an indication where future rates are going. That's one of the ways they communicated. He's opening up a task force to look to possibly change that, which might mean we see less of the Fed's future intentions in print on a regular basis.
I like that.
Regardless of what anybody thinks of that, markets like certainty. They like to be able to price where we're headed. And getting the dot plot and having the Fed telegraph their moves is a part of that. So at least this was my theory going into this, was that if he expanded upon that, we might see some selling because the market likes that certainty and we're not getting it. And then you can throw in the fact that, you know, we are going into this, there was no change, but there's still that possibility of rate hikes by the end of the year, and possibly, according to some members, they're looking at 2.
Yeah, two rate hikes. It's pretty crazy. Someone's saying Caterpillar. Yeah, the market is not going to like that whatsoever. But listen, man, I stick in the camp of we've been on some big time run. The market will find something in order to sell off. It'll come up with an excuse, and I'm not saying that this is the one, but you can see we're starting to pull off aggressively. I'm not even saying it's an excuse here for Microsoft, because Microsoft has just been, out of the larger market capitalization names over the past couple of years, has just been a horrible investment. And you know what, Neil? I really hope that NVDA doesn't fall into that camp. Now, from March of 24, like you're literally, so you're back at January of 2024 prices. If I want to get real nasty, then it's November of 2023.
Yikes.
So you know what I mean? Like that is not what you want, if you ask me from an investment standpoint, is take a 3-year step back. It's not good.
Some would consider a buying opportunity. I don't.
Yeah, if you have the cash, I think it's I'm just saying if you were a long-term investor prior to what we have now.
The problem is, like, as other things are dipping, it's like, okay, well, you get to choose. You buying Amazon on dips or Microsoft? You buying Alphabet on dips or Microsoft? And the problem is, everyone's choosing the others. And that's
let's do that. But let's ask yourself that question. Are you buying Amazon, Microsoft, or Google on the dip? If you only had to pick one of the 3, which one are you grabbing? Yeah, I think we already kind of did something like that.
That's implicit. I own more Alphabet than by a long shot over those other 2. Yeah. So like that.
Put it in the chat, guys.
That's been true for me for a long time, so it doesn't really make a difference.
Someone said DG said.
But I suppose it depends on like how far of a dip from here, like because.
We're price right now. Right now, you had to buy one of the 3. What are you buying?
You could convince me Amazon, because I haven't. Let me just give it a second look at Alphabet here. Yeah, like if you had to tell me right now.
Like right now.
I might make an argument. It's not Microsoft, but I mean, I'll at least give a little bit of a look. To what are we? Friday charts? It's Wednesday for crying out loud.
Damn.
My charts are acting like it's Friday. At the 200, I mean, I generally prefer the 200 period moving average. I can make an argument. Look, I like Alphabet better, and I will forever own more shares of Alphabet than Amazon until something drastic happens. But I can make an argument for Amazon. Okay. Even if I really want to say Google, I can make an argument there. It's not Microsoft though. But that's just me. And it looks like we could see our first red day on SpaceX. SpaceX is 5% down and continuing lower. So not looking.
Is it?
Like,
wow.
What, you think it's going to rally in the next 15 minutes?
No.
I said this yesterday, and then it did rally in the last 15 minutes. So yesterday.
Did it? No, I think it's a little bit of a shift here.
Yesterday, it did. This was it at 3:48, which is 3 minutes from now, and it bounced. What was that? Like $12 in that time. Does it feel different? Yeah, it feels a little bit different, but that's not any kind of a guarantee. Just because something happened the day before doesn't mean it's going to hold up again. And if you think that it's any better in the other Elon Musk name, it is absolutely not. So 4 minutes until the imbalances come out. Keep double checking. I suppose that It's still RKT. It's still going to be RKT up here for 2 million. A couple of penny stocks that really don't matter. Archer 1.4, 1.5. Pinterest is paired off. Could be interesting. Corning 1.3 million early look sell. These aren't gigantic numbers. Tomorrow we should see much bigger numbers on the imbalance locator. Right? Like it's a holiday on Friday, so Thursday will be the end of the week. It'll be options expiration. A lot of the index actions that will have to happen. I mean, effective at the close at the end of, I think on Monday it should be. It's the 22nd, Monday the 22nd. Probably right. Yeah. So we're gonna see a lot of that happen tomorrow, and could be pretty big. And remember, I should say this every single time. Just because we show the imbalance locator, and in 3 minutes, we're expecting a buy of 2.3 million RKT or a buy on Archer 1.5 million. That neither means at 350 it will be that direction or that size, or that it automatically goes up. It's a bit of a hint. And as a hint, like what I like to do with it most times, and unfortunately RKT is not this case, a buy imbalance, we'll see. Rocket companies, it's at the lows with a buy imbalance. It's not bouncing right now. But what I would look for is the closer we get. Like if it holds this level here and breaks even just this on the 3 minute. Let me zoom right in. Like this little local high on the 3 minutes. It's like 13.12. If it breaks that out, I just try to punch long if it comes out as a buy. Or I can just jump into the trade, assuming it comes out as a buy. Like put a stop order, and then if it comes out as a buy, I get triggered in, and then throw a stop at the low of the day. Ride it for a momentum play. But that's presuming that this stays some kind of a bid. And not too much craziness to the upside in anything here today. So most of these things are going to be, like a lot of things are going to be at the lows. So I'd be looking for buy imbalances to revert. And this one just stands out. So with only 2 minutes, I'm probably just going to get that order in there and just take it on this break. And if it breaks before, I'm stopping out at the low of the day anyway. But it's just 13.12 here on our
NVDA. Yeah, a nice move there on NVDA, to be honest with you, off of those lows, that $204 marker. Man, I was looking at that, I'm like, holy cow, we're all the way down to 204 here on the largest company on the planet right now. That's crazy. And I've been saying this for quite some time. Worst case scenario for me personally is that this name falls into another Microsoft scenario. I mean, I think they're obviously completely two different things, but when you continuously, Neil, and I don't know what the issue is you have these blowout quarters, and I understand that we're forward looking, but the fact that the stock wasn't overly reactive on just continuous reports that you haven't even seen before, really, it kind of raises an alarm for me. $197, I think that's going to be broken on this one, and I think we're going to head into 185 at some point. And if it gets even uglier, then it's going to be south of 160. Not a great chart. But it's not at all, right? And then, like, if we're talking about all the hyperscalers' money funneling somewhere, where are you going to follow it? You would think it would be laying in NVIDIA's hands, but that's not necessarily the case if we want to play the trickle-down effect as well, too. Here's AMD, a name that I should have owned a long time ago, and I was thinking about buying it, but it's MU, the SanDisks, and the Microns, and the DRAM, obviously, with the ability to play multiple names, SNDK. Man, these pullbacks are so shallow, and that's why I decided to buy some Google, is because I believe, regardless of them being one of the hyperscalers and spending all of this money, they are, I think, at the top of the monetization aspect of things. They have the most and the best outlook for getting a return on their investment the quickest, in my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. I think that's why a lot of people would have answered everything in the same way. Okay, so imbalances are out. Let's cancel
there we
that,
go.
because that obviously went down. NVIDIA is a 2.3 million sell on NVIDIA, 12 million paired. Amazon, 1.3 million sell. FXI, 1.5 million sell. DVLT is a buy. But Marvell is a 1.3 million sell on Marvell. That's big. Netflix, 1.2 million sell. This is going to be an overall sell imbalance, obviously. Marvell would tend to stand out at 1.3 million to the sell side. What do we have as a total number? 2.4 billion sell on the market, 2.4 billion on the NASDAQ. If you care about the Dow, it's 500 million to the sell side, and the Mag 7, 700 million to the sell side. Not at all the way that you wanted to end things. No. Well, we got the new Fed chair. Well, we already had the new Fed chair, but it was his first meeting, and if we're judging by the price action, I'd say that speaks for itself. And it's not good.
Absolutely.
It's not good even a little bit. And Scott wants to know what the imbalance is on SMCI. Fairly quickly, I'll do this for you, Scott. 300,000 to the buy side. Sorry, 400,000, 398 to the buy side for SMCI. I can only just pull one up on my own, like the names I was tracking. I was only tracking RKT, but now I've put an SMCI for you. So, yeah, not good.
Do you like PCG here, Neil?
Nothing really stands out.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at these imbalances, nothing really stands out. Almost everything is immediately pairing. NVIDIA is pairing down there. PCG is only 1.1 million. That one I'd want to be bigger than what it is.
Yeah.
Kind of nothing burger. Marvell, if you're looking at something which notionally looks big, Marvell with a 1.3 million sell looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I usually lean toward the flip trade though. Like it's 352.
But it has 2.2.
Have that pair off. But the problem is, look, it's already
the pair volume.
It's already catching a bit of a bid.
What about the pair volume on that though? It's like it was
Marvell?
like 2 million something. Yeah.
It's already gone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, it's gone.
Remember I was telling you like, oh, at 55 it might pair. It paired off and jumped $2.
Yeah.
The problem with that trade is, we used to talk about that all the time, and now all of a sudden they're just pairing them off faster. So even getting that trade, you almost have to jump into it right away, which means you're holding it potentially for 4 minutes instead of 30 seconds, which I don't necessarily like. Like I love that hold it for 30 seconds, get the win, as opposed to trying to get more. Having to hold it for 4 minutes long, based on an imbalance trade, is a bit of a.
Oh, there it goes.
You want a gimmicky.
Oh, okay. It's starting to.
PCG.
Yeah.
Well, there go. I thought you meant the market.
No. I mean, the market is continuously going.
Just hit the low again on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, hit the low again. I'm waiting for this. Man, I mean, holy schmoly, woly poly. Man, this. Oh, there it's gone, man. And I don't want to chase this. Maybe I'll start. Yeah, Warsh out for sure. Oh man, okay, yeah, let's get involved in a little bit here, Neil, just because it's a little bit of a chase on my behalf, but I'm okay with it, to be honest. I'm not going to cry home about it or write home about it. We can add a little bit more because I really want to get, PCG.
Oh, that PCG.
Yeah, just because I want to get involved with a little bit more at the $55 marker, which I'm okay with, right?
It's only a mil, but...
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I mean, let's see what we got going on. A couple lots here and there.
Yeah, just so everyone can see, PCG is a 1.1 million sell inbound.
It just broke through a key support level that I kind of like right now, but I'm willing to add at 55 as well here to see what we got.
At low of the day.
Yeah.
1.1 million to the sell side. Market is also following. Might have missed Cisco. Cisco is also 1.4 million sell. Almost everything is a sell. It's just, no, this is not what you wanted to see. I suspect if we didn't hear much out of it, we got the whole, was it whatever? It was whatever from the president. Literally a whatever. I think we might hear a little bit more tomorrow. What do you guys think? I think we'll hear more from the president about the first press conference. More than just whatever. But there it is. Actually, NVIDIA just grew to 3 million. Like that got bigger. I don't think that holds. We'll see. It's almost 355. Remember, when I say 355, it doesn't mean things always flip then. It's just very often imbalances will pair off at 355. So yes, NVIDIA grew, but it's already starting to pair even more than that. So watch out for 30 seconds. It could be a big one.
Oh. Yeah, I should have waited till 55.
All that winning.
We have to win more.
Well, at least we're not at the low of the day.
Yeah.
Look. See, if you watch me make it look even better than it is. If I zoom in further, no, it doesn't make it any better. Well, we tried to hold the low of the day there. We'll see. The other thing, too, I want to keep in mind, we're down 1%. The NASDAQ is down 1%. 355 just said, look where we are compared to the highs.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. I know a lot of stocks might look really bad, but it's not that bad. That PCG, I don't even see it anymore.
No, it's not great.
It's now gone, so the PCG's not there anymore. NVIDIA paired off. Shocker, NVIDIA paired off. This is what happens this time of day. Almost everything paired off past that 1 million mark, and the market is catching a bit of a bid. So all that sell and bounce at 355 pairs off, and you get a little bit of a bounce. And again, when I'm saying that the market's only down 1%, do whatever, everyone can do what they want. There's plenty of individual names which don't look very good, But the SPY, the NASDAQ, this is a bit of a drop in the bucket kind of moment. Ooh. It's not the end of the world. And there's plenty of things that are looking really strong today. Like Robinhood's a great example, up 9%. ARM is a great example. That'll be up probably 6 now. Was 7 before. All-time highs today on ARM through all of this. So why not? Plenty of opportunities out there. There's a bull. What do they say? There's a bull market somewhere.
That's what our guy Jim Cramer always says.
Jimmy Chill, man.
Jimmy
Chill.
What's up from Philadelphia? It's time for the lightning round.
I grew up on
the lightning round.
No, look, man. I'm old enough. I'll admit, I'm old enough that I was watching Kudlow and Kramer when I was young.
I don't even know who the first guy is that you just.
You don't know Larry Kudlow?
No.
Dara, you know Kudlow.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
You know Larry Kudlow? No?
I didn't hear you.
Kudlow?
Oh, that's it, man.
Larry Kudlow and Kramer, Larry Kudlow.
The fact that you had to say it like millions of times.
I was going to say something on Fortnite.
Literally, the fact that you had to say it millions of times just said no. It's that.
I have something on Fortnite here. I mean, it's nothing massive, but we know earlier today they did drop here. There were some reports of what people were calling a Forta bleed, or I guess a breach into Fortnite. That's what it was being called online. Again, just allegations. Now Fortnite coming out here and warning of credential harvesting campaign, which targeted its firewalls and VPN gateways. Apparently, hackers used data from prior incidents and what they're calling brute force attacks. Apparently, this activity is not related to any recent incident or advisory. But yeah, it looks like some more security woes and breaches on Warsh for Fortnite, unfortunately. Back to
like the macro guy. Thank you very much, Adele. I was just explaining. Like Kudlow was like the macro guy.
Let's pull this guy up.
Kramer was.
Let's take a look at.
I don't listen to him anymore. Look, man, I have. But it's been years since I've listened. I have no idea.
Where are you listening?
I think he's still on Fox. It used to be a show on CNBC. This is years ago, dude.
Yeah, dude.
This is years and years ago. Let me just get that out of the way. Years and years ago.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
It was
a great show.
This is bro right here.
I just feel like when you're young, you want to know more about the markets and the economy. Like,
I felt like when you're young, man, I wish I knew about this stuff when I was in my early. I didn't know.
Listen to it too.
I didn't know about this stuff. I wish I learned about this stuff from the beginning of high school.
There's a few of my buddies from high school. Not just
that you guys were watching Kramer and Kudlow in high school.
I knew people that this is probably more university past then, but yeah, why not, man?
In high school?
In university.
No, like this is a genuine. Okay, yeah.
Me,
like it's a genuine question. Because I wish I knew.
I would have
about
started
that stuff.
like probably, closer to like the end of university more than anything else. But yeah,
bro, I was watching Game of Thrones and Lost in college, man.
Look, I also watched nonsense too.
I didn't know about this stuff.
I also watched Monday Night Raw. Like, I'm not sitting here acting like I was a gigantic
No. There's nothing wrong with that either, man. Hey, we like it.
We used to roll when I was in university. I'm telling you, Monday Night Raw and 12 soft tacos from Taco Bell, 59 cents a taco. Because you broke is what? And it's about calories per percent.
You think how many
calories can I get per cent?
How many soft tacos are you crushing?
Usually minimum 10.
Wow.
My maximum was 21.
You're lying.
Yeah, I ate 21 soft tacos.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's disgusting, but I did it, and I was a student. And look, man, track practice and.
I'm not nerd shaming anyone. I think that's fantastic stuff. I'm an options nerd. What do you expect?
Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on Apple. As we head to the closing bell, I'm hearing that Apple is preparing a second-gen iPhone Air to be released in spring 2027. Yes, guys, another Apple-related release date. This one's spring 2027 for that iPhone Air.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adara. I'm just trying to explain. That was over the course of a decent amount of time. And by the way, we're about 15 seconds from the close.
Yeah.
Brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS. Check them out. Scan the QR code. Want to thank them for sponsoring the closing bell on successful or not, it was the first Fed day for our new chairman. The market didn't seem to like it too much, unfortunately. The NASDAQ's going to close it out here. Down just shy of that 1% it was. ES 1.2%. You're actually worse off on the SPY here today than you are the NASDAQ. So some of tech holding up a little bit better. We did have a super chat right at the end of the day, which is probably mocking me for my age. Yeah, that's what it looks like it is. Green Trail, I think Neil is trying to say it was years ago. I was trying to say that.
I think he literally said that.
I did say that over and over.
Yeah. But thank you, Greg Trail, very much for that one. No, but yeah, I like the taco record there, man. I remember, quick story, so my friend and I, we lived in this town called Bradford, and the closest Taco Bell was in Newmarket, so we wouldn't like eat all day, and then we would ride our bikes, and this is like probably like 25-kilometer bike ride as a kid with no gears, and just go there and eat the Taco Bell, because that was the closest one.
59 cents, man.
What? Really? Back in the day?
Though when they had the deal, they had 59 or 69 cents
on like Tuesday,
I think it was 69. Yeah, I forget what day it was, but yeah, they had deals. I think I'm not eating that many. I'm eating that many because it's cheap.
Because it's cheap. Okay, I didn't even go. I thought maybe this was like the average Friday night in like the college dorm.
It was just like that. They had a deal, and you don't have money.
Yeah, so
you do that, then you save up and you invest in the markets. Well,
did you reheat them and like put them in the fridge and then come back to
extra
them?
hot sauce
All right.
most of the time. Just want to remind everybody here. Want to thank you for tuning in. It's always fun on a Fed day every single time. But remember, tomorrow is the end of the week.
Oh,
so when we come back tomorrow, it's end of the week. That means it's expirations. We're going to have some market events at the end of the day. It'll be the post-Fed move. It'll be the post-first red day for SpaceX, down 4% on the session. So a lot to watch. Of course, the market being down a point is not going to help. We'll see if we get any kind of reaction to the president tomorrow. A lot to look forward to. I want to thank everybody for all the super chats, all the kind words, the jokes, the nicknames. Yeah. Apparently, we're going to go with the Warsh of Wall Street, according to the poll. So we'll throw that one up there.
What the poll
Big shout out to Adara,
like
always crushing it on Fed Day. I mean, she crushes it every day, but Fed Day is especially fantastic. So thank you, Adara. Thank you to the entire team. Thanks to Joe for filling in for Sean. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure the Post Malone concert was amazing. We're Trader TV Live, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Ooh, look at that. Hasta la vista.